Welcome to the High Tech Oil Super Series. This is round number 5, and we have got 8 hours of action to bring you. We'll be live on SBS, Fox Sports, and KO a bit later on today. Welcome to the 2025 High Tech Oil Super Series, round number 5, the penultimate round at Malala Motorsport Park. And it is a beautiful, beautiful day. The clouds are out, the track is rubbered in, and we are about to go racing here for the High Tech Oil Super Series qualifying session. Let's head it down to Matt Kavanagh down on the paddock.
Problems up and down the field. A lot of pressure on the braking packages of the Formula Fords this weekend.
It's a new day for them, though. They've qualified this morning. Of course, we've got the Formula V's here this week as well. The Innovation race cars. Lee Stibbs really had a great debut. Well, didn't go all his way in race number 1, but race number 2, he got the win.
Yeah, he was able to grab a bit of redemption, find himself out at the front of the pack, bring it home with a safe lead. But let's see how he stacks up on day 2.
And of course, the Legend Cars Australia were out on track, and as usual, they went 4 wide in what is a skinny track here at Malala Motorsport Park. But they were exciting to watch. Ruben Dan is the young kid who's really surprised in his first time in Legend Cars.
Yeah, we saw them out this morning. They have done a reverse top 10 grid. Ruben Dan able to get up to P6, going to have a bit of work to do throughout the rest of the day.
TO2 muscle cars, though, that are about to come out on track for their qualifying session today. They reset. Yesterday was super exciting. Blake Tracy, who's joined the TO2 series after those 3 wins from 3 in the Trans Am series, he's taken 2 wins.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic start here to the TA2 event this weekend, but there has been a lot of work in the pits. Jared Hughes bowing out of race 1. They were working hard late last night. Also, Joel Heinrich in the Ash Jarvis Motorsport car. They have changed just about everything to try and solve an electrical issue.
Well, let's get qualifying underway. It's not too far. Let's head over to Mel.
So apparently Mel Price is not deciding to cooperate here. But we continue our live coverage here this afternoon from Malala Motorsport Park this weekend. Track temp 15 degrees, wind about 17 kilometers with to the west and 73% humidity. Let's head it up now to the commentary box.
Now is what we'll keep an eye on for this next 20 minutes as Diesel Thomas just quickly has a look at the track map here, or checking the weather more, so we can see on the right-hand side here. Great performance by him yesterday to finish in the top 5 in a race that had a bit of everything in race 2. Good morning.
Morning, yes, it certainly did have a bit of everything, didn't it? There was great racing, good action, bit of drama, bits of controversy as well. So looking forward to seeing how this day shakes out, but starting off with the qualifying session, which will set the grid for race number 1 later on today. We're looking forward to this one. Going to be a fascinating situation to see just who is going to end up where on the grid. Joel Heinrich, the local South Aussie, really took it to the irregulars yesterday.
Yeah, most of the race on 7 cylinders during race number 1 and 2. This is the highlights of the second one of the weekend. The Hyundai highlights capturing the field here at the turn number 1. Can't say enough about the efforts of Blake Tracy here, jumping into Lee Stibbs' usual mount, the 66 high-tech oil Chevy Camaro. And that's where the feeling started between the 67 and the 42 of Morris and Tom Davies. They would get a lot hotter later in the race. Heinrich really took it to Blake Tracy early, and Paul Morris was playing a bit of Morse code on the Ash Jarvis prepared car. This was Davies at the top of turn 6, making the move, albeit just getting the Ariat Chevy Camaro pulled up in time. This was a big engine detonation for Paul Hadley in the 50 IES Motorsports Camaro. They would drop a lot of oil down here in turn 2, and a couple of laps later the safety car would slow down the field. That would be a lengthy safety car period with that to Green Flag Racing out in front. This was Robbie Farr using the high line, going back to his old Speedway days, and unfortunately parking the number 7 high-tech oil Chevy Camaro in the very big dirt traps. But out front, Blake Tracy held off a man who was only on 7 cylinders, who just glued himself to the back, and it was back-to-back victories for the young teenage star from Albury, New South Wales, and he'll be in the box seat today. Looked after those tyres, and that is going to be key with just 6 Hoosier tyres available for the weekend. A lot of teams talking about using a lot of the left rear on these cars during the races yesterday, but who's got the best set of tyres? Well, at the moment, it's going to be Jared Hughes, isn't it? Not making it out for that second race yesterday afternoon. He is back here this morning in the IES Motorsports prepared road active suspensions entry. Diesel Thomas waiting to come out onto pit lane. So, same as what we saw yesterday here at Mallala Motorsport Park. We qualified for 20 minutes. That'll set the grid for the first race of the weekend. Results of that race just after 1 o'clock Eastern will set the grid for the final race before we hand out the overall round points. And that leaves us, Matt Kavanagh, who sprinted from the host set up into the commentary box. That'll leave us with just 4 races remaining in this year's TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series. I'll come back to you because Mel Price, good morning to you. You're with Paul Morris.
Yes, down here with the dude. Interesting day yesterday, Paul. Ups and downs, highs and lows, some good racing. Fresh start this morning. What's the plan for qualifying?
Yeah, I've just got the old tyres on. I'm going to go warm the car up and come in at the end and put 2 down the left and see what we can do. So probably be a bit slow to start with, but just set for the end of the session.
Well, you always play the long game, don't you? And you're always there at the end. You were up on the podium yesterday. I presume a couple more spots today is the goal?
Yeah, if I can. I think I've got good race pace. When you get old, it's a bit hard to qualify, you know. So, the young guys always seem to get me in qualifying, but yeah, in the race, I seem to some of those old skills sort of still work.
Well, they worked well at Queensland, didn't they? We'll be watching. Have a good day.
There's probably more Brody than me. I was just along for the ride.
Thanks. Over to you, J-Mac.
Jared Hughes down the back of the field here for this qualifying session. Nothing in particular to really be concerned about. The crew were up until about 7:30 last night, so a comparatively early finish. Bolted a new motor into the front of this machine and looking to try and go out for a second Road Active Suspension Pole Award. Hopefully feeling a little bit better after an unfortunate DNF in race 1 and a DNS in race 2. Let's see how he goes.
And there he is, strapping the belts tight aboard his IES Motorsports prepared car. In fact, only arrived at the track just 30 minutes ago. He's still incredibly unwell down there, but the championship at the moment with well over 260 points. Also keep in mind too, there will be a drop your worst round rule before we head to Winton. This may be that weekend as he prepares. Let's go back down to pit lane, Mel.
So we saw that Heinrich car yesterday had a few dramas. I was just asking you, Paul, what you've done overnight, and the list was long. Tell us about it.
We've changed everything on the car except for the driver, and we're just hoping that somewhere along the line we've got the right fitting that's making the car do the silly things it's doing. So
A huge list of spare parts.
we've used a lot of new parts to get it all back on track. So
We're about to find out, aren't we?
we are.
Thanks, Mel. Shane Mann's tribute sticker across the visor. We lost the great man a couple of weeks ago. In fact, there will be a funeral and a memorial service held here later in the week. The Heinrich family very close to Shane Mann and the Aussie racing car team. Mr. Thumbs are given up to Joel Heinrich and those mechanical gremlins back home. As I finally welcome you back into the box. It's always a stressful time for a team, isn't it? When you think about you can chase, you can change everything, you can get back to the workshop, but it could be something simple as a wire could have been crimped somewhere in the door and something could just be missing that they haven't picked up. But that car was phenomenal just on 7 cylinders yesterday.
Yeah, it's amazing really what you can go through the car and find, especially for a little misfire like that. And they did say when the car cooled down, the problem would start to go away as well. So it only comes when it generates heat, and there is no other opportunity apart from the qualifying sessions or the races to actually go and test what they've done overnight. So they're going to be
very eager, I think, to see what they found. The question's going to be, though, when you get back to the workshop, is what is the faulty piece we pulled out when you've changed so much in the car? Getting on board with Diesel Thomas, leading our rookie points in the championship when it comes to the TA2 muscle car series, and great to see him back out there. And it's been a bit of an up and down weekend for Diesel Thomas. We know how fast he potentially can be out there, but got caught in a little bit of traffic here this weekend, but we'll wait and see. It's a new day. As the steering wheel comes off, we'll reset that while we're driving out. Why wouldn't you? Why would you do that while you're sitting?
The implementation of Studio Ninja into my workflow has actually helped me refine my processes, which means that I can actually spend less time on the medial tasks. If there's a faster way to do something, then I want to know how to do it.
Ready for prom, stick it on a car. Camel photo bomb, stick it on a car. Ready on base, stick it on a car. Frisbee in your face, stick it on a car. Bride and groom, stick it on a car. Kids on shroom, stick it on a car. Disco Lima, stick it on a car. Cactus wiener, stick it on a car. Boss flip flop, stick it on a car. Baby face swap, stick it on a car. You really can stick anything you like on a Moonpig car. Upload your photo gold and make it memorable at moonpig.com.
Pretty rough on the tyres when it comes to the Hoosies we've gone back to, especially with all the braking we've got. It's a short track, but a lot of time shares. We'll have a quick look at the replay. This is Diesel Thomas, the TFA tyre entry. He goes down. Oh no, he's not happy with his. He's done it himself. What a place to do it.
Then we find out they're headed at a high speed going into turn number 1 perhaps. So the young teenager gets himself into concentration mode. And I think we'll see a couple of laps here just to get these cars warmed up, A, but B, we have had some rain overnight too, so the track has been cleaned up quite considerably. I wouldn't rule out at the moment potentially some squalls. So if they do come through, they'll be very quick with that west-northwesterly we have here today. But let's hope it doesn't affect qualifying. If it does, let's do it now so we can get onto the wet tyre, not in the last couple of minutes, because that is always the happy hour of qualifying here. The second one of the weekend to set the grid for race number 1, or race 3 of the weekend this afternoon. The Malabar Masters, the return of national level competition to this iconic track that opened well over 60 years ago. It's back alive here, and of course later in the year the homecoming event will feature the Trico Trans Am series. At this racetrack it'll be an afternoon twilight event, which is going to be exciting in the lead up to the BP Adelaide Grand Final the following week. So a few of these drivers taking the advantage of getting some laps here. This guy doesn't need any extra laps. You can almost see his shadow carved around Malabar Motorsport Park, whether it's the BMW that he drove with Tony Longhurst years ago, or the Diet Coke Commodore he ran in '94. Those back-to-back wins in the Super Touring days. Paul Morris knows this track like the back of his hand. And he talked about Brody. Well, yep, that's Brody Kostecki. He's here working on this car long.
clear, I think, into the series when it comes to Paul Morris. And didn't he have some real flair to show us yesterday? A lot of personality when he gets out on the track as well. But he was not shabby behind the times either. He was very, very smooth yesterday, like you say, with the experience of this track. And probably in the qualifying and as well as race one, we didn't really pick up because he just slowly chipped away, didn't he? And he was in that top 5. Take nothing away from the possibilities that Paul Morris would get back on the podium here once again. You know, without that penalty, we would have seen him 2 podiums yesterday. But it resets today. Of course, the qualifying session this morning, they won't have as good a tyres, though, knowing they've got 6 tyres coming into qualifying yesterday. 4 of them are going to be looking pretty second-hand by now.
Got the Bathurst Triple Crown a few years back, 10 years back now, when he won with Chaz Mosley. Before that, he won the 6-hour and the 12-hour with Gary Holt. Robbie Fast staying in pit lane in the 3rd High-Tech Oils Chevy Camaro. It does like there's too much activity. I wonder if they're playing that same game as yesterday to let the field get out there and do some laps and put some rubber down as Morris goes 1:11.05 to be the quickest in the early stages of this qualifying session. Just over 15 minutes remaining. Here's Brad Gardner around to finish a lap. His teammate's gone 1:08.89 straight away. Gardner goes the 4th lap with a 1:13, so he's building up to one here. Tom Davies jumps ahead of Paul Morris. Get the feeling we're going to have a bit more between those two here on day number 2. But that time is blistering for Blake Tracy, and that's back-to-back laps now as well. He's chasing a 1:08.89. It's only 0.013 of a second between he and Joel Heinrich.
Yeah, they're not going to want to do too many laps, I think, on those tyres. Like yesterday, we only saw our front runners do 5 laps out there in qualifying. They didn't muck around. They got it run and done really, really quickly. I think for some of those young guns like Tracy and Heinrich who have got those tyres, they are going to want to try and get this done very early. Now, here's our man, Jared Hughes, who probably has the best tyre bank coming into day 2 of competition at the moment, because yesterday with that unfortunate mechanical issue, we saw him not make it out into the 2nd race. So Jared Hughes will be one to watch to line up those timings screening through shortly. Already a 1:08.98, which is was less than a 10th behind Tracy, who's up in 1st position. So he's got Heinrich between him as well. And if they've got that car sorted today, imagine the possibilities that we're going to see between these 3. No Jared Hughes back out. There was a 2-horse race most yesterday. We can turn that into a 3-horse race today.
Exactly. Extremely good tyres for the Road Active Suspensions team as well. So 0.085 covering top 3 at the moment. Very early stages of qualifying. Brock Payne has dropped into 4th spot now. With a 1:09.112 for him. Josh Webster has dropped into 6th with Diesel Thomas. Brad Gardner now is 8th on a good lap. Then Josh Thomas, Paul Morris. So just blinked. He was 3rd, now 10th. And quickly it changes. You're watching Joel Heinrich in the CR International Osborne's Transport entry, coming up towards turn 6 for Ash Jarvis Racing.
So we look purple sector up there for Hughes now. Sector number 3, but he'll come around. Wait there. Hughes goes to number 1 at 1:08.74, so 1500ths of a second in front of Blake Tracy.
Remember, 1:08.2 yesterday was the pole time, so expect that later on in this session as he goes for another lap down towards turn 3 past the pit lane. And a pit paddock area we don't walk. It's gone wide. Pitch the right front. And that might be enough to wipe the lap. In fact, he's back right out of it. So Paul Morris doing as he predicted at the start of the session, bolting on 2 new tyres on the left side of the car. Ran his old set of tyres just to get the car nice and warm. They go through a warm-up procedure in the garage. It's around 30 minutes before the practice session, but nothing beats getting out there in real time and stretching the legs of these TA2 muscle cars. As Josh Webster comes through, stays in 7th that lap, which is not too far away from his best one. 8/10ths covering the top 7. 1 second covers 8 cars, and the margin 1st to 2nd, 0.095, with 12.5 minutes remaining.
Josh Thomas didn't have a fantastic day yesterday either when it came to the TFH crew. Obviously, race number 1 didn't really go his way. He didn't end up finishing that lap, so he got a DNF from race number 1. Race number 2 had a bit of a fight back yesterday, Josh Thomas, so he's trying to qualify a lot better today, I would say, after finishing 8th yesterday. They're normally in the top 10 there. We know he's challenging for 2nd position in the championship with Vic Domicile. Not here this weekend. Josh Thomas really looking to bring home some points. But that drop round you talk about the championship, unfortunately, this might be the one for him that he has to let go.
You don't want to have a weekend of 250s all season long, do you? If the drop one at some point. It's a rule that's used for the American series as well. It's a very much an American series that we run here, but it's looking likely to go away next year as Diesel Thomas finishes the lap and backs off and goes straight in the pit lane One of the unique parts about Mallar is you can finish a lap and go straight into pit lane. Normally you'd have to do a full cool-down lap, but with the unique setup that we have here, the actual pit lane is on the exit of turn 2. So that's his run done. At the moment, 109.5, his best qualifying coming in the second session at Winton earlier this year. Brad Gartner qualified 3rd at Winton yesterday, was 9th. He's been the hard charger and just steps out. Someone who would have been praying for rain would have been this guy earlier today. Using all those speedway skills. Of course, he started off in junior sedans on the dirt track. The Gartner family from the southeast of South Australia, well known for super sedan racing. Uncle Greg Gartner was a champion off-road racing and in stadium super trucks for a few years too. Old Smiley, as we used to call him. But a great family, the Gartners, and young Brad calling this lap down here now as Mick Harders talks to Diesel Thomas. These are guys probably had the workload lightened a little bit. It's the lightest amount of TFH cars we've seen in the paddock for a while.
Yeah, only 2 down there. Normally we've got at least 4 here, don't we? When you go to Trans Am, sometimes they've got 5 or 6. So yeah, this is a pretty light weekend for them down in the pit. They're looking very relaxed, I must admit that. If you go down there to the TFH guys, compared to what we're normally seeing down there now, it looks like we're moving to the second phase of qualifying there as we're about the halfway point. Robbie Farr still hasn't made out to get a time, so whether he's going to wait till there's a fairly clear track and just get some fresh air out there, I suppose, and go around potentially looking after some tyres. Well, there we go. He's actually out on track now. He did have that lock-up yesterday where he had that off, so he could have a couple of slightly injured tyres.
He's got Kiwi star Eden Hodson helping him out this weekend, who's flown over from New Zealand to be here. He's warming up for his next stint in the Super 2 Series with Anderson Motorsport in a couple of weeks at Mount Panorama. He's also got a South Aussie Speedway identity, Paul Blenkiron, who's come along to help him out for the weekend. Here's Blake Tracy on the exit of turn 6. So Hughes, Heinrich, Tracy, 1.5 tenths of a second covering the top 3. Then Brock Payne, Tom Davies in 5th. Diesel Thomas is 6th with Webster, Gartner, Thomas of the Josh variety in 9th, and Graham Chinny completes the 10. Paul Morris, remember, has just bolted on those new tyres. Is in 11th position right now with Cruncher and Danny Reedy of the cars who have set a time. Just waiting for Robbie Farr to post the time, which he's about to do. I think he's about to start a flying lap in him. In fact, in a number 7 car, while the sister high-tech car was building up and then aborted that lap.
Yeah, Blake Tracy, I'm sure he doesn't want to start on the second row. He'll just be trying to get past. Sorry, if he can't catch Hughes, he'll want to try and be on that front row. He's had a fantastic start to the TO2 Muscle Car Series, and he just, like you say, maybe a move here. He's had such great success here in South Australia, hasn't he?
He speaks very well. He's a likeable character down there in the pits. In fact, the whole Tracy family live and breathe motorsport. Or Far again wide on his first flying lap here. And he'll slow that one down. Best to avoid if you make a mistake there. Try and preserve the tyres and try and go again. So TFA time, TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. Entering the last 8.5 minutes of this session. It's quiet, so let's head down to pit lane. Here's Mel.
Alan, Brock Payne currently in P4. You haven't changed anything on the car. What's the plan for the next few minutes?
We're just going to sit here and see what the times do and see if we go back out or not.
He's looking pretty relaxed in there. It's only a couple of tenths away.
Yeah, he's just gotten better and better every session. We made a few changes to the car last night and it seems to have responded well, and he's learning the track, so he's getting quicker and quicker.
Good to see you back up the pointy end.
Yeah, thank you.
The good old waiting game.
Well, there's been a bit of a difference this weekend, hasn't it, between the drivers who have done a number of laps and who haven't. Brad Gardner out of the car, which tells us he's probably not going to go into any more laps. Sitting down in position number 8, which is one up from where he started yesterday's qualifying session. Josh Thomas, though, looks like he's going to try and do a lap here at the moment. Will he improve? Thomas down in 9th position. And that time round, he gets very close to his best time, but unfortunately misses out by a couple of tenths of a second there in the number 69. Now, Paul Morris out. He's put those 2 green tyres on the left-hand side of the Mustang. Let's see what's going to happen to the Fleet Answear, number 67. Morris down in 11th position at the moment, but this could be the lap where we actually see him try and put a cracker in. Here we go.
This is those new tyres we talked about, so he's built up to this moment and with a fairly quiet track as well. This looks like a high commitment lap for the Flair Dancewear, number 67 Ford Mustang. On the exit of turn 3 he goes. position. 19.6 in the first sector at the moment. Could get himself up to around the top 6. You can hear him really winding up this Mustang as he comes up this first gear, right-hand northern hairpin from the sharpest corner in Aussie motorsport. Powers back through this long sweeping left-hander and down to one of 3 passing opportunities. Big punch of flame from the right-hand side as he stands on the brakes into the S's aboard this Ford Mustang, bringing out the Norwell Motorplex factory out there in the Gold Coast on the outskirts of the old Performance Driving Centre. Through to another lap he goes, and that's 6th position, 109.43. So let's see, considerable movement. Will he go for back-to-back laps here?
We'll wait to find. So he's going to stick it through turn number 2 as well, up to 3. Sounds like he might get on there. Back on board with Tom Davies, though. Aaron entry, there's no surprise there. Every lap that car is sliding around. He is pushing the limits at the moment. Doesn't improve that time. Oh no, Josh Thomas.
That was a costly mistake there for Davies too, because that was looking likely to be an improvement. It cost him a couple of tenths, and now he's gone properly. With the Ariat Chevy Camaro for Nathan Hurd Racing, that's on the outside of turn 2. So a messy sector. What's happened to Josh Thomas here? Did he come in, look at the rears, chattering away, and ultimately the car decided, no, we're not turning, we're going to go straight on, and just eased it away from the dirt trap on the outside. This is the Tom Davies. What a lazy spin, wasn't it? But it wipes off that lap. I hope he hasn't hurt the Hoosier tyres too much. Time on his side with 5 minutes remaining. Here comes Morris back to the line, back-to-back flying laps at the 67. And puts him up another position at 109.06, 3 tenths away from Jared Hughes' time. Speaking of Jared's, here's Joe Mack in pit lane.
Rapid play of Joel Heinrich, and he's put 0.79 off the pace of our road active suspension pole sitter. The Ash Jarvis Motorsport car looking good. The big thing to remember here, guys, Heinrich has used so much more of the tyre bank when you compare it to Jared Hughes, who effectively sat out 2 whole races.
It's not bad. He can drive, this guy. He's done a couple of laps in his career. If they cured those mechanical gremlins, and that's a big IF, this car and driver combination will be hard to look past. Here's Boris. Is he going for a 3rd lap? Yes, but that's hot. Coming into turn 6, you can hear that wind really starting to intensify. The northern heading, that's where it's coming from, the west-northwesterly here at Mallala Motorsport Park today. If you're in the South Australia region watching, come out and check it out. Mallala is alive and kicking again, which is great to see. The Peregrine Corporation have invested heavily into preserving this historical track that hosted the Australian Touring Car Championship for many years and hosted the Australian Grand Prix in only its 2nd event back in the 60s. Of course, it goes 109.30, and that'll be probably his session, I'd say. Matty Cav, 5th position, unless he can find something, a quick change to get back out there. Mel?
A pretty relaxed looking diesel, Thomas. You finished for this one?
Yeah, we're finished for this qualifying session. We've definitely got some more time. We're not sitting P7, but we thought we'd rather save some tyres for the races for the time.
So how is your tyre bank?
Right now it's looking pretty good. We've only done 5 laps this qualifying session when everyone else has done 7 or 8. So we'll see how we go for the races.
So what's the goal for today?
Obviously the goal is to move forward, so hopefully we can pick a few off in the next race and then hopefully end up on the podium by the end of it.
Thank you.
He's done 5 laps. Jared Hughes, Brock Payne all done 5, and Josh Thomas has done 10. He's really eaten a lot into his tyre bank today in the 69 TFH car. Brock Payne comes back to the finish line, 4th position as he starts a lap. We head to that busy sector with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remain. In qualifying for the TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo, you're watching the reigning Formula RX8 champion in the Hutchinson Builders Chevy Camaro. She pointed out yesterday, came out with a burst of speed at Sydney, but has been out in the wilderness since. Not a bad performance yesterday, much better today in qualifying for the 33 car.
The car is looking much more settled today, so obviously there have been quite a few changes on that car. They were going on practice on Friday, they were changing gift ratios, lots of little things like that. They also found that after all that repair they'd done, they only had 66% throttle on Friday, so they've had to repair all that, some adjustments I suppose with rebuilding that car after the incidents that it had during our Enduro up in QR, and look great having back out here. They've slowly been working through it. It just goes to show some of the teams that came down a couple of weeks ago and did some testing, they seem to be really pushing the limits a bit further up, and they're doing less laps in qualifying. Some of the other teams though, it's their first time here, they don't have any data, they're chewing up a lot of these Hoosiers when it comes to qualifying sessions.
And no improvement on that run. In fact, he wasn't too far away, in fact, from his best time. And that'll be just about the session for him in 4th place with Morris in 5th. His crutch, Mike Crutcher, and that black and gold, black and yellow, number 4 Ford Mustang, the newest car in the fleet. As he powers out of turn 6, with Jordan Cox helping him out as ever with the 4 team. He's down in 12th position. And not a bad lap here at the moment, 29.2 to that middle sector of the lap. Might get him up a position or 2. We might be building with at least another lap remaining here with a minute up on the clock. If he gets the line within 1 second, you can finish that lap when the clock stops. Through he comes to finish the lap then and proves on the time, but not the position of 1:10.25 for Mark Crutcher, who won last year's Masters Class Championship in the TA2 Muscle Car Series, the series within the series. And going for it once again. Seems to be quite a quiet racetrack out there now through that final minute. Jared Hughes, though, looking in the box seat. It's another very close margin at the top. 0.079 of a second. And there is Hughes.
No surprise they want to try and keep him on track as much as possible the weekend that he's having. I mean, I think the less time he spends in that race suit at the moment, the more time he's got to recover from that illness as well. He's got a commanding lead at the moment in the championship. It's going to be hard for anyone to challenge that at all, even with the drop rounds. So this weekend, although it'll be great for him to come and do a bit of a clean sweep, he's had such a great record of podiums, really. He's only missed out on a couple throughout the entire season. It's sometimes just got to get through a weekend.
If you're going to be ill, it's probably the weekend to have it. Hence that crown. And particularly, remember, he's got his Bathurst Enduro to come up as well in a few weeks' time, or 2 weeks' time at Mount Panorama. As the session is finished, we're watching Graham Cheney, who's in 11th position. And this is an okay lap for him right now. That car at a gearbox drama yesterday afternoon. It was a tough day for IES Motorsports. All 3 cars in the wars. And Paul Hadley, who won't return today. That was a significant engine detonation for the 50 machine. And that's a 1:10.21 for Graham Cheney, locks him into 11th position. So it didn't build up to be that banzai session we were going to see, but a lot of fast times set early in the session. In fact, Jared Hughes' pole time set on his 3rd flying lap and a 1:08.74. Back-to-back pole positions for the man in the box seat to wrap up the TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo in 2025. Heinrich was 2nd, Blake Tracy 3rd, Brock Payne was 4th with Paul Morris, Tom Davies, Diesel Thomas, Josh Webster, and Josh Thomas, all inside that top 10 with Brad Gardner just 1 second away. But remember, he called that session pretty early with just 6 laps next to the high-tech oil Chevy Camaro. Behind them was Cheney, Crutcher, and Reedy, with Robbie Farr just getting 2 flying laps out there and actually not posting a significant time out there with a 1:26.3. So some soul searching to do for the 3rd high-tech oil Chevy Camaro, but no stopping this absolute star on the rise in 2025. Jared Hughes, who's been doing some great stuff in the Monochrome GT4 series as well, but back in his natural habitat. Pole position for race number 1 of Sunday, race 3 for the weekend. That's a nice rig parked up on the hill there, Matty Cav. That's a bit of you.
I could get behind the wheel of that, I reckon. Something like classic Holden, getting around. That's not long about this place where you can park up on the side. But let's have a look at some of the highlights here. Qualifying session could have gone right down to the wire, couldn't it? But I think we are managing tyres now at this point of the weekend.
And I also think too, a lot of people looked to the skies and thought we needed to get a session in and get a lap in just in case. It's so unpredictable here at Malalam. You can watch the weather on a radar, but it suddenly could just be here. The squalls can just hit the track at any moment. Hitting the track, Jared Hughes did that very quickly while 2 new, fresh, lovely sticker tyres went on the Ford Mustang of Paul Morris. Diesel Thomas talking a bit harness down in the lane, trying to find some more pace. While Brad Gardner decided that was enough. After just a handful of laps, he'll start from P10. Josh Thomas going hot here at turn 6 and had the rear end shattering and just cruised his way off to the outfield there. This was a messy end to a lap and a messy start to a lap for Tom Davies, who moved the Ariat Chevy Camaro around at turn 2. But Jared Hughes sat there for a long time in the pits, waiting to see if it was worthwhile going out to defend that slender margin he had of 0.07 of a second. But he secures another pole position in the TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series. Race 1 to come up at 1:15 Eastern here today at the Malalam Masters.
Well, thanks, Matt Nolte, for joining us here in the commentary for the TA2 Muscle Cars. You'll be back just a little bit after lunch because we'll have Formula Ford and the TOT muscle cars as well. Great to have him joining us again here for round number 5 of the High Tech Oil Super Series as Dan McCarthy will make his way back into the commentary box, and we'll get him suited up and ready for these innovation race cars that are about to make the track out there. Now, yesterday was some pretty exciting times. Danny Studdard has that car all repaired after yesterday's little incident with Jeff Emery, where they had a couple of little arms bent there, but that's all ready to go again.
Certainly is, yes, absolutely. Back out there and ready to go. It was all smiles down there in the lane. I saw the Jeff Emery and started talking earlier on today, having a bit of a laugh. So it's all friendly back down there in the paddock, which is good to see. And we've seen that throughout the season in Innovation Race Cars. They might fight hard on it, but off track, they are all friends and they do have a good laugh together. So that's good to see. Looking forward to this one. And we've really been spoilt with Innovation Race Cars in the last couple of rounds. There's been some really good, hard racing, and I'm sure that this will be no exception.
Machine up the front. What's the plan today? You just told me. I think it's a good one.
Yeah, I think we're going to go try and win today if we can. Might as well.
You got the pace to stick with these boys?
I'm not sure about Stibbs. He seems pretty quick out there. I reckon I can keep up with Emery and have a crack at him. And we'll see if Stibbs can get enough fuel this time, eh?
It's a good plan, isn't it? Good luck. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Now.
Well, you can see our Hyundai out on track, and right here we've got a couple of people in there. We've got Marcus Ambrose and Roland Dane, who's here this weekend, just doing a bit of a lap, having a bit of a look. I suppose it's been a number of years since they, well, apart from this weekend, it's been a couple of years since they've actually had a chance to be here at Malalar Motorsport Park.
Interestingly, I heard that Roland Dane has never been to Malalar Motorsport Park. Of course, a POM, so he only came out here in the mid-2000s or early 2000s. So, of course, Malalar wasn't used in the Supercars Championship by then. So, yeah, very first time here at Malalar Motorsport Park. J-Mac, to you.
Down here with Danny Studdard and suffering some damage in the second race yesterday. The repair work didn't seem to take too long, but what I want you to tell me exactly what went into fixing this machine. What happened in there with the contact in race 2?
Just a little bit of contact with Jeff, and then wheel-to-wheel contact with rear clevis brake, so it sort of spewed me into the wall, and then the boys, not a major fix, sort of fixed by last night, and we were sort of home early, so just a few little repairs this morning, and try to make them look as good as we can.
That's the beautiful thing about these IRCs is the fact they are so modular. They're so easy to work on, provided you've got the inventory, and the factory seems to be pumping that out. There's a lot on the horizon with these cars, isn't there? There's some cool things coming.
Yeah, there's a fair bit happening. There's a fair bit happening in the next couple of months, to be honest. And you're right, they're the fixability back on the track and affordable too. So, it's all going well.
We're looking forward to it. Thanks, mate.
Pleasure, buddy. Stay well.
Never a dull moment. Jeff Emery, let's start with the damage to the car after the contact with the very apologetic Danny yesterday.
Yeah, look, obviously Danny missed his brake marker there. He was a bit close to me there, and obviously I was the recipient of it. But I think our problem started in turn 1 when we got pushed wide across the curb there and we bottomed out and broke the front splitter. So the car didn't really have the normal pace that it should have. So obviously we fix that now, so we should be a bit speedier hopefully this race and try and sneak away and try and give Lee a bit of a run for his money. That'd be the plan.
Oh, well, that'll be fantastic. It's always fun to watch you guys racing up the front, and it's been super close and just getting more and more competitive, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's really stepped up, and we were a fair bit quicker in practice, and then everyone sort of started working it out real fast, and now they've all caught up, and it's become very competitive this weekend, so you've got to be on your game. So, eyes up, I guess.
2 out of 4 races to finishing a full round now.
Well, we're getting closer. We're not there yet, so don't jinx me, please. This isn't the commentator's curse, is it?
Oh, shut my mouth. Sorry. Have a good one.
Thank you. Oh, they keep talking about Lee Stibbs, don't they, Dan? He has been the benchmark here this weekend. It didn't quite go for him, go his way in race number 1, but this was race number 2 where he ended up starting off rear of the grid after not finishing race number 1. It was a great start too from Danny Studdard and Jeff Emery too. They went side by side into turn number 1. There was a little bit of a bump there, but it was just racing as they go, as they turn in. You know, obviously Emery wanted to get on that line, and Studdard had nowhere to go at that point. They rejoined the race and they continued this on. I felt really sorry for the undercarriage of that car going over those big ripple strips.
Yeah, certainly, but he was able to claim the place as they headed on the back section of the course. There's plenty of...
I didn't forget about Discord.
Came together
I can see the Discord messages.
Spinning the 111 machine around, and Axel was not too pleased about that. The racing up the front was fierce, as you can see on the position.
Yeah, Jeff Emery, well, he's going to be keen to get to the front there, starting alongside him. He's on the inside line, but it's not the line you want into turn number 2. So we'll wait and see who's going to be brave enough, I suppose, to go around. There's no good Adrian Axel Donaldson. Danny Studdard back to 5th with John Hollinger alongside.
I'm free, you just walk in.
And John Crossing rolling out, rounding out our 4 grid race number 3 here for the Australian Innovation Race Cars. Well, it's been very interesting, and although it's a bit of a challenge.
We are about to go racing for the Innovation Race Cars. Hello to Elizabeth and Thomas. Yeah, I've seen every Discord messages. I've seen every Discord message you guys have sent. I genuinely have. I just didn't end up responding to them. Yeah, we're about to go racing for the Innovation Race Cars. Lee Stibbs versus Jeff Emery off the front row of the grid. Yeah, this race should be quite good. 20 minutes plus 1 lap for these Innovation Race Cars to go around here. But meanwhile, if you missed the TA2 muscle cars, which I'm sure Elizabeth and Thomas didn't, they probably were listening into the world feed. Jared Hughes took pole position and will be back for that race from 12:15. A bit later on, from 12:45, a bit later on today. Here, we're about to go racing though for the Innovation Race Cars. It is, it's going to be a really interesting race indeed. The IRC series is about to hit the track for race number 3. 3 out of 4 races done here for the IRC Championship, more or less known as the Innovation Race Cars. Plenty of action. We've got Formula 4, Formula V, Formula Ford. We've got all the formulas. We've got the I can't remember the name. I can't remember. I've just absolutely bottled that name. So yeah, all the formulas are here this weekend. We're about to go racing though for the Innovation Race Cars here this weekend as the cars line up 2 by 2. More or less like a GT start here as we ride on board here with John Goodcare as he'll make his way around the final corner and going to commence this race in a few moments' time. Jeff Emery versus Still off the front row of the grid. Let's see what happens as we make our run down into turn number 1. Green. We go for the Innovation Race Cars. 20 minutes plus 1 lap. It's a good start. There's a car off the road down there at turn number 1. Only 8 cars, but so far so good for the Innovation Race Cars as we round through turn number 2. The long left-hander. And on the exit, get the power down. And now, travel it through as we head up to the breaking point of turn number 3. Another long left-hander as side by side here for Donaldson and Goodcare. Stibbs leads over Emery. Then Donaldson, Goodcare, Hollinger, Studdard, Finn, and Crossing, your top 8. Here, as we look here at Goodcare, he'll try and keep up with the back of Emery, but of course, all these cars are quite evenly matched here, these Innovation Race Cars. Only 8 cars this weekend. There are 41 cars in this IRC Championship, but with this weekend, we've only got 8 cars here. Stibbs pulls away 1.3 seconds. That margin, it is quite a gap indeed on lap 1. We did hear there Mel Price speaking to Emery saying that, well, we were quick enough free practice, but just couldn't put it together in qualifying. We lost a bit of pace heading into qualifying. He didn't say exactly why. I don't know if it was to track evolution, because this track does evolve a lot throughout a weekend, with all different types of support races here, as Stibbs leads 1.6 seconds back to Emery. Goodacre in third, getting just close enough to pull a slipstream here on Jeff Emery from up in front. The gap 1.6 as Emery breaks into the braking zone here, and rounding the final few corners on this circuit for Jeff Emery. 0.6 between Goodacre and Emery. We'll see if this pressure does actually... We'll just see if he actually cracks under this pressure here, Jeff Emery. He has been known not to crack under much pressure, but you never know. He might end up doing so in this one as he rounds for the final corner and onto the back straight here. That's a very, very good shot on just how technical this circuit is there on board from Goodacre. And when you're on board with a car like that, you tend to see the balance from the car in front. And we're seeing at the moment Jeff Emery seems to have pretty good balance inside of that car. So I'm going to expect that Jeff Emery might just be able to hold this position off for the moment. Goodacre now out of the, what is, third corner and up into the fourth corner. And now sixth gear on approach to turn 5 for Goodacre, and then under brakes. Most of these cars are quite good under brakes. I have noticed that with a few onboard shots that we've had. Cars are quite good under brakes. You're able to get through this it's not really a H pattern gearbox, but it's a shifter gearbox, so you tend to get through it quite easily. The H pattern ones are a little bit harder. You tend to lock up the tyres a little bit more. Luckily, these are shift paddles, so you don't tend to lock up a bit more. These cars have a slight amount of ABS to help with locking. ABS does help with protecting the tyres. Of course, we've got to use these tyres through 4 races here this weekend. So it's quite a lot of tyres to use in 1 weekend. You've got 1 set for practice, 1 set for qualifying, and 1 set for all 4 races. You've got to really be quite good at tyre management to be able to get through a weekend. Try not to kill the tyres. Very, very limited sets of Michelin tyres here. Meanwhile, Stibbs continues to pull away. Goodacre getting closer and closer to the back of Emery. In the process, Emery's just having to push a little bit more to try and keep away. In the process, he's just catching slightly to Stibbs. So this pace, Goodacre really being pulled along here by Jeff Emery. He said, as I mentioned a few moments ago, he had pace in free practice. Just hasn't been able to do it now in the race. Just hasn't been able to show that pace within the last 3 races. Here as now making run down through the front straight. Very short front straight actually as we head into turn number 1. Goodacre closed up there on the brakes very nicely. He might be able to pull a move here as we make our run up through turn number 4. This race very much a bit more interesting than what we saw from the Australian Formula 4 when we were mostly under safety car a little bit earlier this morning. If you missed that, big crash. Hopefully we can see those cars back out in race number 2 a little bit later on today when we go racing from 6:30 tonight. 4:30 for Elizabeth. Not exactly what she would have been preferring to happen. In her home. Oh, they go up the inside. Goodacre right on the outside. You can see he got him perfectly under the brakes on Jeff Emery. As Emery leaving no room. Push comes to shove. And Emery's like, no, thank you. I want that position back. Goodacre won't be very happy about that. Now trying to get all the power. No traction control in these cars, so you've got to ease the power on. But Goodacre is very much putting a fight to this. So is Emery. We've got a battle on our hands here in the Intermission race cars here. This is going to be good. You can see, take a look at the replay here. You can see, under brakes, Goodacre, very good under brakes. And just got the car stopped, got down the inside. But you can see on corner exit, down this back straight here, left him no room, did Jeff Emery. No room whatsoever. Gear 1 into the hairpin. left him no room on exit. Got the power down very nicely. He actually got good traction, got good grip on exit, but then just had nowhere to go on the exit with grass approaching at about 1,000,000 miles an hour. The margin 4 seconds, Stibbs to Emery, then Goodacre. Back to what I was saying. Yeah, so Elizabeth, I can tell you this much. She very much won't be happy that the Australian Formula 4 race is from like 4 AM, because that's one of the other streams that you could possibly catch. It'll be getting later and later for her as well, so yeah, she won't be very happy that she's in a different time zone. And I know she's listening. I know she's watching right now. So she's sort of like, yep, I'm not happy that I'm in a different time zone right now. She would love to be back in her hometown. Because right now it's like 1 AM, and actually I think that's worse. It's like 2 AM. Correct me if I'm wrong, Thomas, but I think it's like 2 AM. So yeah, it's a bit of a problem. As Stibbs and Goodacre, Emery and Goodacre continue to just chuff along here. 12.5 minutes to go in this one. I'm going back to back here with the commentary for the High-Tech Oil Super Series, so don't go anywhere. The Innovation Race cars I'm doing, and then the next cars out on track, I think, are the Formula cars, so we'll see what happens through there. Goodacre trying to look for another spot. You can see he tried to replicate the move he did a few moments ago on Emery at that hairpin. Didn't happen this time around, but now we'll see what he can do under brakes into the more or less penultimate corner. It's about 9 PM here. Epic. Epic. To be honest, I reckon Elizabeth will stay around for another couple hours or something. Yeah, this is quite a chill stream, indeed, quite a chill stream here as Stibbs continues to lead by 5 seconds. That margin back to Goodacre, and then Jeffrey Donaldson in position 4. We are riding on board here with Donaldson as he makes... Sorry, this is Stibbs as he makes his run. This is Denny Studdard. Sorry, this is for position 6 at the moment in the 702 car. Yeah, I'll stay for a while, definitely. Yep, I'll stay for a while, definitely. Sounds good. Sounds good indeed. Yeah, so I'll probably be doing another 2 or 3 support races, and I think it's the lunch break after that. So, and then after the lunch break, I'll be doing the TA2 muscle cars, followed by the final race for the Innovation Race cars. So, yeah, I've got a bit of commentary to do within the next couple of hours here. But the number 5 High-Tech Oils car of Stibbs, there's very much no stopping him in this one. 5 seconds, that margin. Was I expecting Stibbs to run away? Absolutely. There was absolutely every chance in the world that I was expecting him to run away here in this race, as Jeff Emery sits second in this one. That battle continuing to rage on with Goodacre. 7/10 the margin, as we see Studdard and Finn brew a bit of a battle. This is for 6th and 7th on the track. Epic qualifying session we had a few moments ago there from the TA2 muscle cars, with Jared Hughes taking pole for race number 2 of the week. And we've got 2 other races still to come. We've got one more race still to come this weekend. Here, that's the TA2 muscle cars here. Of course, the TA2 muscle cars will be the first cars on track after the lunch break, which will be quite good indeed. Stibbs continues to pull the margin, 5.1 seconds. Emery and Goodacre separated by just less than a second here in this one. 9.5 minutes to go. Emery under brakes. Very nice indeed. Getting that power down. And trying to ever so slightly pull away from Goodacre in position 3. For the High-Tech Oil Super Series this weekend. Of course, live on SBS and Fox a bit later on today from 1 PM. So not only will it be the live stream, it will be SBS and Fox that you'll be able to catch all the action on the High Tech Oil Super Series. If you want to watch it on the channel, head over there. Because you've got the pictures and then you've also got me commentating as well. So you can do a bit of double. Just search up High Tech Oils Super Series through your YouTube search bar. And it should actually be the first thing that pops up, to be honest, for day 2 of action for the High Tech Oil Super Series. 8 hours of action still to come as we take a little replay of Started and Finn. Is this going to end? Well, it is. So Started just letting by there, knowing that, well, maybe Finn has a bit more pace. Maybe he can pull me along in this one. That's possibly something that could happen here, as under brakes once more. This battle between Donaldson and Hollinger. Hollinger just pulled in a little bit more within the last few laps. Lap times are continuing to drop as this track continues to improve. Bit of cloud cover pulled over in the TA2 Muscle Car Series for qualifying. We might see a bit of rain a bit later on today for the TA2 Muscle Cars for their set 3rd race of the weekend. 2 races yesterday, 2 races today.
Very tail of the field. We had a chat with his engineer watching on the hill at turn number 1, and he reported that Donaldson was not too pleased with that particular manoeuvre.
Is that a nice way of saying it?
Yeah, I think so.
He was animated on the radio, is what I heard.
Is that right?
Let's get back on this battle for second place, though. John Goodacre, have a look through the front window as he clicks down through that paddle shift transaxle.
How quick he did that yesterday. It was like 4 gear shifts in about, it's got to be under a second down for sure. I'm not over-exaggerating that, but yeah.
Thomas saying, I'm off to sleep. 3 AM is enough. See you hopefully on the next one.
They're designed to do a lot of endurance racing as well, these cars. So we have seen the 6, 12 and 24-hour races around the world. We were speaking yesterday about some of the drives.
I will certainly see you later. A bit later, Thomas. I don't reckon you'll be able to catch the Australian Formula 4 race. These sorts of weekends, they really do ruin your sleep schedule. You try and stay up for as late as possible, and then you don't end up staying as late as what you wanted. But yeah, good to see you're actually tired, more or less, Thomas. Here, very good to see you're actually tired. Yeah, I'll see you a bit later, Thomas. Here, as Stibbs continues to lead by 6 seconds here. As we take a look at here at Hollinger under brakes and into turn number 8 on this circuit. Get the power down on the exit here as Hollinger continues to just keep this more or less pacey sort of feel up in this one. 5.5 minutes to go here in the IRC Championship. Of course, second penultimate round for the Invasion Race Car Championship. Here they've had nearly 10 rounds for an 11-round season. They supported the Bathurst 12 Hours a few months ago, back in February. They supported that weekend. This is their 11th round of the championship. Here with 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this one. Hollinger just not able to close up enough to pull a move. A margin 0.4 of a second. Can he possibly do it under brakes here? That is a possibility. Just slightly deep there from Donaldson. And Hollinger would have saw that just a few moments ago. He would have saw that he would have went slightly deep. He wouldn't have liked that either. Now, as Hollinger now slipstreaming down the back straight for what should be about the 5th last time in this race. 4 minutes, 10 seconds to go here in race number 3 of the Innovation Race Cars. Emery's actually pulled away slightly from Goodacre here. The margin just 1.1 seconds. And he's actually dropped the margin back to Stibbs, says Jeff Emery. 5.7. Of course, he's got to be careful he doesn't use up all these tyres here. Otherwise, that will not be good. Here for race number 3 of the weekend for the Innovation Race cars. Here, 5.9 the margin, Stibbs to Emery.
Aggressive on it, that is for sure. Looking around, there are a few PB sectors, Finn and Studded as well. Both of the cars on the screen set PB sectors on the last lap. And in fact, Studded set his best lap of the race. So despite Finn moving past him, Studded is remaining on his tail.
He certainly is here, Studded. Certainly remaining on his tail very, very nicely. As you heard there, a few personal best sectors from Finn and Studded. Not purple, but their personal best, which is their best of the race. Not the race's best. The race's best is when you say purple, purple, purple. Or the session best, more or less known as. Stibbs continuing to run away with this one. 6.2 seconds. That margin. Absolute domination in this one here for the Innovation Race cars. Absolute domination this weekend for Stibbs. Still got one race to go. But that could change. Can that domination change in race number 4? 2 minutes 20 seconds to go in this one.
Not subconsciously thinking about things, you have to re-judge your braking points and everything, so it is often harder to drive at 5% than it is at 100%.
It certainly is. I mean, you know, your braking references change as the race goes on. You know, cloud cover becomes a thing. You know, that little bit of sunlight that you saw at the start of the race, that was your braking marker. Even on the formation lap, you know, you've got trees that cover that braking marker slightly, just a little bit. So that's the real importance of trying to hit your braking marker as much as possible. If you miss your braking marker very slightly, or the genuine braking marker, sometimes when there's not really a real braking marker, you come up with your own, like a patch of shade slightly, or just before the curb stone, or something like that. Yeah, and then if that gets changed, it tends to stuff up your line a little bit here. Or maybe just a little licorice strap on the road that tends to give up a bit more grip on the circuit. And if that goes away, then that's a problem. So, you know, you're changing your braking marker practically every lap around this circuit. 50 seconds to go, though. Here, we should be 1 lap after this time around, or unless I am proven wrong. But I'm going to guess I'm not. No, I am. I'm very much proved wrong here. This will be the final lap of the race for Stibbs. He will make his way around the circuit one more time here. 6.2 seconds the margin. Stibbs to Emery. 2 seconds back to Goodacre. So Emery has had a very good second part to this race in terms of his pace. Stibbs, he's holding a very consistent pace as well. So it's making the difference here, as I'm guessing Stibbs will start the final lap of the race. I think he has started the final lap of the race here. And this battle soon to close between Finn and Studdard. The number 82 and the 702 continuing to battle in this one. Denny Studdard.
The Mark II car, we said, didn't we, how loud the Donaldson car was yesterday. It's actually louder than the IRC cars. That's a 5.2 litre quad cam V8. It actually produces 615 brake horsepower. So the Mark II car is actually a little bit more powerful, but it's not as good in a straight line. Got a bit more aero on it, so it's not as efficient in a straight line. This Mark I machine It's got a 5-litre V8 Coyote engine in it, 550 brake horsepower for this particular machine. The Mark 1s, they were built in 3 different body shapes. This popular Ford Focus, also the Mazda 3 body shape, and the BMW M235i as well.
So we're on the final lap here of the Innovation Race Cars. Well, it's race number 1 for Sunday, race 3 of the weekend. And have a look at Donaldson, they'll be coming around. This is the battle you've got on your screen at the moment, and that's for 4th position as we go on board. This looks like our leader, Lee Stibbs, coming around the final couple of corners. Will he get his 2nd victory out of 3 races? Brand new to the Innovation Race Car Series, brand new car, and across the finish line to take the checkered flag and gets himself another win there. Emery just got across the line in 2nd position now. He opened up a little bit of a gap on Goodacre, so definitely something happened there.
There's been a change on the final lap further back. Jack Donaldson is just going to hold on by half a car length, but behind, Stoddard has made his way past Finn on the final lap and slid out the final corner. So he managed to get through, set his PB lap on the 2nd to last lap, and then managed to make his way through on the final tour. So nice job there for Danny Stoddard. Good recovery in what was a challenging race for him. Lee Stibbs, the victor in that one by a comfortable 4.7 seconds. Margin came down a little bit towards the end, but I think he was just cruising to the flag. Jeff Emery came home in 2nd, as you say, really gapping Goodacre late on in that one. Axel Donaldson came home in 4th position, holding off John Hollinger in that race. Beyond that, Danny Stoddard got past Brian Finn right at the death, and Joe Crossing in the Mark 1 Ford Focus came home in position at number 8.
Really starting to find their groove around this little 2.6 kilometre track here at Mullumbimby Motorsport Park. It's got a whole heap of history, and I like to say it's got character. You walk in, you almost feel the personality of the track, don't you? For the first time you drive to the gates, you get to come in a little bit more often than the rest of us, but yeah, you really feel it as Lee Stibbs is going to cool down lap there, and I'm sure he'll be happy to give himself another race win. Emery, the only one to get on all 3 podiums at the moment. He's had a win, a 3rd and a 2nd. So he's been on every step of that podium so far this weekend. Jeff Emery, let's have a look at some of the race highlights though. The start was always going to be interesting. Emery's been here before. Last time he was in pole position. He had started on the inside, but tell you what, Lee Stibbs, pedal to the metal, and he just got in front there. He's got the racing line into turn number 2, and he held on to that. In the high-tech oils in for Emery, I think he just knew it was all about what's happening behind, but it was Donaldson who got an early start on Goodacre.
But not for long, straight away, just a couple of corners in, bang, back up the inside, came John Goodacre to reclaim that 3rd position. And then he went on the attack on Jeff Emery, forced him into a mistake down at the northern hairpin, and then tried to go around the outside, and Emery squeezed him right to the white line, and Goodacre was forced to back out of that move.
Yeah, didn't he really make sure he was on the outside of that? Now, a little mistake from Danny Stoddard. He couldn't get away from Brian Finn, so in the end, Finn just goes, you know what, if you're going to go wide, I'm happy to come down the inside. And this is the final moments of the race where Lee Stibbs had that lead, which he just let dwindle down a little bit, just running to the time at that point. It's Jeff Emery there to take up a little gap on Goodacre, so something happening in the background there. And Danny Stoddard in the dying moments got Brian Finn on that last lap as well. And there's your race highlight.
Race highlights there as Stibbs hops out of his car, and a very happy man indeed. As he hops out of his car, his kid's there, going around the car to possibly give him a hug for that race win for Stibbs. What a lovely family he has there. Very much a lovely weekend Stibbs has had as he continues to take off his helmet. And we'll get Mel Price down there in a few moments' time to have a chat with Stibbs.
And he's always travelling, is Lee Stibbs, but yeah, great to see his friends and family down here. And Mel, you're down there with our top 3.
I am John Goodacre. We predicted a podium before the start of this race, and here you are.
Yeah, a bit disappointed couldn't get up to 2nd, but we gave it a good crack.
He left the door open there at one point. I thought you had it.
Yeah, he left it open, then closed it up fairly soon after Pacific Waste there.
Well, Good result, P3, podium achieved.
Yeah, can't complain about that. Thanks very much.
Jeff Emery, you did look like you might have left the door open a few times there, but you were able to shut it.
Yeah, look, at the start I was struggling to pull it up into the hairpin there, so I was leaving myself a bit vulnerable to John, and obviously John was a bit stronger there, so obviously he got up beside me lap 5 or 6, but I just put my head down after that and started getting it right, started making less mistakes and pulled away, which was good. So obviously Johnny gave me a bit of room there as well, so got to thank you for that too. But that was good hard racing. I enjoyed every bit of it. Obviously didn't have the speed that Lee's got over there, but I'm happy with the result.
Great, you're still on top of the championship, so second place will still give you 2 more points.
Yeah, that's the plan this weekend, is to finish all the races, obviously. We haven't been able to do that this year. One more to go.
Fantastic. And another race victory for Lee Stibbs with the cutest pit crew there is. How good is it that Daddy won?
Good. Good.
You must love driving this car.
Yeah, blessed, very, very blessed. So just grateful for the opportunity George and the high-tech guys have given us. So thoroughly enjoyed it.
Been great to watch. 1 more to go.
Yeah, looking forward to it. All the guys in the category have been great, embraced me really well. So all the best to Jeff and Goodacre for the next one. So looking forward to it.
Great stuff, thanks.
Yeah, that's our sentiments exactly. Daddy, well done. Indeed. Well done, Lee Stibbs. Yes, a very happy weekend for him as we move on to our next category who have come out for their third race of the weekend as well. Of course, it's the Formula Vs who join us back here at the High-Tech Oil Super Series. A very short national series for them, but great to have them joining us once again. But it's all about Reynolds at the front and McDonald, because that was the fight that we saw yesterday. That's going to continue on. And in the first race, it was just 1/10 of a second between them. So we'll wait and see. And that went right down to the last couple of corners. But the race start is underway. And as they move down into turn number 1, it looks like McDonald's may have got the jump on Reynolds and that checkmate chassis.
Yeah, certainly has. He got a great launch away from the line and comfortably led into that first corner. They're all making their way through turns 1 and 2 successfully. But despite getting the launch and leading away quite comfortably, Reynolds is sticking to the rear end of his machine as
I have a few things planned. I'm actually going away in like a week or 3 weeks, 2 weeks time, 2 or 3 weeks time. So I've got like one stream that I really wanted to catch up on. It's another like 8-9 hour stream. It's the Winton 300. I want to stream that at some point. If I get a chance. I'm probably going to stream that when I get to the Gold Coast, because that's where I'm going. I've got a few other. I'm gonna probably take like a week break up there, and then I'll do a bit of streaming up there as well, do a bit of recording. But yeah, that's my plan. Here, as the Formula V's are underway, Reynolds leads over McDonald and Hedeman in position 3. 20 minutes plus 1 lap.
Was the fight between the two for a majority of the day yesterday.
Yeah, that's the one we were watching for most of the race, and it did jostle, didn't it, those two? They're going at it as well, and it's got some championship implications as well for those two that are here this weekend. So we'll probably see that continue on at the moment, and the slipstream taking effect. Have a look at McDonald, just has a look, but he's not going to make it happen on this one. And he waited late in the race of race number 1. It was only in the last probably 3 or 4 laps we saw him start to take those position, I suppose, risks down the inside, take a risky manoeuvre down the inside, got it done. And he was almost experimenting with where the move needed to be done to ensure he stayed on the right side of the track to continue on and get the win. And it was, like we say, 1/10 of a second. How close is that nose going? It must look like you run through a sanding belt, I reckon.
Looks like an antiquer under brakes, doesn't it? As he slams on the anchors, but he's got a lovely run out of there. Forced Reynolds to go defensive into Northern Hamping. Got a great run out of the corner as a result of, will take up the running at the front of the field down into turn number 8. Yesterday, as you say, race 1 went right down to the wire. McDonald went around the outside at turn 9 to sling it up the inside and snatch victory away from Reynolds at the very final corner. Race 2 though, McDonald was not able to stay with him. He made a couple of errors and that just meant he fell out to that toe, out to the draft, and from that point they were matching. They were so even on pace. Once he fell out of the slipstream, that was it then. He couldn't catch back up again. So This time McDonald will really try not to make those errors early in this race and remain in Reynolds' slipstream, potentially take the lead like he has now. Just remain with the number 51 machine, the checkmate chassis throughout the race, so he's in the fight come those closing laps. And that's what Hederman will also try and do as well in position number 3, but he's already fallen over a second behind.
Well, this is the battle for 10th position at the moment. Newell of the 36 machine leading over Moran and Westerhout. As we head back to our leaders on track, McDonald, I don't think he's too worried about it at this point. There's still more than 16 minutes remaining in this race. And look at the nose going right under the exhaust pipe, tucking in there. Whether he's going to try and work together potentially to try and get away from Hederman.
Yeah, that's the question.
You know what I mean? Like, if they can get away, they don't have to worry. Look how close he is at the moment, and that's still less than a second behind McDonald.
These two are the championship contenders, though, and I think both of them will probably think, you know, if Hederman can get inside us, you know, get in between us, if I take the victory and he's in second, they'll probably want him to join the fight. Both of them will be thinking, if I can get him in between myself and my title rival, that would only be a good thing. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do play it, but the top 3 at the moment are very much pulling away. So Hederman going with them at this point in time, which is good to see. Daniel Reynolds, fastest first sector of the race, but this is where the slipstream really does come into effect on the backstretch. This is what these first few laps are about. It's trying to find out where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are, how strong the toe is this morning with the wind, of course. It was pretty still late yesterday, and it's pretty still again today, but oh, you can see already, they are testing each other, just finding out where each other's strengths and weaknesses are today. And this is definitely the closest we've seen Hederman to the top 2 for quite some time this weekend.
Yeah, not letting him get away. It'll be a bit of a gamble, I think, on tyre pressures today. Like I said earlier, is that it was cool this morning. Slightly different track. Now, it's going to be different to yesterday as well with that rain we had overnight and in the late hours or the early hours of this morning as well. So it was still damp when we got here to the track this morning before 8 o'clock. That dried out pretty quick with that wind that comes across here at Malala. So McDonald back in the lead of this one with Reynolds in second position. We have a little bit of a battle going on further down. This is the battle for fourth. Harriet out there in the orange machine with Ogden behind, who yesterday had an issue with a spark plug being stripped out of the head, I believe. So they had some mechanical issues yesterday. Great to see them back out on track, and this will be a fresh day for them as they slide it out there. Ogden in the orange machine over Bean.
Correct, so that was a huge slide there for Ogden. He nearly looped it down there at turn number 2. You don't normally see Formula V cars get that sideways and stay facing in the right direction. Normally if they go that sideways, you're on the lock stops and you lose the rear end as the fight up the front continues once more. So McDonald back up the inside, or in fact a defensive move that was down there into the northern hairpin. This is good quality racing already this morning in the Australian Formula V Championship. Their final round of the season, a season that started at Calder Park Raceway. They've been with us ever since on the High-Tech All Super Series bill, competing at Sydney Motorsport Park at Queensland Raceway, and then here rounding out their 4-round season. Very much a national series this weekend and all season really. As you said yesterday, depending on what state we've been in, we've had a lot of locals, but we've had the usual Queenslanders, West Aussies, and of course Daniel Reynolds from Canberra, who's gone and done every round. So we've had that core group, haven't we, of about a dozen that have gone to every event and joined the local contingency.
Yeah, definitely had. It's made for an interesting season, especially when we consider there are a couple of things there to do with the points. We'll adjust some things, and we'll let them sort that out with the Formula V category, because there's so many points up for grabs in each round. Like, there's over 500 points available, which means if you have one bad weekend, you can fall right back in the numbers. Here we go, they're side by side once again. Reynolds around the outside, and McDonald, well, he can't hold on to it that time. The runner's on, but he goes wide, right up on the ripple strip there. And that really hurts the drive out of that corner. And have a look at McDonald now. He's got to go the long way around, but he's down the inside line. I don't think he's close enough. He's going to duck back in behind as well.
Yeah, despite that little error there from Reynolds, he was able to hold on that occasion, but notably Hedeman has fallen back off these top two. He's dropped back quite significantly despite setting a PB sector at the start of this lap. He is 1.8 seconds. Make that 2 seconds behind now as he comes across the line. So the top two, because they're not fighting as much on the last couple of laps, they've been able to break away from Hedeman, who was second in both races yesterday and is looking to finish in that position again, or potentially improve in his Rapier 09. A few people said to me coming into the weekend, it's a shorter wheelbase chassis which will work well around the tight corners around this venue, and I think it has. He has been pretty competitive this weekend. You'd say a bit closer to the front running he normally would be, but it's still, I don't think, quite enough to really take the fight to these guys here this weekend. They've been the class of the field. Daniel Reynolds chirping the front wheels there under brakes, run wide as a result. Effectively, that was locking up under brakes, so he forced into an error by McDonald, who slides up around the outside through the flat-out kink and will take the inside running into the final hairpin on this lap. So many great overtaking opportunities here at Malala Motorsport Park in South Australia. For many young people, they've not only not been here before, but a lot of them have never seen the place on TV because, of course, particularly our Formula Ford stars, you know, back when this track was last used in national Formula Ford competition, they were just babies.
Were they even born? Some of
them would have been born, exactly right.
Some of them have been thought about.
A couple of them hadn't even heard of the track when it was announced on the calendar at the start of the year, which really does highlight just how fresh it is back in the national spotlight. First national event here at Malala Motorsport Park in nearly a decade. As side by side, there is a fight further down the order.
Yeah, it looks like Reinstein and Bialik is out there taking on now. Bialik leading the 1200 class. So we haven't mentioned that today, have we? That there is a 1600cc engine, 1260. So Bialik is leading that one. Oh no, this is the leaders. Wow, they are really pushing their braking markers at the moment, aren't they? You can see that tyre lock up there, but Reynolds goes back around to the number 78 checkmate chassis. McDonald.
He's still starting to fight a little bit more as this race continues to go on here. With 9.5 minutes to go. Reynolds leads 0.2 of a second back to McDonald in position 2. As running now through the final corner, turn 10 for Reynolds. And now making his run up back into turn number 1.
Sharp teeth, that is of course Newell, who is in position number 10 just ahead of Moran, who comes from Queensland and going around the outside at the sweeper down towards turn number 8. Good battle between these two. They were fighting for much of yesterday as well, and they remain side by side. This is great stuff between the pair, and it's going to be the 36 that holds on of Newell. But look, Bezik's coming to the fight as well. Another Queenslander joins the duel. Of course, the Queenslanders were at the Ben Motorsport Park last weekend. In fact, the large majority of the field were at the Ben Motorsport Park last weekend for their national challenge, and that went the way for a 5th time of Michael Kinsella. He pipped Daniel Reynolds right at the end of the race. Unfortunately, Kinsella, a regular in the National Series, has competed in it for many, many years. Because it was back-to-back weekends, he couldn't get the time off work and unfortunately had to skip this event. But of course, you do have the drop-around point system in the Australian Formula V Series. So although he's not here, it doesn't look as bad on paper as it does in front of us.
Yeah, so we're looking at the live scores at the moment here, and they'll travel down now. This could get interesting as they start to come and get a few back markers lapping a little bit of traffic at the moment. Oh, there's play into someone's advantage. Oh yeah, I know, that's the 39, that's Midwinter.
Baxter Midwinter, local South Australian. He knows this track like the back of his hand. Both the Midwinters here this weekend, both Baxter and Julian Midwinter, both competing in the 1200cc class, and they're actually now on the road to together in 21st and 22nd, but Julian Midwinter has already retired the car after just a lap in this race, so that's a shame that his race has come to an early end, but a good contingency of 1200cc cars. We've got a half dozen here this weekend, which is really, really good to see. Large bulk of them made up by the South Australians. But a great battle this. Up the front, McDonald certainly not made those mid-war race errors like he did yesterday. He is remaining in the wheel tracks of Daniel Reynolds. He's gone purple in Sector 1, a PB in Sector 2. So I think McDonald is really starting to push now.
He's going to have to. The time is ticking away. We're under 7 minutes remaining in this race, and with some lap traffic getting in the way, it can upset your race line. So Reynolds can pick it at the right moment. It could be an advantage. So just go past Butler, who's down in 17th position. Just running his own little race down there at the moment. He's between 16th and 18th, but they've got a little bit of a gap either side.
Absolutely. Through they go through turn number 2. Tricky corner, that one. There's so many different ways you can approach it, depending on if you're on the attack, if you're defending, if you're on a quali lap, if you're by yourself in a race. There's multiple different lines that you can take, and it depends as well if you've got a rear-wheel drive car or front-wheel drive car and what category you're in. So it's a really unique corner, that one, because you go through turn 1. It's quite cambered turn 1, but if you get spat out too wide, you miss the apex, you end up compromising turn 2 quite badly. So it's very much a compromised section of road, a bit like the final sequence of corners as well. Oh, Reynolds again. Those front wheels really chirp when he's hard on the anchors, don't they?
And look at this, McDonald. He's just testing the waters again, I think, just trying to find out, because we know Reynolds said, you know what, I know how to cover him up now. I know his tricks of the trade, but you have to come up with some new tricks at this point, I think, just to try and suss out where you're going to be, where you want to put the car at certain parts of the track so it opens Reynolds up with an opportunistic moment there in the final closing stages. There is nothing between the pace of these two at the moment. Like, I don't think it would matter. No one's going to get in front and run away. They can't break that toe that they're getting down these little straights here and Malala. So you've got to find, sometimes there's an advantage to be in second coming into the final lap of the race. We see that in the legend cars as well. So if you're that close and that evenly matched, sometimes the waiting game's better, but potentially get a little bit more temperature on those brakes, and being air-cooled engine at the rear, I don't think that's going to bother them too much, but potentially a little bit of aero wash as well.
Bilek, the 1200cc class leader, moving on through ahead of the 35, but with 400 extra cc's. Back will come Reichstein back up the inside into turn number 8. Going back to that lead battle, McDonald set purple sectors on the last couple of laps, but both times he's been close enough but hasn't lunged up the inside at turn number 8. I think he's keeping his powder dry. I don't think he wants to show his hand too early. So I think turn number 8, here we are, Reynolds this time defending turn 8. So I think these two are both keeping their cards close to their chest. The question is, when will they start to play those joker cards?
Now, Magician always keeps his best trick for last, Dan.
Indeed.
He's got to keep that up his sleeve. But look at him. He's pushing because those little mistakes that Reynolds is making, those little brake lock-ups and things like that, it's going to start hurting that tyre. If he gets a vibration, like we do, you get a little flat spot on the tyre, it creates a vibration.
Damn. L ads.
The brake pedal. So I think the pressure is what McDonald needs to do. It's not necessarily lead this race. We've still got a few minutes left, which means we've probably got 3 or 4 laps. Is just keep pushing. A mistake at this track will send you off. I know we don't have sand traps as such, so generally you can get out, but if you get in there, you're going to buy yourself 20 or 30 seconds.
Absolutely. Here they are side by side into that hairpin, and again Reynolds, you can hear it through the audio, the sound of the car, the chirping of the tyres, and then the over rotation as the rear comes out sliding on him. But he's able to save it each time, but it certainly looks a bit of a handful, the Checkmate chassis out there for him at the moment, as McDonald is really applying the pressure. Reynolds has taken 6 wins in the championship this season. McDonald has taken 4. They are the most winningest of the Formula V drivers this season. By far, so of course we can tell are not here this weekend. He'd taken 3 coming into this round. Further back down the field, we look at Harriet and Ogden. great performance from Ogden. We said he had problems yesterday, but he has been fantastic in this one, hasn't he? He's in an outright position at number 4, made his way through the field with a relative ease, which is really, really good to see. And that is great news. Interested to see if he can take the fight potentially to Hedeman later on this afternoon. I'm looking at their lap times. He's about half a second slower a lap than the man who's in position number 3, but we've not seen Ogden in the toe of Hedeman, which could make a huge difference in Formula V machinery as they head on further back through the field down towards turn number 3. Due east, the red machine, I believe, has just been lapped by car number 13, and he has. That's Bean, who's sitting comfortably inside the top 10. I tell you what, I wouldn't run with number 13. I'm quite superstitious with that number. You've got to, you can't be superstitious and run that number. That is for certain.
No, I don't think it's everyone's number. No. I don't think too many would take the risk on that one.
The last person in Formula 1 was Pastor Maldonado over a decade ago, so it shows that Formula 1 drivers are superstitious and want to stay away from the number.
Well, I think you do everything, don't you, to put luck on your side. You're not going to risk absolute anything when it comes to racing. You know, the fight still continues on at the lead here at the moment. We're less than 1 minute remaining in race trim. I don't know whether they're going to get around and start another lap. That is going to be the question with 45 seconds remaining. They're doing about a 1:20 each time they go around. Midwinter, the number 39 in 19th position. That actually might have just got past East, actually.
Yeah, he did.
He just got past East for 18th position. So that battle still continues on there. Is that Thompson behind in the 7 to the yellow 17? Potentially that's going to be there as well. So Kathy Liston up into 16th, Butler up into 17th. So must have been a little bit of a moment there as our leaders still battling it out with just a few seconds remaining in this race. Where are they going to take the risk? Where will McDonald try and push the limits of the car? Can Reynolds hold on to those brakes? He's had those lockups. Looks like he might be up on him on the outside, but the inside line's going to be for Reynolds. Reynolds pulls the little chassis up. Bit of a zigzag through here as our time is done in the race. Well, they slide around just a little bit, don't they?
Last lap then. This is the final lap of the race. McDonald, fastest lap of the race on lap number 11. And he set a fastest first sector on the last lap as well. McDonald is attacking hard here in the late stages of this race. On a spinner for car number 17 out there. That's Thompson, who is just coming into the battle with Midwinter and East, but he has looped it around on the final lap of this race. So a potential podium in the 1200cc class has gone begging. Look at this on the back straight now, catching a whole group of back markers. Will these cars play a factor in the final half a lap of this race? They're side by side into the hairpin again. Reynolds chirping under brakes. Nice exit from McDonald, but are they going to be able to go too wide through the kink of turn number 7? No, not quite. This is going to be fascinating though. How are they going to judge the lap traffic down towards turn number 8? The answer, they'll both go to the inside. Oh, Reynolds placed that car perfectly. He forced McDonald to get balked behind the lap traffic, and that move might just seal the victory for him. He comes around the final corner. Nice exit from McDonald, but the straight is not long enough. Reynolds holds on despite McDonald setting the fastest lap on the final lap of the race. He threw everything at it, but it wasn't quite enough. The margin in the end, just under 2 tenths.
Oh no, close racing from those two at the front, hasn't it? Reynolds and McDonald's really putting the show on this weekend for the Formula Vs here at Madeline Motorsport Park. 71 Ogden. Great to see back on track in day number 2 of competition. It's always hard when you get some mechanical issues on day number 1, but finishes in 4th position with Harriet in 5th position in the number 16 machine.
We saw Harriet and Clifton having a great duel yesterday for 4th position. Clifton got pushed back a little bit early on in the race, but he did recover back to finish in 6th position. So the South Australian best of the locals there. And further down the field, we await our 1200cc class leader, who is Matthew Bialek at the moment. But the tail enders of the 1600 continue to come across the line, including that car, number 17, also the number 36 of Newell.
Yeah, holds out Beswick right down to the finish line. Just having a look to see Moran comes across the line as well. Still be Wester Howard. He's made the trip down from Queensland as well this weekend to be here. Spent a couple of weeks down in South Oz, and he ends up in 13th position with Bialik in 14th, just behind. So the leader in the 1200 class. And there's our race winner though, Reynolds, still leading this championship, we believe. We're putting the numbers together there as we speak. So another race win will just extend his lead in the championship in this final round for them in their Australian Championship. Race number 3, Daniel Reynolds, Alex McDonald in second by just 1800ths of a second. Hedeman will have to come in third position for the third time this weekend. Ogden, great to see him back there in the field as well. Rod Liston after some repairs yesterday, or on Friday, there in 9th position, so working his way back through what is a very busy mid-pack. Matthew Bialik in the number 64 in 14th position overall, but the leader in our 1200cc class once again. So he's been very dominant there, and in that bottom pack of the 1600, so he's been very fast. Let's have a look though at some of the highlights of this race at number 3. Dan and McDonald took the lead going into turn number 1. Got a fantastic start really, because Reynolds has been super quick. There was the 2 at the back there where we saw Hedeman really go at it for a second there, and the battle continued on.
This was the first of many overtakes that we saw throughout the race, but McDonald was leading for quite a portion, but around the outside went Reynolds on that opening lap to take the race lead. So McDonald wasn't having any of it, and a couple of laps later he responded back around the outside, almost replicating that move. Ogden, as we said, was the real hard charge. We had a huge slide through turn number 2, a good catch from him. That could have very much brought his race undone, but he caught it and ended up finishing in 4th place. Reynolds moved back through, did run a little bit wide there, and that did allow McDonald back by a couple of laps later. He made that move, but there were so many overtakes for the race lead. It was absolutely scintillating stuff. That was the spin for number 17. We saw the recovery, but that was the moment. But Reynolds, despite all the lap traffic, was able to hold on, and he took the race win by just under 0.2 of a second. Mel, to you.
3 for 3, Alex Hedeman. Another lonely drive for you then.
Yeah, it was a little disappointing, but I've got one more chance, so I'll give it my best then.
Would you rather be out there having someone to race with, or is it quite unstressful being by yourself?
It is unstressful, but it's not nearly as fun, so...
Oh well, just one to go.
Yeah, thank you.
Alex McDonald, you did not give up even towards the end. You posted your fastest lap on lap 11.
Okay, nice. Yeah, it was a close race and I was throwing everything at it, but yeah, couldn't quite get there in the end. So.
Great racing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Daniel Reynolds, you were ahead for most of that race. Not as many lead changes. Looked like you had that one.
Well, I mean, he certainly made me work for it. I had to defend a lot longer than I would have liked, but and yeah, obviously couldn't pull away this time. So yeah, it was a very close race and really made me earn it.
And what were you thinking as you just came up to that lap car with a couple of corners to go?
Yeah, well, I mean, anything can happen. So, I mean, you can just catch them at the wrong time or right time. I don't know if it really affected either of us too much, but yeah, they can always play a part, and luckily it turned out okay for me.
Well, you guys are brilliant to watch. You're still in the championship. You're first and second in the round. We can't wait for the last race.
Yeah, look forward to another one. Thank you.
Yeah, Daniel Reynolds, very smart racer in the end. I think the lap traffic may have helped out a little bit because it made the track very skinny again.
Correct.
He has only one way to get through, so we'll wait and see how that goes. But he's definitely got an advantage in the championship running at the moment. But CFA Tyre Legend Cars Australia up next, and let's have a look at some of the race highlights from yesterday. Ruben Dan in the 111 machine, the CXC car, that's been the one we've been talking about, the young gun who's just come into the series and been absolutely dominant at the start. Aidan Williams is now leading the championship over Dylan Thomas, who didn't finish race number 1, so he's got a big 0 next to that one. Shane Tate, well, he had an unfortunate race number 1 and had to start from down the back of the field as well, and he worked his way through in the budget car rentals entry with some great onboard footage there as he just went past Benny Goodrich in this fight. Scotty Morgan just in front. There was
plenty going on now. Maverick got in the fight here between Williams and Benno, and he just couldn't get the move done. He was just outside the podium in both those races yesterday in 4th position, but Mary, he's doing a fantastic job this weekend, stepping up from the Excels in 2025. But Aidan Williams from the New South Wales coast, well, leading the championship. This was unfortunate as well with Holder coming off the track there, just coming out of turn number 1 where he had to jump out of the car. Benno in the project300.com.au entry. Well, he's been very quick this weekend, but it was a restart after a safety car there, obviously with Holder coming off the track, and Ruben Dan managed to hold on, and the DXC crew very happy this weekend, especially with the fight back coming from Dylan Thomas.
Absolutely, it's been a great performance from Dan so far. We did have a reverse grid race earlier on today, top 10 inverted, and these were the results from that one. Williams taking the win from Tate, and there are a few notable names towards the tail of the field, including a Goodrich on the podium in the...
As the TFH Cars Australia get underway, how wide can we go into turn number 1? That is the question, as all the cars get down into turn number 1, 15 minutes plus 1 lap of racing here. Good start from everybody off the line here in race number 4 of the TFH Legend Cars Australia. Good start, very much indeed, as we all run nearly 2 or 3 wide.
So he's made up 2 places at the start of this one. Great start from the youngster.
Great for Ruben Dad to come on.
Williams leads over Tate as the cars run into the right-hander. Side by side, they're on the exit. These cars can very much hold side by side here. Nearly 3, 4, 5 wides as into the braking zone they go. You can see the 111 was on pole. He's now dropped right back down into 5th position in this one. Very much not the start he would have wanted there for Dan in this race. As the 147 Tate continues to hold on to this lead over Thomas and Williams in P3. These cars don't very much rely on the slipstream. Actually, more or less, they sort of do. So expect the slipstream to become a bit of a play here as the cars pounds the curbs of the final corner. Tate leads with 13.5 minutes to go.
Slipstream was on that back straight. Williams led going on to the back stretch, made a nice exit out of the hairpin, but by the time they got to turn 5, he was in position number 3 and just trying to hold on even to that position. He's now been shuffled back since to 4th position. So it looks to me like there's a bit of a headwind on the back straight compared to yesterday. We're seeing a lot more slipstreaming as there's a bit of a lock-up with one of our top 2 contenders. Does anybody run wide? No, that's one of the things of Legend Cars, because they're so light. You can lock up and still make the apex of the corner. But look at the toe. Look at Dylan Thomas hone in on the rear of Shane Tate on the back straight. That is visible down there. You could see how much he closed in. But Tate placed the car in the right place through the kink. It meant that Thomas could not continue that run. And in fact, Thomas might get his pocket picked by his teammate, will he? No, not quite. Dan forced to roll out of that one, and now he is under attack from Aidan Williams. This is great Legend Cars racing. This is what we expected here at Malala, and they are showing us just how good this racing is around here. Yesterday, Dan broke away early, was able to pull away into the distance. He is not able to do that today with the reverse grid earlier on, and now he's right in the fight in this one as well, defending down in towards turn number 1. He might be young, but I tell you what, he's done a lot more racing than his fellow competitors in recent times, racing overseas in England last year in Janetta Juniors, and then racing 86 Scholarship Series for much of this year as well. So he has been a very busy man behind the wheel, but he said to me, this is something completely different.
And it might be about the team as well this weekend, despite he's on track probably for a round. Dylan Thomas had 0 points in race number 1 with that DNF, but Dylan Thomas has a championship on the line over Aidan Williams, so they need to keep the green and gold machine out of that top 3 if they possibly can. Shane Tate under all sorts of pressures. Both the CXC machines go too wide, and Ruben Dan, he's not giving the boss, he's not letting him go, is he? really pushing him to the outside, gets up on the curb. They managed to get Aidan Williams out of this little fight, because we see that happen a lot of times. You lose a little bit of drive. They're not overpowering these machines. Dylan Thomas under brakes, dives down the inside. Ruben Dan will go past Tate as well. And is that, oh no, that's still the CXC machines on the right-hand side. Ruben Dan will try and cover that overtaking manoeuvre now. The 111 as they head down to complete another lap. And Tate, though, gets a little bit of extra drive. Ruben on the inside. Tate can hang on to the outside, which he just can't get up there. Now Aidan Williams fires down the inside. Ryan Pring looks like he's a lot more comfortable in the car this time. The pace seems to be back, but we know those issues that he's having come and go throughout the race.
Yeah, I was just thinking that he is right in the fight here. Top 5, he's not run top 5 all weekend long. It's been a very challenging weekend, as you say. And we've lost a couple of cars that didn't take the start to this one. I saw the number 100 of Hammett on the truck last night, so that car's gone home and not returned here today. And then Benno and Love have not made the start of this race. Benno ended up in the gravel trap with some sort of issue at turn number 3 earlier on, and Love came back to the pits on 3 wheels at one stage with very significant damage. So yeah, that car will be repaired for the race later on, hopefully, but done and dusted for this one. Dylan Thomas waving his teammate by up the inside. I think he's just going to try and slot in behind and try and go with his young teammate who's been the fast man this weekend. So good thinking there by Dylan Thomas. Exactly what you said. Are they going to work together? The answer is obviously yes. I'll get behind my young teammate, follow him, use his toe to try and pull away from the rest of the field. Aidan Williams now back up into position number 3. Tate's been shuffled back to 4. They had Pring, Tippett and Maverick. So really tight in the top 7.
Will there be for fire rules at the end? That's what the final lap. I have to wait and see.
Maybe blue and yellow rules.
Yeah. 9 minutes still remaining in this race number 4 here. 5 races this weekend here for the TFA Tyre Legend Cars Australia. You can see just on board with Tate now, bottom right. He's in 4th position behind our top 3. He's been very fast this weekend. We said race 1, unfortunately, got into a little bit of a incident there where he spun the car around. He went off track and went down the field. So he started further way down the pack in race number 2, worked his way back through, managed to get himself on the podium in the race this morning in 2nd position though. So that reverse top 10 really didn't hurt him too much at all. Got himself in a good position to start this race. And he did lead for the first couple of laps. They're not really breaking away from Aidan Williams. They need to try and work that together. Now, I don't know what you say about the body shape. Some people say that wagon style doesn't really help with the aero compared to the sedan style, but it hasn't really hurt Dylan Thomas. As well as Maverick a bit further down, they're still very, very fast with that body shape. So I'm not quite sure if it has as much implication here with the short straights, maybe down at Sydney Motorsport Park or at the Bend and places like that where they've got a long way to go, potentially down the end. It could affect the top speed of the vehicle. But yeah, it's not playing a factor here this weekend as the Legend cars get around, and Dylan Thomas just goes a little bit wide. And I think that's just going to be because there is 3 or 4 different ways you can choose to go through turn number 3. It's really about the run you want to get down the main straight. Now they're going to want to try and get a little bit of toe together here, whether they can work a bit of Morse code, or is Dylan going to try and take that position back? But he's looking like he's going to have to make Ruben Dan work for this position number 1 at the moment. I don't think there'll be any team orders. Dylan will be enjoying this.
Great shot down at the hairpin from the drone cam. That is a great angle to show you just how sharp that corner is. When we say hairpin, we are not beating about the bush. It is a real tight corner. Formula Ford in TA2, they're having to go down to first gear around both that corner and this one here. Williams has got a nice run out there. He's used the undercut. Oh, lock up. Big lock up there for Dylan Thomas. Just couldn't get it rotated. With Aidan Williams on the inside, he tried to carry more speed to hold it around the outside. But he locked up. He ran wide, and all of this jostling in the final sequence of corners has allowed Dan to pull a small margin, but that might just be enough to pull out of the draft effect and break away from these 2 behind. But that was great racecraft from Williams to set that move up. We haven't seen too many moves there in Legend Cars this weekend.
Shane Tate needs to watch out though, because he has got Tippett down the inside. And Maverick now starting to fire up in 6th position in the 255 machine. Tate, we might see something coming. Oh no, Maverick's now coming out inside. Ryan Fritton's gone back to 7th position, so those troubles still, those mechanical issues still plaguing his car this weekend. It's not taking the car out of racing, it's just taking the confidence out of the driver, and meaning he can't brake as late. So you see, he just can't be on that race pace. We're seeing the top 6 drivers who are super fast out there. Oh, now here we go. Good battle for 2nd position. This is championship right here. Aidan Williams, Dylan Thomas, who's dropped back a little bit. Ryan Brink's still in the top 3. Despite not having a fantastic weekend, he's still accumulating those points. So he's up there. And Shane Tate is an outside chance as well. There's only a few points between him and Dylan Thomas at the moment. So this top 5, I know we've got one more round to go, but very important. The closer we can get them together, the more exciting Winton's going to be in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, absolutely. The nation's action track, Winton, for the Winton Wrap. Looking forward to that one as we wrap up season 2025. There's going to be so many championships to be decided there. No less than 8 categories on the bill. Cannot wait to get there in just a few weeks' time. But of course we're here for Mallala Masters, and at the moment the master of Mallala is Ruben Danny's trying to break away from these 2 on the screen at the moment who are thinking hard about the championship. They don't want to give each other any points advantage, and they're side by side through the long sweep of turn number 7. Thomas on the inside, he's going to go defensive. Is the former TA2 muscle car champion, and he does just about hold on to the position, but he is fighting tooth and nail. Every possible opportunity is just having to go defensive to stop Williams from attacking hard. Williams has had a fantastic year in the series. He's been very, very consistent throughout the year, and that always pays dividends come the end of the Legend Cars series. Over the course of the year, he's won just a solitary race compared to Thomas, who has won 3. But really, the outstanding performer has been Hogan this year, who of course is over in the States competing in the World Series along with Asker Sendel and Brito this weekend. It is the World Championships over in Virginia in America, so we have a slightly smaller grid as a result of that this weekend, but they are representing Australia well, I'm sure, over there as we see the fight for a just off the podium positions. Position number 4, huge lock up ahead for Dylan Thomas, and I think he's got off the road, you know. I think he has, yes, lots of dust off the track. It is Dylan Thomas that has gone off. He tried to defend the move down the inside, and a huge plume of dust. Oh, he's not happy. He's slamming on the steering wheel. Not happy with that mistake at all down at the hairpin.
Okay, Buster. Chill out there with the ad breaks.
Yeah, no, we didn't have the camera on there, so it'll be interesting to see whether it's anger at himself or frustration with the other driver out there. As well, Aidan Williams, obviously, with a stellar karting career down there on the South Coast. Plenty of podiums as well. In karting there for Aidan Williams and his full career there. It was great to see him step up in the Legend Cars in 2024. Let's have a look at a replay here. That's Ruben Danny on his own. He is going to be so upset with himself, just locking that wheel up. We saw moments of it. Didn't look like anyone followed him either. And Tate now is in 3rd position. So back in a podium once again for Shane Tate as we get on board now with a bunch of car rentals entry. Number 147, how long you're tipping down the inside, and Maverick, who has been flirting with the podium all weekend. Can he do it?
Exactly, yet to get one in Legend Cars Australia. He's been so close on so many occasions. Is this going to be the day he does it? He's in 5th at the moment though, trying to take position number 4 around the outside of the sweep, but he's just fallen back behind, unfortunately, so they get towards the braking zone. Here comes Tate, late on the brakes, up the inside. 71 there, Tippett trying to close the door on him as best he can, but he's not able to do so. Around the outside at turn 9 and back up the inside at turn 10 goes Tate. So Tate back up into position number 3. Side by side at turn 1, we've seen that in disaster already this weekend, and look at them both sliding their way through there. That was actually the reason for the retirement of Holder. I had to catch up with John earlier on today, former production car racer. We had a really long chat, and he was saying that, yeah, turn one, he had a collision. I think he said he thinks it was the number 94 of Rory Skinner that was up the inside of him, and the two came together. Unfortunately, when the car went backwards for quite some time, it did damage to the gearing, and that's why he couldn't find the gear and restart. That was, of course, yesterday's safety car. So turn one, even in these cars, not really an overtaking opportunity.
Listen to the tyres protesting under brakes there. Really trying to pull them up to that hairpin turn number 5 there. Dylan Thomas and Ryan Pring are going at it back for 6th position, but I think Dylan Thomas has got the manoeuvre done on Ryan Pring. We know Pring's struggling with some mechanical wear and tear on the vehicle this weekend. It's just keeping out of that pace that he's going to need to stay in that top 5. Tippett, well, he's got the move back on Maverick at the moment, and that's probably given a bit of a reprieve for Tate, who's in 3rd position. Ruben Dam stretching the legs out, 3.6 seconds out in the lead over Adam Williams, who's leading the championship now, coming into this 4th race of the weekend. Still 1 round to go at Winter Moto Raceway in about 4 weeks' time. Tate, he'll be pretty happy if Tippett and Maverick can stay in this little stoush, because that's just, it's him a little bit of advantage out of some of those corners.
Dylan Thomas was absolutely flying on the last lap. He's not too far behind these guys either. Only a second and a half behind. So if these guys continue to fight the way they are, there he is, lurking in the back of the camera shot, and he's towing the reigning champ along with him as well. But time is certainly not on his side. Of course, shorter 15-minute races in the Legend cars. They have 5 races. Whoa, big mistake. Off goes the 255 machine, locked up the rears. And that sends him well off the road. We spoke about him fighting for his first podium, and now he's linked it in the grapple trap. He's going to struggle to get it out of there now. You can hear him flat out on the throttle trying to get it out of there, but he has plummeted down the order as a result, well outside of the top 10. Heartbreak late on.
Well, you do know you can race Legends on dirt and bitumen, but normally not at the same racetrack. Normally we do it at separate races. Of course, we obviously the bitumen side of the series is part of the High Tech Oil Super Series in 2025, and they were great last year as well. They always put on entertaining racing, big numbers. We'd see them go 3 and 4 wide into a lot of corners. As Ruben Dan looks like final lap of the race up here, and he's stretched that out to 4.7 seconds now over Aidan Williams. He can drive this car home, or maybe he's going to push for a lap record. I don't know. It's a 117. I think it was down to 117.7 or something, the lap record yesterday. But he's got some clean air at the moment. He would have really been pushing hard at the start to work his way through.
He's done really well though, hasn't he, Ruben Dan? He made a few positions up in the inverted grid race earlier on today, but in this one, he made hay very early, made up 2 positions right at the start of the race, and now looking set for his 3rd win of the weekend.
Just needs to make the final few corners in the 111 CXC machine. It's not the right CXC machine that wanted to be on the top step of the podium, but Ruben Dan now takes 3 race wins from 4 race starts here in Legend Cars Australia. Who's going to be on the 3rd step of the podium though? Williams is 2nd. Tippett right down to the line. Tate, does he get there? No, he doesn't. Tippett takes 3rd position. Tate in 4th. Dylan Thomas back up into 5th now with Maverick going off the track. Pring in 6th position. Scotty Morgan in the red machine goes into 7th. Riley Skinner in 8th. Brett and Spicer is. This is Spicer in the 33. Looks like he'll end up rounding out our top 10. And what a race it was. There's that Maverick in the background, unfortunately.
P14 in the end. He didn't just fall outside the top 10. He kept on going nearly towards the tail end of the top 15. So yeah, it was a real shame.
So the only one missing out of that is Benno. And I'll need to check where he ended up in the last race actually, because I think
he was a DNF.
Yeah, and he hasn't come back. So Josh Benno, who did fantastic in the first 2 races, notably not there on the podium this time. Here's your race 4 results. Ruben Dan with the win by almost 5 seconds over Aidan Williams. Chase Tippett on the podium for the first
time this weekend. And then we go back to Dylan Thomas, who had that big break lock-up and went off. Ryan Pring, well, he's fighting this weekend to stay in the championship, really, isn't it? I mean, championship, we keep talking about it. Obviously, our next round, the Australian title as well. So we want to get that car fixed before then. Maverick Kiminaveri, unfortunately, with that big off, pushed him back into 14th position. Good to see Seth Morgan, the young kid, obviously Scotty's son there, just in 15th position as well. Let's check out some of the race highlights, though, because we'd have to watch for another 15 minutes to see all of them at the moment. How are we going to start? See Maverick shoots down the inside. Ruben Dan got a great start, though, after just one corner. 2 positions already. Went past Tippett and Pring there. Scotty Morgan just in the background there in the red machine. But Williams and Tate went for it at the start, and Dylan Thomas said, let's make this a 3-way battle if we can. This was the championship, really. Dylan Thomas and Aidan Williams. Now, Ruben Dan followed him through as well, and we thought, well, will the CXC machines try and work together? And they did for a couple of laps until they both got into the lead. Shane Tate wasn't going to give it up without putting the elbows out for as many corners as he possibly could hold on to, but it just looked like they got the setup of these machines right.
Certainly did. They did come through. It's a fast race to knots in the end. That was the first mistake by Dylan Thomas. And then this was the big one, though. A huge lock-up down at the northern hairpin. Ran off the road. He recovered to finish in 6th. And then this as well. From a potential top 3 finish. He was inside the top 5. But Kemi Naveri threw it off the road, unfortunately, and finished down the order in 14th. Out in front, though, Ruben Den from 6th on the grid in that race. Moved forward to take his 3rd race victory of the weekend in his maiden Legend Cars Australia round.
Wade Williams will just extend that slight lead that he's got in the championship now after race number 4. Still one race to go this afternoon for the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. But I tell you what, the youth and enthusiasm of this young man, he is very, very young and doing a fantastic job showing that he's going to have a long future, I think, in motorsport as well. Great to see Tippett up there on the podium as well. So 3rd position for Chase Tippett. What a fantastic result for him, because he's just been outside there. He was 4th in the last race in that reverse grid. He was a little bit further. He's been in the top 10 all weekend. There's great scenes here at Mallala Motorsport Park. Have a look at the greenery. That rain overnight hasn't hurt that either. It's they've really done some fantastic work here at the track to make it look spectacular for this weekend as we return to some national racing here. We've got some of the Ford fans out there in the crowd, but let's head down to Victory Lane now with Mel Price.
Well, Chase Tippett, welcome to the podium for the first time this weekend, P3. Talk us through that last lap.
Yeah, it was pretty hectic battling with Maverick and that for the last couple of laps. Side by side all the way up until the last section of the track. It was unreal, so much fun. Car was dialed in, it's just amazing here.
You're just never going to know what's going to happen in a Legends race, do you?
Oh, you start 4th, you go down to 7th on the start, and then somehow you end up 3rd. So, not sure what happened between Dylan and Aidan there, but oh well, it's racing.
Take it, well done.
No worries, thank you.
And 2nd place, Aidan Williams. That's always elbows out racing in Legends, isn't it? How important is that slipstream down the backstretch?
No, it's very important. You can pick up you a couple of Ks down there, especially double toe. You can probably pick up an extra 6 Ks, but just near the end there, got 2nd, just keeping it consistent and keeping that championship alive.
Great, congratulations.
And another race victory, Ruben Dan. The reverse top 10 has given you some people to pass and stuff today, but you've made your way back out to the front.
Yeah, I mean, what a day so far. Hopefully we can keep it up in the last race. Can't thank everyone enough for supporting me. Travis for always being there for me all the time, through the lows and the highs. So I'm really happy, yeah.
Fantastic effort. Great to see you here. You're doing such a good job.
Thank you.
Always putting on exciting racing, the Legend Cars Australia. Love having him here as part of the High-Tech Oil Super Series. Mallala Motorsports Park. Mallala Motorsports Park has really turned it on this weekend, round 5. And of course, we've got plenty more action coming your way this afternoon. Don't go anywhere. We'll join you in about an hour's time on KO and SBS to continue the racing this afternoon with the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Cars, supported by Maritimo. It's going to be some fantastic racing this afternoon. Join us from 1 p.m. on the East Coast and 12:30 here in South Australia. We'll see you then.
sunny South Australia. We're here for round 5 of the High Tech Oil Super Series at Mallala Motorsport Complex. It's fantastic to be here. Jared McLean, we've seen some incredible racing on day number 1. But we're here for the afternoon. This is where it counts.
Yeah, 2.6 Ks will be the arena for some incredible motorsport combat. It's a beautiful day, patchy cloud, but awesome conditions.
It was a little bit wet this morning, but it's warmed up to 19 degrees at the moment, and we're going to see it rise a couple of degrees in temperature here this afternoon. The sun is out, the track's looking absolutely amazing. Our Formula V's have been out on track. Well, it's David Reynolds at the moment who's dominating that.
Yeah, it's been really wild to watch him, and especially how hard he had to fight in the race we saw earlier today. Go back and check that one out. It is well worth the watch.
Innovation race cars. Well, Lee Stibbs has taken like a duck to water in that one, hasn't he? After the first race didn't quite go his way, he's dominated the next 2 races.
Yeah, after fumbling race 1, running out of fuel, redemption in the following 2 races with a great qualifying result late yesterday and getting him into the top spot, bringing it home on top.
Formula Ford, they've been a staple diet throughout our season this year, and they've done fantastic. Kobe Williams, of course, really in the struggle in race number 1. He went down the pack, but he fought back in race number 2. And this is going to get into the wire in the championship.
Lachlan Evanet just looks so in control, doesn't he? These things, even though they're a handful out here at Mallala, he's just able to bring it home and just look so good while he's doing it.
The Legend Cars Australia, well, they went 4 cars wide into turn number 1. That reverse top 10 this morning was incredible to watch. But Dylan Thomas, who's fighting for a championship coming into this round, hasn't been lucky.
No, suffering an off-track incident. But the redeeming factor here was the CXC machine of Ruben Dan has been just about unstoppable.
And the Australian number 1, Ryan Pring, obviously with some mechanical issues this weekend, so he is struggling to get control of that car. But they're putting on some entertaining racing, of course. The TA2 muscle cars that are right behind us, they're about to get out for their first race of the day.
Yeah, it was an interesting day yesterday with a couple of big mechanicals, mainly centred around the driveline transmissions. Jared Hughes had to replace a motor after a race 1 incident, which basically saw that car sit sidelined for the entire race, recording a DNF in that first one, not starting the second one, but able to come out and take our pole award today.
Well, this afternoon, of course, the TA2 muscle car race will kick us off, followed by the Formula Fords. We've also got the Formula Vs that are going to show up in our action. We've got plenty of other things going on, the Innovation race cars, and of course, the Legend Cars Australia. It's all happening here this afternoon at Mallala Motorsports Park as part of round 5 of the High Tech Oils Super Series. I'll tell you what, Jared, I'm looking forward to some of this racing that's going to happen out there as well. It's very, very warm at the moment, which is different to what we had this morning. When we arrived at the track at 7:45, the ground was wet.
Yeah.
It was well below 10 degrees.
Yeah, I was honestly looking for a rained-out racetrack. I was really hoping that we'd get it, but I'll take this any day. The grip level's going to be fantastic, but still, these cars have got a lot of horsepower. They need to be driven smart.
Well, the sun is out. We're not too far away from going racing. In the meantime, let's head over to Melinda Price with our pole award.
Well, P1 here, even the man flu can't hold this guy down. We have Brett Thomas from TFH to present the Road Active Suspension Pole Award to Jared. So, how are you feeling today?
Heaps better. It's been a linear line of getting better, which has been good over the weekend. So looking forward to starting back on pole again like we did yesterday, and hopefully being able to convert that to a race win.
And not just your health, it's been an interesting weekend so far overall.
Interesting's an understatement. Unfortunately, it hasn't been the greatest weekend for the IES Motorsport cars, but the crew's done an awesome job. They worked really hard last night and this morning to get the car back operational. Unfortunately, Paulie isn't running today because he had another motor go. But yeah, we'll get Graham and myself, hopefully get some good results today to make up for it.
You've got some good tyres in the bank.
Yeah, we do. We've learned a lot about these things. They sort of send a plateau after you get that start anyway. So I think we'll be on an even playing field with everyone else. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I think we do have a bit of an entire advantage. So let's try and use it.
Good stuff. And a shout out while we're Team Chevrolet to Alice Buckley, who unfortunately isn't here this weekend with a freak accident in a Trans Am race. So speedy recovery, Alice, and we can't wait to see you back at Winton. Over to you, J-Mac.
Here with Brock Payne, who has charged to a Road 2 start, the best qualifying performance yet, coming through for P4 with the backing from Brisbane Builders in this machine. You must be feeling so happy to be on Road 2.
Yeah, it's definitely a big improvement for us. We've been struggling a little bit in the last 2 rounds, so to come here, we had a little bit more pace, but we still, weren't quite there. All my team and that put a massive effort in last night, and the car's quicker today, so yeah, massive thanks to all my team for all the work they put in. We got speed, we're where we want to be, so we'll see what we can do in the race.
I'm looking forward to it. Let's get ready to get belted up.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
So Tom Davies, P6 today, but firstly let's talk about race 2 yesterday and this guy you're starting next to.
Yeah, it wasn't really ideal. I mean, we had the pace up from race 1. Like, we're having a decent race at the front, and then last lap, turn 3, got spun. Unfortunately, that's racing, but today I think we'll keep our head down, stick our elbows out, and try and move back to the front. But yeah, it'll be an interesting start starting next to him again, so we'll see how we go.
We'll be watching.
Yeah, should be good. Thank you.
Here with Paul Morris, you received a 15-second penalty after contact with Tom Davies yesterday, but a great recovery coming into P5. Tell me, are you worried at all that the mid-pack is going to try and rush you on the run into turn 1, thinking that there's maybe some weakness at all?
No, I think they know not to mess with me. So, mess with the bull, you get the horn.
Has there been much of a setup development on this car over the course of the last 2 days, or have you come here with a pretty clearly defined set of parameters?
No, pretty much clean sheet of paper. I really haven't done much in the car, and we've just been improving it. I think we closed the gap in qualifying there by about 6/10 from yesterday, so I think we've made some more improvements. Just the race yesterday showed me where our weakness was, which is just a bit of front end grip in the tight corners. Our good long run pace was good, but I think we've got to fire off early and get after it.
We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
No worries.
Josh Webster starting from P8 today. I was just asking you about your tyres and you didn't look very confident.
Yeah, we've got 4 black round ones. Depending on condition, that's an unknown. We did use all 6 tyres yesterday, so may have shot ourselves in the foot, but we know we've got a good race car. Mark has tuned it up overnight, so let's go.
Absolutely. What's your expectations for this race?
Just move forward, keep the nose clean, and we've got an excellent race car on the long run, so hopefully no safety cars, and we'll just keep on chipping away.
Good stuff.
Here with Blake Tracy, starting out of a fantastic position. It's been an awesome weekend with 2 wins, great qualifying, but not without its own gremlins today. Tell me, what has the team been working on after qualifying today?
Yeah, we had a bit of an electrical issue actually. It's found a bit of a miss, so we've got a little spot in the wiring loom there that's just not really liking it, so if it plays up, we've got to grab it down the straight and try and bring it together, and the mist comes back to life. So should start well. Got a pretty fast Jared Hughes. He had good tyres, but obviously not racing yesterday, so I think we're just going to have to let him go and fight Hendrick, and hopefully they don't get the horn at the start.
Let's talk about Heinrich super quickly. He is going to apply the pressure. What is your game plan there?
Yeah, well, he's on the front row, so I need to try and get up beside him at the start, and I just want to burn my tyres out. I've got to play the long game, so I've won 2 races yesterday, just got to make sure I don't burn it all away. So if I can get up on him, I'll stay up, and if I'm behind, just force him into a mistake.
Well, we are racked and stacked down here in the pre-grid, ready for race 1 of the day here at Malalar Motorsport Park for the High-Tech Oil Super Series. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
High-Tech Oil Super Series. Back in South Australia and back at the iconic Malala Motorsport Park. What a day we had here yesterday in round 5 of the Super Series. The Malala Masters. As the cars roll out for race 1 of the week. Race 1 of Sunday. Race 3 of the weekend. And the field of 14. We jump in car with Diesel Thomas, who's been a standout performer, not just in the TA2 muscle cars, but across the whole discipline of Aussie Motorsport in 2025. Pole position going to Jared Hughes this morning. And it'll be hard to look past here after what we thought yesterday was a gearbox issue. Turned out to be a lot more to that story. So much so the IES team changed an engine overnight, and he's good to go here today. At least the car is. He feels still off the pace a bit, but with that 270 point plus lead in this year's series, he's got, I wouldn't say a cushion, probably a lounge sweet Matt Kavanagh between he and Ben Gomersall, but it's not here for this weekend's event with 1 round remaining at Winton Motor Raceway. Great job by Joel Heinrich yesterday, who talked in the pits. They've changed absolutely everything on this car. He goes, we can't fix it. He goes, maybe we need to change the driver for this one later today, but he was outstanding yesterday in his first run for the Ash Jarvis Racing Team. Robbie Farr only got a handful of laps in this morning. There was a fuel pickup issue found with the number 7 Chevy Camaro, so hopefully they've cured that, and he'll be good to go from the 7th row today as the cars make their way around for this formation lap. Next time by, we'll be racing for 20 minutes around this 2.6 kilometre 8/9/10 turn course, depending on what map you look at. Good afternoon to you, mate.
Oh, it's great to be here, isn't it, Noel? So we've got a fantastic day of racing still to come. Yesterday really turned on some entertainment for the crowd that came in. I know it was a hard day, obviously the AFL Grand Final on yesterday, but today they're starting to come through that gate in big numbers, and it's great to have motorsport back here at Malala Motorsport Park. Jared Hughes, yeah, he's going to have the freshest tyres. That was the talk down there in the pits, wasn't it, between the rest of them? It'll be the fight between who is left, but he is struggling with that illness, so can he last the 20 minutes out there in this race is going to be the question, or will we see something happen at the back half where maybe he's runs out of a little bit of energy? Tom Davies, well, he's right in the mix with his mate Paul Morris as well, so that could continue from yesterday.
Will we see part 2 to that one from yesterday? 15-second penalty added to Paul Morris, dropping from 3rd to 11th today. Jared Hughes will start from pole. Chevy and a Ford Mustang.
Jared Hughes, Joel Heinrich, Blake Tracy, Brock Payne, Paul Morris, Tom Davies, Diesel Thomas, Josh Webster, Josh Thomas, the 2 Josh brothers, 8th and 9th, Brad Gardner in P10, Graham Cheney in P11, Mark Crutcher P12, Denny Reedy in P13, Robbie Farr down there in P14. Expect him to move right through the field as we get ready to go racing for the TFHI TA2 muscle cars for race number 3. As we run on board here with Diesel Thomas for the start of this race. I also have the IRC category to run through as well. So the next 40 minutes of uninterrupted action is going to be quite good indeed. Jared Hughes off the front row of the grid here, alongside Brock Payne. What can he do as we run to turn 1? And the TFHI Tier 2 muscle cars presented by Valentino gets underway for race number 3 of the weekend. Good start as we run on body with Diesel Thomas. 20 minutes plus 1 lap. Off the road slightly goes Jared Hughes. Off in the background there. But apart from that, a pretty good start as the cars run up into turn number 1. We've passed turn number 1 now. We're heading up into turn 3. Here, Jared Hughes leads now. That margin, 1.1 seconds. Back to Blake Tracy in 2nd. Heinrich in 3rd. Payne in 4th. Morris in P5. And Davies in P6. But what a start from Jared Hughes. He has the freshest Hughesier rubber to use in this race. And that is going to be the most important topic in this one. He has the freshest tyres out of anyone here. As we take a look here at Diesel Thomas running down the back straight. And that is not looking good, actually, for Diesel Thomas. There with a bit of front bumper hanging off the front of that car as the cars run through out of the final corner. Blake Tracy running side by side there with Heinrich. Can he get the move done? To the outside, Heinrich sticks it there out. Not so much grippier part of the circuit. But apart from that, it seems as if Tracy holds on to that for the moment. Running through now and just dipping a wheel on the grass is both Tracy, Heinrich, Payne, Davies, all running and dipping a wheel on the grass. Lock up there from Tracy. Around the outside he looked. Didn't happen that time around. But still plenty of opportunities to happen. 20 minutes plus 1 lap. Diesel Thomas now looking for a run on what looks to be Davies up in front here as covering Davies to the outside. Will there be a bit of contact here? This is not looking good. Diesel Thomas there on the outside. Look who's on the inside. It's Davies as well as they run side by side. Davies possibly might get a meatball flag very, very soon if he doesn't come in and box to get rid of that what looks to be flapping part of that front of the car. Nash Morris just sitting in behind as well as Blake Tracy sits second. Jared Hughes leads by nearly 3 seconds in this race. 17.5 minutes to go.
In race 3 at TFA time, TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo.
And Howard's probably far. Up to 10th position from 14th already. So he's having a little run at the back of the pack right behind his teammate Brad Gardner in 9th. This is the battle though. He was on yesterday, wasn't it? But Joel Heinrich, well, he brought a knife to a gunfight with that little misfire they were having in the engine. Today though, he's right behind Blake Tracy. They're going to have a fair bit of tyre wear between two of them. Joel Heinrich, you think, would have an advantage being from South Australia, but Blake Tracy has had the wins at the moment. That's what he's just cracking up the W's.
He's really got to terms to this track quite quickly. Heinrich behind. Now, Ash Jarvis is finishing right now. He owns the car that Heinrich's driving, but the car in front is the one he won the series in back in 2018. It's a car with a lot of history and a lot of new cars starting to flood into TA2 muscle cars in 2026. Some of these have raced as far back as 2017, so they've had a fair career in the TA2 series. It's down into the S as we go to complete another lap. This is the end of lap number 3. It's Cruncher chasing Robbie Farr with Danny Reedy behind. Here they come back through the S. It's a really great spot to watch the cars. If you're a spectator here, into 1.
Blake Tracy continuing to hold on to second here, but that margin is continuing to increase between him and Hughes in this run. 3.5 seconds. The margin, Tracy to Heinrich. Can Heinrich look for a move? Tracy's just slightly locked up there. That will be an advantage to Heinrich, and that's exactly what he'll want to see from the car in front. Slight little lockups help through every stage of this race. Little slight lockups can just be that little handy thing that you need. And Blake Tracy being put under that immense pressure. Here's Heinrich, goes for the switchback. He's possibly going to get it done. No, he's not. He's not going to get the switchback done that time around. But he's got a chance now. He knows Tracy's weak here. He might have a bit fresher rubber than Tracy. Heinrich to the outsides, into the chicane, into the hairpin. Very, very tight hairpin here and now. Running through the final corner, turn 10. He's going to get the slipstream here, is Heinrich, and he might pull out and look for a bit of a move, but don't expect anything too crazy with 15 minutes and 10 seconds to go here in the TFHI TA2 muscle cars. To the inside, looks Heinrich, not going to happen again. So Tracy doing actually a pretty good job here to hold on to second position. Under brakes goes Heinrich. Slight lock up again, bigger lock up from Tracy. And they're going to side by side now out of turn 3. Can he keep it there? Tracy now to the line of turn 4. This long left-hander. And it's going to be the inside run for Tracy. Heinrich will hold it right around the outside. Sorry, that's Tracy will hold it right around the outside. Heinrich to the inside. And once more, Heinrich has the inside run into the hairpin. Very nicely done and gets the move done. Heinrich, up into second position. But that margin back to Hughes is 4.8 seconds now. They're in a bit of trouble if they keep fighting like they are now. They will definitely be in a bit of trouble a bit later on today, of course. This is not the only action. We've got a big stream for you here this afternoon for the TFHI TA2 muscle cars, the high-tech oil super series as well. Of course, be live right up until 4:30 this afternoon. So still another 3 hours of action still to come for you, ladies and gentlemen. And then, of course, we have the Australian Formula 4 race weekend from 5:15, race number 2 there. And, of course, race number 3 from 8:30 later that night. So we're going to have wrapped up all the action in terms of racing this week. And wasn't able to actually catch race day 1 yesterday with quite a busy schedule IRL. So I wasn't able to fit that in. with 13.5 minutes to go. But the field's now starting to calm down just a little bit more. 13.5 minutes to go. And there's still quite a chunk of this race to go. Now, you'll be getting into the stage of this race where tyre conservation maybe might become a bit of a factor. Trying to keep your Hoosier tyres alive will be the biggest talking point here in this one. As we look to Brett Gardner and Davies still with that flapping left front bonnet there. If that falls off, that will definitely become a safety car. For those people that didn't want a safety car, it will actually not be helpful either. As Hughes continues to pull away, you can see that's very much affecting the aerodynamics of that car. As Brett Gardner slightly locks up on the high-tech hose machine. Slight lock up there into the hairpin. Just missed his braking marker ever so slightly. I was talking about it earlier in the Formula Vs about how your braking mark, you can easily miss your braking marker with the changeable conditions. Sideways runs there sideways for Davies, very much affecting the aerodynamics of that car. Is that flapping piece of bonnet? Has that actually fallen off that car? No, it hasn't, but it was very sideways there for Davies. Thomas able to just pull by. It wasn't actually Paul Morris. It was Paul Morris, actually. So Paul Morris there getting by Davies and up into P5 for Paul Morris as they run down now the front straight with 11.5 minutes to go. Off the roads for Paul Morris. Back around the outside for Davies. Out in the dirt. There's not going to be any more grip out there. As now, Diesel Thomas will want to take a sacrifice for this. He'll want something out of this here. Diesel Thomas, can he run to the outside here? No. Inside run for what is Davies. See there, Diesel Thomas really pushing this TF8 tyre car to the limits in this race. Short, sharp race. 20 minutes is the running time for these cars, as we will get a replay of what has happened here with Diesel Thomas and why it was sideways. It just got the power down a bit too early, lighted up that here rear Hoosier rubber, and just, you can see, got on the power too early, and just full-on sent it sideways, and, well, that wasn't going to end well whatsoever. But Jared Hughes halfway into this race now, starting to calm down just a little bit more. Of course, 10.5 minutes to go. It's a bit of a sprint now to the line for Jared Hughes, suffering with a bit of an illness, so it'd be important that he just keeps his health at the best way possible, at his best. Trying to keep his health at his best will be the most important thing here as he runs through what is fast right-hander of 7 and into the braking area of the hairpin, turn 8. This is the first gear corner for these cars, and then turn 9, then turn 10, which will lead you onto that back straight here as we take a look at what happened here with Diesel Thomas and got the power down. Did Morris actually touch him then? I thought he just got the power down too early, but now that we're getting this replay once more, it might just seem as if Paul Morris just had a touch. He touched him. So there might be, now he didn't end up getting by him, or did he? He did end up getting by him. Now that's going to be a problem, actually, and something that race control might end up looking at for bump and run. That's very much questionable there for a bump and run in that situation there. 9 minutes, 9.25 minutes to go in this race, and with race number 3 of the weekend. This is race number 1 today. 4 seconds Hughes to Heinrich. Heinrich is very much pushing compared to Hughes, maybe just saving tyres. Maybe he has more tyres than what you think in that garage. Maybe he used all the old tyres from free practice and used them in yesterday's race. Now has all the tyres in the world to burn the next 2 races. 8.25 minutes to go. Davies still flapping with that front bonnet as we run on board here with Diesel Thomas, and it's very much affecting the aerodynamics of that car of Davies right on board with Diesel Thomas. Under brakes for Davies. Is there any real consequences in terms of aerodynamics? That's what Thomas will be looking at here. Very much what he'll be looking at as the cars run down the back straight now. Front straight, sorry. Cars run down the front straight. Just keep a keen eye on that front bonnet there, because that definitely could fall off at any point in time there as we focus on this battle between Davies and Diesel Thomas.
We know a few of the teams came a couple of weeks ago and did some testing. Wasn't much you could really take away from that day, though, because the track was incredibly dirty that day. And the Peregrine Corporation that now own the track spent a lot of time getting it all cleaned up and tidy for this. So really, J-Mac, it's an unknown surface for everybody here on an old track that's been around for 6 decades.
Yeah, it hasn't delivered the action here today. Having a quick chat with Ash Jarvis, crew chief for Heinrich, and he was saying, sounds like the car's doing well, no sign of a misfire, but I have told Joel, don't tell me if it rears its head again. He's also told Joel, drive the car as straight as you can. We need tyres for the final race today.
And that's going to be the key. We won't see the Hollywood times late in this race, and certainly later today. This guy's managing it, albeit with that great tyre bank from missing that race yesterday. Jared Hughes, who has over 270 points. Back to Ben Gomersall, that's not racing here this weekend. Meantime, Davies, Thomas and Josh Webster down through that very exciting right-hand sweeper with a little dip in the middle of the turn. Started its life as a World War II Air Force base. In fact, some of the remnants are still here at Mallala, and when the takeover happened from the Peregrine Corporation, that's why you see a lot of blue around there. It's the tip of the hat to the Royal Australian Air Force. We're about 55 k's north of Adelaide at this historical track, and a lot of fans have come out here just to relive the glory days of one of the great bull rings of Aussie motorsport.
Tracy just falling off the pace there from Heinrich, now back in third position. The high-tech girls Intermission brought Brock Payne. Potentially hasn't been on the podium for a number of rounds. He started off in Sydney at round number 3 of the series, got himself a third and a second there in the final 2 races, but since then he's sort of been missing those top 5 finishes, but the 33 looking a lot happier out here on track compared to yesterday. You can see the attitude of the car, it looks much more gripped up. Very calm through all those bumps, which was not what we saw yesterday. The car sliding around, really making the driver work for it. Brock Payne's got a bigger smile on his face today.
Yeah, it looks straight up, looks comfortable. The Hutchinson Builders car, the Sky Blue Chevy Camaro. This team running as a family team and learning as they go along here. As he said, joined us in Sydney. Been a regular in the top 10, but today back in some top 5 air, if you like. We go back to Graham Cheney and Robbie Farm, back in 12th and 13th position for the number 7 car. They worked pretty late last night trying to chase this fuel pickup issue. Could have been fuel pressure, could have been a fuel pump. Now he rediscovered the issue, and again he pinches that front right brake down the southern hairpin on turn 3 on his complex. And as we pointed out over the weekend here, a lock-up down there or missing the apex could really cost you some top-end speed through this right-hander. It just seems to go on and on and on. And then a hard brake back to first gear in one of these TA2 muscle cars. Slowest point of the track, maybe the slowest point in the country.
Great Cheney leading the fastest category too when it comes to the TA2 muscle cars. It was Robbie Farr, one of the contenders in there. He's up in the top 3 as well. So with Farr in front, we'll help him out with a couple of little points over Graham Cheney, who didn't finish that first race, which was a tail shaft issue for the car, unfortunately. As Webster's been a little bit quiet this weekend in the 200 car, the Mustang, out of Marcus Ambrose Motorsport, but they've made a couple of wholesale changes overnight. They did say they tuned up a little bit of tyre, but they were hoping for some great race pace. Now, just lurking at the back of Diesel Thomas.
Another great Tasmanian driver that has been taken in by Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. He stepped up into the National Trans Am Series a couple of years back with Dream Racing Australia, and now being supported by our 2-time Supercars champion Marcus Ambrose. This is the car, in fact, Owen Kelly drove in the Trans Am Series in the Fujitsu colours a few years back, so it's had success. Now the young Tasmanian, who secured multiple championships in XL racing, is really starting to apply the pressure to Diesel Thomas in the battle for 7th position. With 3.5 minutes remaining, we're working lap 15 in race 3 of TA2 Muscle Cars by Maritimo.
Jared Hughes just slowing down a little bit at the front. That drops down to 3.7 seconds. It was about 4.5 a number of laps ago. Tracy is back right off. So obviously struggling a little bit potentially with that tyre. But mind you, Joel Heinrich showed that pace yesterday on 7 cylinders and managed to stay with Tracy. So I'm going to suggest he's upper cylinder today.
It almost felt like there was traction control coming out of the turns. And if they had that sorted out, was that a moment for Tracy? It was slow coming out of turn 6. Could have been a visual maybe. But it felt like it had traction control. It just labour out of the turn and all of a sudden it would come back up. By the time he caught Tracy ahead, he couldn't do anything about it. So it was the cat chasing the mouse, pretty much the balance of that race yesterday. Just not managing to catch him. Through the turn 6 Northern Hampton, the green pastures of the Adelaide Plains, the distance, there was something happening in the background.
I might have been Webster. Yeah, I think it might have been Webster and Thomas. We'll wait and get a visual on that in a second. Paul Morris now has caught up to the freight train, isn't it? Now he's going to put himself in a battle for third position once again. We saw him on the podium at the end of both races last time. This is a replay of what happened. Diesel Thomas on the inside, yes, and Webster goes around there. Was there contact made on the inside? It looked a little bit like that.
Thomas was right up on that curve, which suggested there might have been a little bit of contact between the two. However, they continue on. You're right, Morris just disappeared away from Davies. And it's on the back of the Brock Payne-Blake Tracy battle. This will be a 3-car scrap, 2 minutes remaining. And Hughes just controlling this race now. He's backed it right off. The gap is sitting at 3.8 seconds for the Road Active Suspensions car. They won't catch him today. But this battle from Tracy onwards is far from done in the battle for final top 3 position. Really is a great spot up there to watch on that hill. How quick they approach it and how fast they stop to turn right.
It'd be very interesting to know if Blake Tracy is nursing some tyres to get this car home. It looks like he's a very controlled end to this race, isn't he? Brock Payne not really firing any shots down the inside, but I know we're only going to have a couple of laps left in this race. Paul Morris won't hold back. He'll be happy to get another position. So Brock Payne's going to have to be careful of that. He's not going to let him hold up. He's not going to settle for 5th position. He is going to push on.
No, exactly right. So into another lap. Less than a minute remaining to look down from the drone shots and give us some really cool angles of what this place looks like out of Malala Motorsport Park. And down towards turn 3, we roll again with Tracy. He's thinking about the weekend overall. In his first solo run, the car that Lee Stimson normally drives. Stimson, of course, in the Innovation Race Cars category. You'll see that a part of our coverage here this afternoon at the Malalar Masters. Through that right-hander we go, closing stages. Remember, the result of this sets the grid for the final race. As Morris pulls up for a move on Payne, he parks it there, up on the curve, and the RX8 champion gives him enough room. And Morris leaving half a donut ring on the way through. That car's had a battle over the last 2 days. He's coming to life in the closing minutes of this race. Door was left open. He'll have the better line. The change of direction. Sweeps across and moves up into 4th position.
And that's that aggression. We saw Blake Tracy with a little bit of an error at the start of this lap, where he locked, he picks that brake once again on the front right, and that might be what he's trying to nurse home at the moment. Brock Payne not showing that aggression there and giving Morris the opportunity to put the Flair Dancewear 67 up another position and just outside of a podium at the moment. So we just go past our 20-minute race time. It's a car very slowly in the background. Was that Danny Reedy potentially?
Makes sense because he's a lap down. And speaking of laps, we're on the final lap for Jared Hughes. Hasn't won a race since race 2 of the first Queensland Raceway round earlier this year, back in June. And was predictably going to be at the pointy end with pole position. Another 250 large going into his pocket earlier today in qualifying. He might be a little bit ill, but certainly driving like a champion in 2025. We believe he's going to get a bonus lap here, which is great. So he gets to do another 2.6 kilometres and start our 19th lap.
Not good news for Blake Tracy though. He has got Paul Morris breathing all over the back of his neck. Jared Hughes, what a fight back from illness, from yesterday's mechanical disaster there. The team has been very busy, although it was an early night, only finishing around 8 p.m. last night. They worked on that car all afternoon. It was a solid 5 or 6 hours of repairs to be made on the Chevy Camaro to get it back out today, and he is rewarding the team with this dominant victory at the moment, with that tyre advantage coming into day number 2 of competition. Heinrich not too far behind. He'll be trying to keep some tyres. No, he's got a 10-second advantage over Tracy, and Morris now half a second.
He might get to Blake Tracy at that last set of turns here. So down he comes for the final time and into the S's. What a dominant display. You can talk about the tyre bank, but regardless, this guy's been sensational in 2025 and comes up to greet the checkered flag and wins his 7th race of 2025 in the TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo. Morris on the back of Tracy here in the battle for the final podium position, and it'll go to the young teenager, and his streak of wins in South Australia comes to a temporary halt. But what a month of speed for Tracy. Here comes Webster on the back of Diesel Thomas, that'll be 7th and 8th at the end of race number 3. Brad Gardner should come home for 9th spot, and Mark Crutcher scoring a top 10 here today, with Hughes winning by 2.6 seconds after missing the race yesterday. It's one way to get rid of, if you call it man flu or whatever he's got in his system right now, is get out there and sweat it out, and he did that today, winning today's 19-lap race by 2.6 seconds, but 10 seconds back to Blake Tracy, Paul Morris, Brock Payne, Tom Davies all inside the top 6, with Diesel Thomas, Josh Webster, Brad Gardner, and Mark Crutcher the top 10, with Josh Thomas falling down to 11th. Robbie Farr was in the top 10 briefly, finished in 12th with Graham Cheney. Danny Reedy, the last car finishing today's race, albeit 1 lap down.
Jared Hughes, he'll have a bit to celebrate with the team, I think, at the moment. I know he's not going to want to really do too much. He's going to be resting up between races so he can make it back out this afternoon. Will Meany will start off the front row of the grid, though. Let's have a look, though, at the race highlights. This is how it all started. Joel Heinrich couldn't get the manoeuvre done on Jared Hughes. Have a look at Brock Payne down the inside. Blake Tracy shot around the outside. There's plenty of tyre smoke going everywhere, rubbing tyres, grabbing brakes. And have a look at Tom Davies. He was already had a guard hanging off him. That might have been Morrison. Might have helped that for just a second.
It's off the track. He was push bashing there for a little bit. So tighten up down here at turn 3 on the first lap. Davies and Morris picking up their left off in the second one. Yesterday afternoon, this was the moment for Tracy. He pitched that brake several times. And one time, too many, he let Heinrich go by. In the end, he tried to stay with him, and we know how narrow and dusty that racing line can be on the outside. Heinrich getting the job done at turn 6, and he went up down the road some 10 seconds away. And race control wanted to see this on more than one occasion, the contact between these two. I don't think there'll be too much to talk about, to be honest. And further down at the end of that lap, Morris went wide into 1, which forced the Chevy Camaro high. And then Diesel Thomas suddenly arrived on the scene in the TFH Higher Mustang. That's Thomas climbing up on the curb and forcing Webster off the track. Not any contact by any stretch. The 200 car would drop down to 8th position. But Morris cleanly got the job done on Brock Payne and went after Blake Tracy. But out in front with the bonus lap, his 7th win of season 2025, and all but wrapping up the TFH TA2 muscle car series by Maritimo. It's Jared Hughes picking up the win in race number 3. And unlike our other tracks that we go to, it's the uniqueness of the Ballala Motorsport Park where we drive back into the pit paddock area, and our victory lane is in fact where the cars used to come off the track back in the day. And our top 3 pulling into position here. Good job for the Ash Jarvis team. I wonder if they had cured those gremlins as he arrives on the scene. That's him with the black hat, about to lean in to talk to Joel Heinrich, former series champion in his own right. But it's the guy that's dominated the IES Motorsports team in race number 3 and puts himself in pole position for the final race later today. They'll complete our coverage. And Jared Hughes steps out, albeit a little bit ginger. Just incredibly ill yesterday. He only got to the track about 30 minutes before qualifying this morning and just trying to sweat out the issues that he's had. That's one way to do it. 2.6 seconds. In fact, that margin was out to over 4 seconds early in the race. So built the margin, controlled the race. Blake Tracy finds his way back into Parc Ferme, Victory Lane, and we'll head down there very soon to hear from the top three. Just a short amount of time as well to turn these cars around and be ready for race number 4. But a fairly clean affair from the entire field, minus Paul Hagley, who was withdrawn from today's action. Blake Tracy with those 3 wins at the Bend, 2 wins yesterday, and a top 3 result. There's a solid day out for the man driving the High-Tech Oils machine. Let's go down the victory lane. Here's Jared McLean.
Blake Tracy bringing it home in 3rd place. The tyres betraying you on the run into turn 3. Hard fought, and you had some tough competition right behind you.
Yeah, it was Horrocks was bloody fast at the start. I got in front and I'm like, it's not worth fighting. It was, I think we over-pressured a bit and swinging off the bias too much. We swapped it around. I only had half a turn forward, so we turned it around so I could get a turn and a half forward, and I swung it the wrong way a few times. But no, it's all good. Just got to get on top of this problem for the next one so I can give it to the front boys.
Time to get back to the garage.
Thanks, guys.
Rick, what a difference an extra cylinder makes, but not quite enough to stay with Jared.
No, so yesterday we didn't have Hughes to contend with, but yeah, he drove Maggie that race and drove away. Well, Blake and I were having a bit of a tussle, so that was good fun. He made me work for it. Car was great over the long run, so huge thanks to the Ashley Jumps racing crew. They worked tirelessly over the last 2 days to get the thing running right, and yeah, it's back on song.
Great stuff.
Congratulations to our race winner. Having a bit of a word with George Gambino from High-Tech Oils. It's been a long time between drinks, but it must feel good.
Yeah, that's been a while. You stand a bit further back there. What are you doing that for? You're thinking I'm going to give you some sickness. But no, it's been a while. Unfortunately, yesterday obviously didn't go away, but it's, the boys done an awesome job to get the car ready to go for the race today and qualifying. But I've had a few brake issues then. We're going to try and have a look at before the next one. But overall, considering what we went through yesterday, we're going all right.
Great to see a bit of spark back in the eyes and out there on track as well. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for the social distance.
Nicely done. Jared Hughes under the weather, but on top of the world here in race number 3 of the weekend. The TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo. They'll be back later this afternoon. Time for a commercial break. It's great to be back at Mallala. When we come back, the open wheel stars and the Formula 4 stars and Renegade Series hit the track for round 8 and race number 1. We'll be back. back at Malala Motorsport Park. And the racing action continues. Great to have Formula Ford and open.
Formula Ford open wheelers are about to hit the circuit here for the Formula Ford Championship. We go racing for race number 1. It's a quick turnaround, but a good start from every car off this grid. First time they've hit the track today, so it's going to be about learning the conditions as they go. They went qualifying at 8 AM this morning, which was nearly 5 hours ago, so now they're eager to get back out on track. It's time to go now racing for the Formula Ford as everybody gets off the line quite nicely down into turn number 3. And on the exit, getting the power down, it's now all going to be about the slipstream as they run up into turn number 4 and making that so critical brake zone now into turn number 5. Pulling out is Evernet and looking down the inside. He does get the move done very nicely. Pulls himself up into first position there. Evernet now leads this race and it's only lap 1. So already a change for position. Fawcett tries to look for another move there. Back around the outside. That's not going to happen into turn 7 there. Turn 8 and then turn 9. The final corner on this circuit. Now making their way back down into turn number 1. And now down this very long front straight. Evernet leads by just 0.2 of a second as the cars now roll up and through the long right-hander. Plenty of action still to come. Of course, on the High Tech Oil Super Series here today. Evernet now leads 0.4 of a second. Back to Fawcett, then Williams, then Lowing, then Rowe, then Deemerweek, and then Salvatore, Johnson, Fitzgerald, James Bellick, Imbrigo, and Ambrose back down in P13. But not going to lie, it was a good start from Evernet, who practically launched that car very nicely off the line. Of course, 2x2 start. So, rolling start off the grid. But yeah, apart from that, it was a very good start, if I do say so myself. These cars, of course, went qualifying. First ones out on track this morning. They now go racing here for the Formula Ford Championship. They had 2 races yesterday, 2 races today. They've got 1 a little bit later on today. Of course, it's a very short turnaround again for these cars. They've only got, I think, about like a 40-minute window between this race finishing and the next race starting for the Formula Ford Championship. We've got IRC, which is the Innovation Race cars, and Formula V, plus the Legend cars as well. So there's still plenty of action still to come here at Malala Motorsport Park. Malala Raceway very much turning on the action. Evernet continues to lead out in front as we see Fawcett and Williams. Slipstream very important in these cars, like they have been for most of the season. Of course, Evernet leading this championship here in the Formula Ford Championship, leading it so far into the braking zone now of the chicane. This is turn 8. Sorry, this is turn 9, and now out onto that long front straight. And not really long, it's more or less 90 metres down into turn number 1, or more or less 200 metres down into turn number 1 from the apex of the final corner. And now this is that one into turn number 1. It's a very long run indeed, but you tend to get used to that with these sorts of circuits. Evernet continues to lead here as we take a look at this battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. You can see how much the slipstream matters in these open wheelers. It's very important that you have some sort of slipstream to run off. And that's what we're seeing right now here with Rowe towing along Lowing as we run up into the turn 5 hairpin. Who's not the hairpin, but who's going to be late on the brakes there to try and pull a move? Nobody's late on the brakes for the moment, but you never know, that could possibly change as this race goes on and people want to be more eager with the way that they pull moves off here. 13 and a quarter minutes to go here. Evident leads by 0.7 of a second.
Out the field, a lot of damage to that 36 car yesterday. It was like diagonal corners after that incident coming out of turn number 6. They missed the second one to repair that car, but he's back today.
They missed by just a couple of minutes. If they had a couple of minutes longer, that would have been out there in time. They were so narrowly missed getting that car back out there, which is a real shame for him. But he is back out there, qualified really well in his first round in the Super Series Formula Ford Championship, and also I think it's just his fourth overall. To put it third on the grid was a remarkable achievement earlier on today. I spoke to him after qualifying and said, great. A bit of a lock-up there for Evanet. He's made the corner though, but he did lose potentially a little fraction of time. We saw a lot of lock-ups from him yesterday in race number 2, which cost him dearly. But just go back on to Demoweek. Yeah, I said to him after qualifying, must be absolutely delighted with third. Sadly though, they had an issue with the driveline late in the session. The transmission wasn't quite playing the game, so he wasn't all smiles. He was a bit frustrated because I think he could have potentially gone faster in those dying minutes. But Lachlan Evanet out in front. He's flying out there. He's pushing hard, as we saw with that lock-up. Suffered a lot yesterday with brake locking up. He had a 2-second margin midway through the final race, which was eaten into by Kobe Williams, and eventually the number 94 ACM Finance sponsor driver was able to make his way by and take another race victory. He said to me last night, Evanet, we're going to have to tune that up for tomorrow. I just can't push hard on the brakes and keep it at that level. I'm having to really modulate the brakes and try not to lock up, and that's not what you want around here.
He's done a couple of times now. On the way to turn number 6, he comes lowing with a big move. Up the inside, should get it done. And does cleanly execute that at turn 6. Some drivers electing to go back to first gear after practice on Friday. Some were trying to use it with second, but really having to pull that first gear to get the launch out as Williams. Making the move, staying there side by side is Fawcett. And that went on from turn 6 all the way down to the final set of turns. And they're letting Lockie Evanet go away. That's another fastest lap. In fact, the fastest lap of the day, a 1:11.07 to make the gap 2.1 seconds.
Yeah, Kobe slid it in on the rears at the turn 8 hairpin, and that's what allowed Fawcett just about a little bit of a cutback at turn 9, but of course then you're on the wrong side of the circuit, you're on the outside line, and he was nowhere near close enough to think about any sort of a move into the final corner. Look at this train developing behind. You got Jamie Rowe, you got Demoweek. Will Lowing has dropped back actually in the last half a lap, because I believe he was just got to the head of the queue, so he's fallen back just ahead of Hunter Salvatore, who broke through for his first podium finish in the series yesterday. Here comes young Demoweek, the 17-year-old, having a look at Jamie Rowe himself, locked up there in the Fabcon entry, and they're going to be side by side nearly on the exit. Demoweek, I think, didn't quite get the drive because Lowing is honing in on the tail of him now in the McGale chassis. Up the inside, no, not close enough there. Had a big look though, certainly had a big look up the inside. Through they go, they remain as they were at the end of the back straight. So it is still Rowe from Demoweek, Lowing and Salvatore. I mentioned yesterday about the fact that a few of these drivers have raced here before. Jamie Lowe has actually been here before. He came here as a 3-month-old baby.
So did you. So did we all, I think, back in the day.
Well, I was in England then.
It's a worry when you ask some of these guys, have you been to Malala before? And some go, we had to research. We've never heard of Malala before. Correct. Actually come here. It's quite staggering to think that. And there was so much to learn over Friday to get an extra practice session yesterday morning before qualifying, in fact. And Demoweek, whatever they've done to this car, it is a completely different animal to yesterday's. He finally gets the car up the inside of Jamie Rowe, looking for no wheel-to-wheel contact through the middle of turn 6. And the 36 machine moves up a place.
He is enjoying life in Formula Ford. He's done a bit of 86 Scholarship Series racing this year, but he is enjoying himself in the Open Wheel Series. Went a bit deep there as he tried to make sure he didn't allow Rowe up the inside, nearly outbroke himself, but he has held on. So the tall, lanky lad is ahead of this train at the moment. He's over 6 foot despite being 17 years of age. He said to me, my feet are right at the end of the chassis. You can't extend it any further. It's pretty tight for him, pretty cramped. But he certainly knows how to handle one of these machines. Of that, there is no doubt.
He's going to contest the final rounds of the Toyota GR Cup this year at Bathurst, Gold Coast and Sandown. He's been teamed up with Romeo Nasser with the scholarship program. In fact, they teamed up with the 6 Hour this year to pick up the Class D honours and the fastest lap. They made up a whopping 21 positions on that day. The 6 Hour, which continues to grow already in the first week. We're up to over 60 entries that are keen to race there at Easter at Mount Panorama next year.
And as well, you mentioned his co-driver himself, a very, very good 86 driver who was right at the pointy end of the scholarship series throughout this year. But let's turn our attention to this fight on the screen between local Ethan Fitzgerald and Jack Johnson as they hit the back stretch. Johnson looking to the inside, Fitzgerald going defensive down into turn number 8. This is an immaculately presented machine. The Xena sponsored car certainly wins my award for best presented car of the weekend. That is for sure. As they come across the line, he's having a look, jinking left, jinking right. Jack Johnson got his PB result in race number 1 yesterday. I spoke to him after qualifying. He said we took a bit of a gamble with the setup and we went the wrong way in qualifying, and that's why he qualified on the 4th row of the grid. So this is all about just trying to move back forward after that qualifying session. It looks like he's got the pace to do so. He's got a roadblock ahead of him, the work zone Formula Ford of Ethan Fitzgerald.
Meantime, Jamie Rowe has Will Lowing using the toe, but Devilwick has just got the slightest of margins. He tries to pull away. 4th position in his maiden weekend in Formula Ford Stars and Renegades. Meantime, further up the road, Williams and Fawcett in the battle for 2nd because Lockie Evident is clearing out by 3 seconds. And just over 6 minutes of competition remain as back into the S as we go to complete another lap and into lap 11.
This gap has certainly closed, hasn't it? Fawcett throwing a couple of PB sectors at it on that lap. He's closed the margin down. So out front, Evanet has continued to chip away and extend that margin, looking for his 2nd of the weekend. He looks like he's cleaned up those lockups, and he has been able to extend that margin steadily. Just a 10th here, a 10th there, but that's crept up over the course of this 18-minute sprint race. We've got the feature race later on this afternoon. Double points on the line and an extra 7 minutes of racing. And talking to all the drivers, they all said it felt like a marathon yesterday. 25 minutes. It's non-stop turning around this track. Yes, you got a couple of straights like this, but you're ragging it even around there in these cars.
Yeah, 100%. Remember at the start of the year, we were doing 30-minute races.
Yes.
That was quickly extinguished. 25 is probably the absolute maximum we'd want to do one of these Formula Ford cars. They make their way to the left-hander. You see Evan in the distance. He's pulling away for this battle. Devilweek is just falling back towards Jamie Rowe in the Fabcon car number 48. The Spectrum chassis being helped out this weekend by Jordan Boyce, who's not just mentoring, he's engineering this car. Boyce himself, noted racer in open wheel cars. Through that right-hander.
A real front runner in Formula Ford for a good couple of years was Jordan Boyce before he moved on to Super 2 with Image Racing. And of course, Jamie Lowe, very well associated with that team, seeing his uncle runs the team, Terry Waihoon, a well-known name for those that attended the Thunderdome and Adelaide International all those years ago, a front-runner in not only Oscar but NASCAR as well.
I'm not even going to ask you if you went to any of them.
No.
I don't want to feel insulted.
I went to ASCAR in England.
There you go. Similar to what we had here back in the day.
Very much so.
His dad, in fact, worked for Terry Waihoon back in the day too, so a good family affair there from the Albury-Wodonga region. Here's the move. Devilweek went wide, and it allows Rowe, but just as quick as the door opened and shut, he's going to keep Lockie, who's right up against the gearbox.
Shooting me right now. Are you giving me the butt? Why? Why? Just why? Why? Okay. Yeah. Nah, you're real funny. Yeah. Nah. You're real funny. Why? Huge. My internet decided to crash. That's amazing. Oh, go away. Actually, actually go away. Why the flip does my internet decide to crash every time I go live? Well, not every time I go live, but like, you know, it makes no sense. It genuinely makes 0 sense. I can't even check if I'm live. I can't check if I'm live. So my stream could crash. And that could be bad. Because I've been live for 4 hours. Flip the neck. Okay, Buster. You can hurry up and flip and load already. Golly. Yeah, I'm screwed. Yeah, I'm screwed. It's Joba. It's actually Joba. It's actually it's unbelievably Joba. It's actually Joba. Golly. Oh, why can't you load? Why can't you just not crash? Why? Okay, I think that one's up, please. Oh, it's up. Oh, yes. Hallelujah. 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 Please don't crash on me. Okay, I think that one's up, please. Oh, it's up. Oh. Okay, I'm sure. Okay. Okay, Buster. Oh, no, not ads. Okay.
Here as he comes around the final sequence of corners. What a dominant performance it has been. One more lap to go for him. He's continuing to extend the margin even on this lap out to 3.7 seconds. With Williams and Fawcett still scrapping half a second the margin. So Williams has just pulled out a little bit in that final sector of the lap. Just a couple of tenths ahead of Fawcett, but it's just chopping and changing, just based on the runs, slipstreams, and that's the way we love Formula Forward.
So Evident Racing, with Brett Francis racing this year, spent some time with the Tom Williamson Motorsport team in karting, where he podium in the Queensland State titles. He's raced in Oz Formula Open, F4, Aussie racing cars, and Toyota 86, along with the Trans Am and TN2 muscle cars. And remember, just 17 years of age. A long career ahead for him.
Certainly a long career ahead, as we've said. He is front runner in anything he jumps in. As he rounds the final couple of corners, uses the curve on the inside very nicely to help rotate the car. He goes out to drive this thing. He comes around the final corner, take his third win of the season and enjoying himself as he does so. Slides it across the line. Williams holds on for second ahead of Fawcett, and then he can throw a blanket over the next three. Rowe from Demelweed and Lowing, the three of them separated by less than 4/10 of a second.
And Johnson's going to win this battle for 9. It's got 5 cars involved. He'll get 9. De Brogno will get 10th position. And all these cars covered by just over a second, with Ballack and Tabitha Ambrose completing the field. But for this youngster, 3rd victory of the season. And the Cam Quarries car, the McGale chassis breaks through with. We're littered with Spectrum chassis, aren't we? But McGales have proven their worth here at Mallala today.
Absolutely, they have, finishing first and sixth in that one. Evanet taking the win in the end by just a smidge under 4 seconds. Williams and Fawcett had their duel throughout, and in the end it went the way of car number 94. Beyond that, it was Jamie Rowe, Devilweek and Lowing in there, scrapped for 4th. And then Salvatore, a pretty lonely race for him in 7th then, of Fitzgerald Johnson and Imbrogno, who rounded out the top 10. Beyond that, we had Brad James, Caleb Bellack and Tabitha Ambrose in the Pertec-sponsored Spectrum. Great race, that one. And really looking forward to their longer race this afternoon. Plenty of highlights throughout. Start of the race was all important as they went on through turn number 1. Yes, Joe Fawcett took the lead early on, but it was quick to respond. It was a great start from Fawcett, a great start from Williams as well, who managed to make his way past Demelweek. Demelweek was demoted early by Will Lowing. A change of position there as well for 4th, but this was a scrap for 2nd that went on all race long.
I love that there's no fear trying to use the curves, particularly those high curves in the final S's of the track. This was Demelweek making the move on Jamie Rowe at turn 6. And from that point, we thought that car would just disappear down the road, but it may have been tyres later in the race that brought him back to this group and saw Jamie Rowe and Will Lowing pass him in succession down here at the S's.
Absolutely. Out in front, though, there was no stopping this man, Lockie Evanet, greeting the checkered flag first for his 3rd victory of the season and 2nd of the weekend. Great drive from the Can Quarries driver.
You should save that celebration for later on this afternoon. That was a bit scary coming past the start-finish line here as the top 3 down in Victory Lane with Evanet, Williams and Fawcett. Parking up once again for Evanet, rarefied air. The fans have loved their time out here, and it's got that old school feel about the park and view, which you can see plenty, if not all, the action where you are here. The iconic Mallala Race Control Tower. It's been here for many years. In fact, that starters tower is going to be upgraded before we come back for the homecoming event in November. The rejuvenated Mallala Motorsport Park, and showing off some of the next generation stars that we have in Formula Ford. Let's go down to Victory Lane.
Joe Fawcett, 3rd place in the 2nd last race of the weekend. Tell me if you've got anything up your sleeve for the feature race coming up.
We made a fair bit of improvement on the car just then, so I think we'll just fine-tune it for the last one, and we'll see how it goes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Williams P2 couldn't quite catch him that time.
No, yeah, Lockie had heaps of speed that time. Got plenty of work to do before the next one. Try to tune it up and see how we go on the next one.
Are you just focusing on the championship now?
A little bit, but just, yeah, try to get as many points as possible and move into the next round with a good margin.
Yeah, always. Well done.
Lachlan Evanet, congratulations. 4 seconds clear of the competition and looking to bring it home, but 25 minutes is a long time around this 2.6k bull ring, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's tough track to get right every single lap. Yeah, so yesterday in that last race, I had a couple moments, and that's what I wanted to look at improving. So in that one, I felt much better. I think almost every of my lap times was within a half second. So it was, yeah, much more consistent, and I'm just looking to do that in the next race as well.
One more to go. Time to bring it home. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
It'll be hard to beat. Only going into the final one today, but an extra 5 minutes of racing in race 2 of round 8. The Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. Time for another break. The Innovation Race Cars hit the track. You're watching the High-Tech Oil Super Series and the Mallala Masters.
Well, it is very green here at Mallow at the moment. And doesn't it look fantastic? We're here around 5 of the High-Tech Oil Super Series. Good to have you back joining us. Our Innovation Race Cars making their way out on this beautiful 2.6-kilometre track as they get ready to fight it out. 8 cars here this weekend taking part. You can see Danny Studdard just warming the tyres up yesterday afternoon. He had a little bit of an incident with Jeff Emery, which saw that car get a few repairs overnight. Just some suspension here. But let's have a look at some of the highlights of the race this morning. Now, Lee Stibbs in the High-Tech Oils, number 5 on the outside there, went to the lead very, very quickly. Now, Danny Studdard and Goodacre just rubbed tyres there for a fraction. We did see a couple of those marks on the cars down in the pit. Jeff Emery slotted into second position. Donaldson, who moved up to third very quickly while we saw that little home Goodacre and Studdard didn't hold on to that very long because Goodacre shot down the inside on just turn number 3 and managed to get that move done where he left it there. Now this was the interesting battle for me, Dan McCarthy, as the door opened up for a moment with Emery and Goodacre tried to go around the outside and Emery, well, he quickly slammed that door shut.
It certainly did. There it is from the outboard. That was very, very tight there. Goodacre electing not to take to the grass and decided to slot back in line. Danny Studdard was having difficulties in the race earlier on today and he just ran in a bit deep, allowing Brian Finn to take that position, a position that he would get back, but out in front. Lee Stibbs took a dominant victory from pole. He led every single lap, continuing to extend his margin. Great victory, his second of the weekend.
Yeah, he's looking pretty happy, isn't he? Pretty comfortable in that Innovation Race car. All they had to do was change the seat between Blake Tracy testing that car just to make sure everything was all right. It was obviously based down there near Winton. And then coming over to South Australia, they just had to change the seat up. Lee Stibbs slotted straight into that. He's been very comfortable after the practice sessions on Friday. Very, very fast too. 0.6 of a second faster in the second qualifying session on Friday afternoon. So wait and see how it goes in the race. He's been managing some tyres as well. I think he likes to go get that 5 or 6 second lead, and we'll just watch him just back the car down a fraction and try and get the wins here this weekend. Maybe he can take a round win, his first one in the Innovation Race Cars. We've seen this in the back of John Goodacre's car, and he'll be starting off the second row of the grid here in race number 2 today. So John Goodacre, lots of experience. He's a South Aussie, him and Lee Stibbs, the 2 local residents around this area, but John Goodacre is the man who would have all the experience at this track. So Lee Stibbs starts off with Jeff Emery on the front row of the grid, followed by John Goodacre and Alex Donaldson, and the Axel Turf moving 111. Then it's John Hollinger who came this weekend with a series lead. Now that's diminished just slightly, and he's dropped back in position with Danny Studdard alongside. There's Brian Finn and John crossing to round out our 8 cars here this weekend. It's going to be a great start as our safety car leaves the track and we get this race underway. 25 minutes of this glorious Innovation Race Car noise getting around the racetrack here at Mallow Motorsports Park. And turn number 1 where it's been super exciting in every category. Finn gets pushed a bit to the inside. We saw Lee Stibbs take to the inside, but he's got to cross just before that ripple strip because it can really unsettle the car, and they're so low here with all that aero hanging off the side and the rig. You don't want to go over there and make any issues there. But is this...
I think it's John Goodacre. It is John Goodacre who has gone around at turn number 1. So big drama there, a man who was really going to pace for the top 3 positions all weekend long. Has found himself facing backwards, so that promotes Grant Donaldson, or Axel Donaldson, as he likes to be known, up into position number 3 in the Mark II Mustang. So great start from him. Danny Studdard as well, a fast starter from 6th on the grid. He got past Brian Finn on the last lap earlier on, which meant that he's up a row. Here's a replay. Is it Donaldson in the side of Goodacre? It is around.
I don't know if there was contact, mate. He definitely got pushed to the outside.
You think that could have just spun on the dirty stuff?
Well, potentially there, or he's dropped a wheel, because there's a little bit of a drop-off if you come on the outside of turn 1, isn't there? It's not smooth, so that may have just unloaded the car. Wait and see what that one says, whether we see any replays of that a little bit later on, but we'll wait and find out, because there is some edges there as well. You don't want to try and cut a tyre on that one. So Goodacre will try and regroup this time. Emery in second position now. Stibbsy, I expect it's probably going to take 2 laps to get everything up to temperature, brakes, tyres, everything like that around here. So he's cracked out with a 112.40 for his first flying lap around the track from that race start. But give that 2 laps, I dare say we can see that back in the 107s once again, maybe a low 108. And he'll try to extend his lead out to 5 or 6 seconds. If he can do that once again, it's going to be a big sleep repeat for him at the moment. That John Hollinger in 5th position. He's the one that needs to try and make his way back through the pack, try and get back into the championship points at the moment. So he's just fallen back a little bit as this weekend has progressed on. He's lost a couple of points there in the Innovation Race Cars. Currently sitting in 2nd position. He's lost 13 points. Now, came with a 3-point lead. He's 13 points behind in the championship.
Yeah, it's been race number 1 yesterday, which cost him dearly. He lost a couple of positions as a result of that due to the progressive grid of yesterday's race. Number 2, it meant that he started where he finished and he couldn't make hay, couldn't move forward. And it was a similar story earlier on based on his results in qualifying 2. Again, he was just stuck in the pack and couldn't make his way forward. And again, it looks like he's got the pace on Donaldson, but at the moment, he can't quite find a way through. Here's a replay. This will really tell us if there was contact down there at turn number 1. Yes, there was. Just a little bit, but when it's in the rear corner like that, it's very easy to rotate another vehicle.
He's been on the back end of some bad luck, hasn't he, John Woodacre, as well? We saw that little moment. Obviously, Emery was close for him as well. We went out wide. Luckily, they only got the wheel off onto the dirt. So, Woodacre, I'm sure there'll be a few animated words inside the helmet, but he'll get back to it as well. They like to have a good time down here in the Intermission race car pits.
They're actually sharing a garage, so that's going to be a bit awkward when they get back to that paddock. They're having a laugh and a joke with me in the lunch break about the battles that they've both had throughout the weekend, and unfortunately that battle did not end well for either of them with Goodacre going around, but Donaldson's still out there in position number 4 at the moment, so Studdard has made his way by early on in this race, but still in position number 4, just ahead of John Hollinger. Studdard was struggling a bit in the race earlier on today. He told me that he was struggling with the setup. He said it was just bursting into wheel spin. No matter what he did, he just wasn't able to get the traction down, the power down, and that's where he's losing all his ground. He was just going into wheel spin, and everybody was just pulling away from him. So he's certainly fixed that up for this final race, hasn't he? He's right back on the pace.
If you get up to Emery, they will continue their stoush from yesterday, because yesterday we saw that Studdard just missed his braking marker and made contact with Emery, and Emery spun around and damaged the back of Studdard's car, which put him out of the race, but it was just a slight mistake. It wasn't anything. It was just a racing incident, unfortunately. In the end, Studdard had to retire from that race. That hurt him some points. I'm just going over, having a look at the wins this weekend. Lee Stibbs, who looks so dominant, because if he can continue this, it'll be 3 from 3. Might not get a round win, because Jeff Emery has had a podium every race so far. He's been on all 3 steps of the podium. He started with the first, second race was the 3rd position, and then second in the last race. He might still get a round win here.
That second race could have been even better than a 3rd place finish, couldn't it? He had it coming together with Danny Studdard, a bit of contact down at the turn 8 hairpin. So Emery spin around. He was able to recover, but in that 3rd position, and was not able to move back through the field. Time was not on his side in that one, and had to finish in that 3rd position. But it's been a good solid weekend for Emery so far. I don't want to jinx it too early. We've still got a lot of time to go. 20 minutes still on the clock, as we ride on board with the high-tech oil sponsored Innovation race car, Lee Stibbs, who really has taken to this series like a duck to water.
And to take that a 108.5 to go fastest lap of this race so far. We have seen him down in the 107 zone. He did a 106 qualifying. So he'll be nurturing this car. The tyres won't be as green as they were at the start of the weekend, which we have seen a lot of tyre degradation across the categories. Probably more of our radial style categories like the legend cars don't notice it as much, but anyone running a race tyre, we have seen that. And it's caused by a lot of the braking. I mean, I know the surface here is obviously got a little bit of age and character to it, but there's a lot of braking. We're going to have another look at this one. I think race control will probably ask for this. And have a look at the green machine there. And Donaldson's orange and white. There is a slight touch there. And it's whether they're going to call that a racing incident. Obviously, the car's going too wide through what is a narrow part of the track, or whether that's going to be deemed as something that could cause a penalty there potentially for Donaldson. We'll have to wait and find out later on in the race. It's unfortunate. And it's going to be awkward cleaning up the shed after this race.
Yeah, Donaldson himself was on the wrong end of the stick yesterday when John Hollinger, who happens to be the person that's behind him right now, the two made contact down at the turn 6 hairpin, and it resulted in the Mark Mustang facing backwards down there at turn number 6. So the Axel's earth moving machine will not want that again. He'll want to try and keep the Hollinger Engineering IRC car directly behind. Great to see Brian Finn. He looks like he's found a bit of performance in this final race. He set his PB lap last time by, or PB sectors anyway. He is right on the tail of these two, which is fantastic to see him really take the fight after he was locked in combat with Danny Studdard in the race earlier on today. Donaldson there running a bit wide at turn number 3 and a bit deep. And that's opened the door here for Hollinger as they head down the back strip, the fast strip, down the Smithy Straight, as it's called here at Mallar Smithy Straight. On the inside, late on the brakes for Hollinger. Oh, he had a real good look there, but to no avail on that occasion. He certainly sent it up there, but Donaldson closed the door.
Yeah, I was worried that was going to be a replay of yesterday's race number 2. We were holding our breath for a moment here in commentary and hoping that wasn't going to happen. They've had some great racing, but John Hollinger just trying to go up one position at the moment. Take a look at one car at a time. As Goodacre looks like he might have caught up to the Mark 1 car of John Crossing and moved into 7th position now as the Green Machine. Not at the back of the pack anymore. Finn has picked up a little bit of pace there though, some strong 110s. He just dropped back to a 111 might be because he's behind the pack, and potentially that could have been the same issue with Danny Studdard with the control inside the car, which is a great feature on these where they've got numerous amounts of settings for traction control as well as ABS, and they're having to turn a lot of that dial it right back because with the little bumps and how these cars are set up, goes over a bump that spins the wheels, it brings the torque of the motor down, so it's actually slowing the cars down. So over the weekend they're just fine-tuning that as they go around. There's some great shots here of this wonderful track that we've come back to. Malala, great to see national level racing back here after over a decade, and they've got plenty more action coming away later this year. It's track starting to get used more and more, and they've got this car going off in the background, and it's Donaldson and the 111, and Finn's going to take advantage of this one as well. He'll be kicking himself with that one. That was an unforced error. Hollinger wasn't actually that close, didn't have a look up the inside on that occasion. Donaldson outbroke himself down into the turn 6 hairpin. Here is a replay in ultra deep, far too deep as it turned out, and he just dribbled off the side of the road. It's one of those real awful feelings in a race car when you just dribble off the road like that. Yeah, so he'll be kicking himself in his Mark II Mustang, and now look, he has John Goodacre right up his behind as they hit the back stretch and head towards turn number 3. I'm not going to say I didn't have a smile on my face when I saw John Goodacre come up there. I thought, oh, we can put this battle back together. A couple of mates. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of banter going on if they can, even though they're at the back of the field now and they're probably not going to catch Lee Stips or Jeff Emery, they will still enjoy this if they can reignite this little battle that they've had there, John Goodacre and Axel Donaldson. Not too much in it now, that's down.
Isn't she amazing? Yeah. But she's nothing like Hyundai's offers at the moment.
With a Tucson from $39,990 drive away, it's game on at your participating Hyundai dealer today.
At Port Waratah, we believe honest conversations build stronger communities and better decisions. That's why we're listening. The Local Voices survey is your chance to share what matters most. Follow the link to take the survey.
Points in the paddock earlier on today. Who used their new set and when? And Danny Studdard said, well, seeing I was starting up the points in yesterday, I actually threw them on in yesterday afternoon's race, and he was running on very used tyres this morning. So now that the field's a bit more level on tyres, because everybody's in the final race, they've all used the best of their tyres. It's a case of just mangling a set together and finding the best tyres to put on for the final race. We are seeing Studdard's performance certainly lift, and as we say, he's tuned that up clearly as well. Got rid of all that wheel spin, but he is still 5 seconds behind Emery Amanda. He fought vigorously with for the victory yesterday. Mel, down to you.
Up to me. We are up here in race control where all the magic happens with category manager Barry Hay for IRC, who are putting on a brilliant show this weekend, and every round better and better, but there's many more exciting things to come. What can you tell us?
Well, it's pretty exciting because we've had a good growth spurt as we started off from the start of the year to now. It's very strong, lots of interest, but what we have had is a lot of interest from junior drivers. So effectively that void coming out of XLs, coming out of 86s, all of that sorts of things. From that next step, at a reasonable price point, it's a bit of a void because you go up to the very, very big number sections, like the big categories. So we're opening up, we'll go public with it the next couple of weeks, but it's like a pro category, slightly adjusted car, basically exactly the same to look at. And it will cater for everybody in that junior class will be a pro class. So.
Well, those cars are certainly getting some attention, aren't they? And there's some, like you said, people knocking at the door and people that haven't driven them that are now and absolutely love them. So bring it on, yeah?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's just important to have a car that that isn't expensive to repair, because when you're learning, especially as a young person, driver, coming from a female driver's point of view, you need to have repairs. You make mistakes as you're learning, and you don't want your whole budget to go to your first crash.
And we were having a chat the other day about exactly that, and we saw Jeff Emery and all the damage that was done to his car at the last round, and how cheap it was to repair in the grand scheme of motorsport. Like, it's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, 25 grand repair gets you a lot of parts on one of our cars. It doesn't get you too far down the road in a lot of other categories at the moment. So, yeah, that's what it's all about, just getting out there. And I mean, the cars are fast, the cars are reliable. And I mean, the old boys are out there doing a good job, so I'd like to see some youngies in some as well.
Yeah, we would too. It puts a smile on everybody's face, so bring on next year for IRC.
And maybe a famous female driver should have a drive as well.
You never know. I think that's a terrific idea.
We'll work on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's some exciting news, isn't it? Obviously, we're starting to get a bit of young blood, getting a lot of interest in it in 2025, and they've done a lot of test days of the Innovation Race cars, obviously based up in Queensland. Queensland Raceway has been home to a few people just having a look at these, and Brian Finn's one of those guys that have come out of V8 touring cars, you know, the old style of V8 touring cars, and had one of those. He's raced very recently and decided, no, we're going to make the switch, we're going to update, we're going to go to Innovation Race cars. So I think with so many categories out there and obviously the expanding costs, it's going to be a great solution for some of the young guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, been moving out of big V8s in his effectively sports sedan Holden Commodore, and moving up into this series. Great to have him a part of the category. The other announcement in recent weeks, of course, Model A, the new model that sounds like it might potentially debut at Winton, potentially, or maybe next year, but a fantastic looking car, a real European flavour.
It's not a crank star, is it?
No, not that Model A.
Not Model A, no. It's a good looking Model A. No, we're right. No, hopefully we'll have some more. We've already seen some of the renders of that car. It looks absolutely fantastic. But tell you what, let's just have a listen to Lee Stibbs as he comes through the gears here in the number 5 High-Tech Oils Innovation Race car. Just heard that moment of traction control, didn't we, as he comes out of turn number 3 and gets on the gas, and they are a powerful engine too. What's 550 horsepower coming out of this LS3 based in the Innovation Race cars, obviously the Mark II Mustangs and the Mark I cars, another V8 iteration as well, but plenty of horsepower to get around, but it's the aero and I suppose the balance of the car that is really the difference in how fast they are.
This appeals to the Aussie market, doesn't it? V8s in a sedan-style body shape, you know, it certainly does appeal in that sense. A 6.2-litre V8 engine, while many categories around the world are going hybrid or even fully electric, and the Innovation Race cars, the Aussie-built Innovation Race cars, let's not forget, are full V8s, and they certainly roar around this circuit. We've got a couple of different engine configurations depending on whether you got an RC car, a Mark II car, or a Mark I car. There's torque as well. In the off-season, we're expecting quite a few more of the Mark IIs and Mark Is to come out of the garage, dusting off the cobwebs and joining our series, and potentially even being a separate class within the Innovation Race Car Series.
Yeah, definitely loving that we're seeing so many drivers. And if I have a look at some of my records here this weekend, I reckon we've probably had 13. Well, actually, I'm going to say that we've had 23 different drivers in here this weekend this year. So that's across. Obviously, we've got our sprint rounds, we've got our enduro rounds. In the enduro rounds, you can actually run two race car drivers. So you might have a race each, and then you might do a big 50 minutes enduro where you swap drivers halfway. So they have over 20 drivers sort of take part in this season. We have seen 12 cars, 13 cars, I think was our biggest field out on track.
Yes, absolutely. It was 13 cars. How many was it you said in total?
23 different names.
23. And of those 23, you've had 13 different people finish on the podium. That shows how competitive and how close this racing series is to have that many different podium finishes, and also the race victors as well. We've had 7 different race winners across the course of the season. Jeff Taunton's taken the most. I'm sure he's watching on from home. We wish you a speedy recovery, mate. Hope to see you back here in the Innovation Race Car Series in the near future. Jeff Emery has taken 5 race wins, and Lee Stibbs, of course, he's moving up the ranks in terms of IRC victors with his 2 so far this weekend. And you can see he's on board at the top left-hand side of the screen. Into the corner goes Brian Finn, who is in position at number 5. So Goodacre is going to be latching onto his tail. There's still 7 minutes to go. Goodacre has moved past Donaldson. He did that several laps ago. The margin, though, to these two is 3.5 seconds. You'll see there it is, the bright green machine, the Gap Solutions entry, just at the tail of the shot. But this is a really good performance again from Brian Finn, trying to get another 4th place finish. I spoke about the podium finishes. He's not on there. He's got a few 4th place finishes, but yet to get a podium.
He's only just joined the Ranks Innovation Race Car. It was halfway through the season as well. But look how close he's getting to John Hollinger. We'll wait and see what happens there. John Cross is getting around one of the Mark 1 cars, the Ford Focus, which doesn't look like it's got as much pace as the later model Innovation Race cars, but it's still moving around very fast. When you consider a 110 around here, which we don't see too many race cars do around Mallala as well, so that's a great time from them. But there are different tracks which have suited these style cars. We've seen some of the enduros like Queensland Raceway, where we saw the Donaldsons be really competitive there as well in the Mark II Mustang. So it really comes down to the track layout, really, for the balance of the vehicle.
Actually spoke to the man in position number 7, Axel Donaldson, in the Mark II machine about that very subject. I said, where is it that you're weaker compared to the Innovation Race cars, and where is it that you're stronger? And he says the sort of mid-corner rotation in the Mark II car isn't quite as good. The IRC car is very, very pointy. He has raced overseas in Innovation Race cars, so he's got a great comparison between the two. And he says this track is, whoa, we're big off, and there he is actually off the circuit. Just as I'm talking about him, he has gone off at a vast rate of knots down into the sand trap, and he is buried deep in there in the axle earth-moving machine. Unfortunately, he can't move the earth away from the tyres and get out there.
Do you think we can get a machine in to get him out? Do you reckon we could bring a machine and we could potentially dig him out of that? That is deep in there. Have a look at the dirt, the rings. Now, is that... That's a mid-corner over-rotation.
Possibly.
That is unfortunate. Let's have a look at the replay right now. He's on his own, and is that the same where he missed the brakes last time? It's almost like they weren't there. They're lucky to pull that car up. That was very fast.
It was, wasn't it? Very, very fast off down there.
That looked way more violent.
Yeah, I don't think he's missed his braking point. I'm not sure what exactly has gone on there, but the one thing we do know is that car is very much beached in the gravel trap, so no overtaking down there at the turn 6 hairpin. There he is in the background. One of the real key overtaking opportunities in the Innovation Race Car Series on this track has been is now not an option. So that is not good news if you are the likes of Brian Finn. You've got to find another place to try and make your move.
Yeah, pretty strong cars, but that front splitter wouldn't have liked hitting that dirt at such a pace that we went in there. John Hollinger now fourth position up on our screens. Finney not too far behind him. It's only 1.1 seconds of difference as we've got 3.5 minutes just over that remaining in this IRC 25-minute race here this afternoon to round out their weekend of competition. I will go into the final round. The door is open now for Axel Donaldson, though. But they will have one more round of racing. Their enduro round. Something is snapped, judging by the looks of it. Is that what the symbol? Maybe a brake pedal failure?
Not sure. Really, I don't want to speculate at this point in time. We'll find out for you at the end of this race. Post-race, we'll get the news to you in the future and let you know at Winton Motor Raceway. But out in front, this man continues to roll out those laps consistently. The margin now out to 8.5 seconds. Is a late addition to the Innovation race cars this weekend. He was going to be in his traditional TA2, but a late swap with Blake Tracy has turned out to be a masterstroke on both parties, because both have had very, very good weekends taking race victories in their categories. So Lee Stibbs out in front at the moment. He didn't take the victory in race 1, but since then it's been all about him. Second place for Jeff Emery at the moment, and third place for this man on the screen. It's been one of his more challenging weekends this one. He's shown good pace at times, but he doesn't necessarily have the results that you would expect come the end of this weekend. He's got one podium, but it could have been a couple more potentially. And he not had an incident with Jeff Emery, and the setup was a little bit better in the race earlier on today, but I think he's cruising now, and it's not full speed, I don't think, going out of that corner. Just looking at his times, I think he's buttoned off just a little bit, a few tenths in the various different sectors, so he's not quite pushing at 100%. He just knows there's 8 seconds ahead and 10 seconds behind. I could just cruise from here.
Provisionally at the moment, it looks like Jeff Emery's up for a round win. That's just Lee Stibbs missing out on that race 1, where he would have got no points for a DNF in that one. So we'll follow that on as we go. But at the moment, it looks like Lee Stibbs likely to come in second for the round, which is not bad considering he only made it out for 3 races.
I don't want to jinx it. He said all weekend, don't jinx me. I want 4 solid races with no problems. He hasn't won around this year, despite leading the championship. Taunton's won 2, Studdard won 1, and then we saw our 2 drivers that competed at Queensland Raceway, Gillison and Parker. They also scored a round victory in the last round at Queensland Raceway. So, despite leading the championship, he hasn't been able to string 4 races together so far this season. So that'd be great if Emery can do it. Very deserved a round victory if he can do it here today.
Brian Finn, closing moments of this race. You'll need to see if he can really put some pressure onto John Hollinger in that number 23 car just out in front. We are on the last lap of this race. The Hollinger Engineering, number 23 in 4th position, holding off Brian Finn in the final few moments of the race. It'll be great to see him back up in 4th position as he closes down in the 82 machine. This car driven by Danny Studdard at the start of the season. Danny likes the new car smell and managed to sell this one off, so he's got the fresh chassis on there. They'll start their final lap now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's their final lap. The race leader, though, is half a lap ahead of them on the back section of the circuit. Of course, it is a small lap around here. We said, they're lapping just over a minute, 68, 69, 70 seconds around here. It is a short, sharp lap, but yeah, it's about 35 seconds ahead of those guys on the back section of the circuit now. But out in front, Lee Stibbs not going to come away with the round victory, but personally, he's not put a foot wrong, and he's going to take his 3rd straight victory in the Innovation Race Car Series. Lee Stibbs is victor in race number 4.
Yeah, Jeff Emery's got 8.5 seconds. Here he goes over the finish line there, and he'll grab himself a 2nd place, and that should secure his round win here at Malala Motorsports Park. Danny Studdard coming through. And I'm going to think that Danny Studdard may end up with some good points there. We'll have to wait and do some maths on that one, see where he ends up for the weekend. He's had a couple of races that haven't quite gone his way, but
John Hollinger will come across, and he might end up third. Oh no, John Goodacre could end up third here for the weekend as well. So he'll come across the line in 6th position. That's a bit of a comeback after obviously that little bit of bump and grind going into turn number 1 there with Axel Donaldson, who ended up deep in the gravel track.
He's never able to close in on Hollinger and Finn. I said at one point it was 3 seconds, and if anything, the gap grew. It did in the end out to 7 seconds. But our winner leads Stibbs by near on 9 seconds. Ahead, Emery, who wins his first round in the Innovation. Race car series. Danny Studdard, category manager, or category founder, I should say, coming home in 3rd ahead of John Hollinger and Brian Finn. John Goodacre finishing in 6th ahead of the Mark 1 Focus of John Crossing. And of course, the story of that race, Axel Donaldson getting buried in the sand trap down there, and we can see it right in the foreground of the shot.
And after the final Innovation Race Car race for the weekend here at Mallala, that'll put Jeff Emery with a 16-point lead in the championship over John Hollinger. So the fight is going to go into the final round of the High-Tech Oil Super Series at Winton Motor Raceway in about 4 weeks' time. It's in the first weekend of November, the Saturday and Sunday. Great to have people joining us back here at Mallala. How is the crowd? If you get to walk around out there, everyone wants to have a chat with you, talk about the old days, how things are going. Check out some of the race highlights though from race number 4 of the Innovation Race Cars. Lee Stibbs very fast on the start once again, but it was the bump and grind a little bit further down the pack, and Alex Donaldson, I don't think that was him moving over, that's just the car sliding a little bit, and John Goodacre, unfortunately, on the outside got a little bit of a tap and turned around in turn number 1, which put him back down into the field. He managed to rejoin the race. Donaldson then had Danny Studdard all over the back of him. John Hollinger was in front of Brian Finn as well, and then we saw John Crossing just rounding out this little pack at the start of the race. Axel Donaldson, well, he had a couple of moments under brakes, and this was one where he just went a little bit wide, and later on we could see that really amplify, I suppose, and we'll check that out. It looks like it's coming up very shortly.
This is the move. John Goodacre recovering after that spin at turn 1 up the inside to take 6th place just before Axel Donaldson speared off into the sand trap, and that was at a fast speed. He got well buried in there, miles off the racing circuit. But out in front, the High-Tech Oil sponsored car, Lee Stibbs, on debut in the series, took his 3rd race victory of the weekend to round out a fantastic weekend for him. But Emery is our round winner.
Well, it's great scenes here at Mallala Motorsports Park. Have a look at how green it is. That rain this morning, well, it's had a little bit of effect as well, but they're doing a fantastic job. All the crew here that are at the track make it look absolutely fantastic as we bring national motorsport back here to this iconic track in South Australia, which is about an hour out of town, and you can see all the farmlands around the small town of Mallala in the background. We're not too far away from Gawler as well, so there's plenty happening around the place. But Victory Lane's looking very busy down there. There's a little bit of a debrief going on between Daniel Dillison and Danny Studdard there in the looking at the 702 car. Let's go down to Victory Lane with J-Mac.
Danny Studdard has had an up and down weekend, but a great recovery on the bottom step of the podium for the final race of the weekend. Mate, a handy swag of points for the championship.
Yeah, quite handy. Finished the last race off nicely. It's been an up and down weekend, as you said, so pretty much tyre related around here, but yeah, happy to finish this way. Well done. Thank you.
And our round win goes to this man, Jeff Emery. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks guys. Obviously all the hard work from the team putting the car together from last round and coming out this round, and obviously starting off at the pointy end of the grid makes life a lot easier, because it sort of get tangled up in the rear end drama. So yeah, no, very happy with the result, and obviously thanks to all the boys for the hard work, and thanks to Ross McGregor for lending me his car for the weekend. So awesome job, boys.
Great stuff, thanks.
Thanks guys. Cheers.
Lee Stibbs, congratulations on a fantastic first outing for the car, the team, and of course the driver, but not enough to clinch the round win. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel good. Warm. I probably need to get a little bit fitter if I'm going to start driving these cars a little bit hard. So, but no, mate, had a fantastic weekend. Car went faultless, probably due to High-Tech Oils, but yeah, no, went real smooth. Again, thanks to George, thanks to the boys. I had Chris Pither in the corner. I had Schultze in the corner. Yeah, it's a pleasure to have the weekends like this.
An A-grade team, an A-grade driver, but let's bring it home next time. Done. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a bit of a model team down there for the High-Tech Oils Motorsports crew in the Innovation race cars. Our Formula Vs will hit the track very shortly, and they'll round out their weekend and their Australian Championship as well. The action's still to come. We'll see you soon.
that have been here before, feel the history, other drivers that haven't get the opportunity to drive a new racetrack, which doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, well, just like I say, we haven't been here. A lot of people haven't driven this track for a long time, so it's good to come back to this grassroots type of tracks. They're really good. That's a credit to what they've done here.
Yeah, everybody's enjoyed our time in South Australia this year. And on that note, Kaz, our series manager, has an exciting announcement about 2026.
Yes, we're coming back to South Australia, Mal. We're super excited. We'll be at the sister track at the Bend, or Shelby Motorsports Park as they call it. So we're really super excited. So our first round, opening round, will be March 13 to 15, so get ready for it.
Put that in your calendars, a sneak peek at next year's calendar, and more to come soon.
What a great announcement there from our series manager, and of course a great sponsor in George Gambino from High Tech Oils. The Bend, here for 2026, the 13th to the 15th of March next year. We can do it not as early as we did this year in February, but March will be great. And Dan, you can give us the lowdown on the weather. It's going to be great around March, won't it?
It certainly will be warm, I can tell you that much. That was around the time, of course, where the Adelaide 500 used to be the traditional opener. Of course, now it's the traditional end of the Supercars Championship. So right around that time, it is going to be warm, but it's a great place to start the season. The Bend Motorsport Park, it always produces really good racing. It's a very fast, flowing circuit. Very different to this track we're at here this weekend.
5 kilometres, that's very different. But let's have a look at some of the race highlights from your Formula V's earlier today. They put on an exciting one, of course. It was all about Daniel Reynolds and Alex McDonald, though, at the lead. And Reynolds still leading this Australian Championship, but take nothing away. There was plenty more going on further down the pack. Hedeman, Ogden back today after some mechanical issues yesterday.
Absolutely. Out in front, though, it really was a tale of two. Reynolds versus McDonald, as we have seen all weekend long. They exchanged positions on multiple occasions. It felt at one stage like it was lap after lap, but the intensity rose as the race went on. Ogden came from the back of the field to finish in position number 4, and he gave us a good show while doing it.
Yeah, didn't they jostle for position for a lot of the time here, and McDonald was looking and just testing Reynolds throughout this race and seeing where potentially he could apply some pressure. And for a couple of laps there, he led the race just for a few corners, but Reynolds was so aggressive and just kept fighting back and taking that position back. And as the race went on, there was a few back markers to get through as well, and we saw a couple of cars spin around there, and that was very unfortunate. But this was then going through a little bit of lap traffic just as we went to the checkered flag, and I didn't play too much in the end. I think it just made that track a little bit narrow, so McDonald couldn't take that risk in the final couple of corners of the race. As blue skies grace us here at Mallala at the moment, conditions perfect for the racing. We can hear the wind just picking up a fraction out there. It was very breezy this morning with a nice cool breeze, as we've already got a car out on the grass.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming to a stop as well. It's an orange machine. That's better we can tell you from the very high aerial cam, the drone cam there, just showing us exactly the venue that we are at here at Mallala Motorsport Park. Cannot wait for this one. Question is it Reynolds or is it going to be McDonald? There is the car that's come to a stop. Is that Hugh East, I think, on the outside of the circuit? I believe it is the P-plater.
Well, we caught up with the president of the Formula V's out of Western Australia. Mel caught up with him earlier this weekend.
So we are in the Formula V pits with Formula V Australia President Rod Lisson. You have made the trek from WA again over to sunny Mallala.
We have indeed. Second trek across the Nullarbor this year. Yeah, we've had a good time so far.
It's fantastic that you've got the big truck, the V-Keeper, and that sort of enables all of the WA competitors to compete in all of the rounds all around the country.
Well, that's it. When my wife Kathy and I got into racing, we decided we needed a truck to haul 2 cars, and then we thought, well, why not make it haul lots of cars, and then we take everyone around the country.
So tell me, you're racing against your wife. Are there any ladies first rules or anything like that? Who's faster?
I know to get out of the way if she's coming, because she won't give any quarter. She'll take me out in a heartbeat.
So you're actually one of the few people this weekend that's raced at Mallala here before. What do you think of the track?
It's a lovely track. It's nice and small, a lot of tight corners and a lot of drafting down the back, so it's perfect for Formula V.
Yeah, I mean, Formula V is exciting everywhere, but I think it's going to be fantastic on this little circuit.
You're going to see some very tight battles and a lot of cars going into the same corner at the same time.
Good on you for bringing all of the WA competitors over here, and it's been fantastic to have you on the Super Series calendar this year. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for having us, and thanks to all the competitors who've come along to make this a great race.
Yeah, it's been a small contingency that have done the travel, haven't they, for the Australian Championship there. There's just a small number of them, but we've had so many come in and out as we get closer to their home tracks. We've got to do a big shout out to the West Aussies who have done a lot of kilometres to travel around. Daniel Reynolds is going to be in the starting row alongside Alex McDonald, and that fight will go right the way down to the final closing moments of this race. I can't wait to see how that all unfolds. At the moment, of course, it's Beliak, that's our 1200. So we've got our 1600cc motors and our 1200cc motors. He's leading that one at the moment, but the race is underway, and Reynolds again doesn't get the race started. It seems to be McDonald who is a lot faster there off this standstill start. Reynolds won't take too long to get up the pace, but he's got to watch out because it looks like Hedeman Ogden now right behind him.
Yeah, Ogden getting through into position number 3, so very fast start for the driver of the 71 machine. That is the Corsica RCO. Very good start from him after a recovery drive throughout the weekend after missing the opener. But on to the backstretch, the long drag towards the northern hairpin. Down Smithy's straight they go. They say straight, but it's got a bit of a kink in it.
Is that a corner, Dan? Is that what you would call it?
It is a corner. It is classified as a corner, yes. No doubt about that one. No matter what track map you look at, that's a corner.
No, there's been a lot of debate here this weekend about the corners, getting around at Malala, but no debate about the racing because it's been spectacular, especially in the Formula Vs. These two out in front, Ogden and Hedeman. It's such a shame Ogden had those issues yesterday because we would have seen him really in the fight as well, which would have been even more exciting this weekend. Come from all corners of the globe, Western Australia, Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, and of course South Australia to be part of the Formula V National Championship.
Across the line they go then to complete lap number 1. And the top 4 separated by just 1.2 seconds. And in fact, those two behind are getting into a bit of a duel, and that's going to allow these two to break away if they fight too hard. And look at that, there has been a bit of a margin, bit of dust flicked up at the back of the shot. So I think somebody's had a little bit of a moment through turns 1 or 2. But the top 2 are trying to pull a little bit of a margin. As they hit the backstretch, they've extended the lead over 1 second to the car behind Ogden. 9 officially the margin. But this is what we've come to expect in Formula V competition this weekend. The fight between these two, McDonald and Reynolds. And Reynolds goes around the outside, under brakes into the hairpin. Great move.
Yeah, holds onto it. He's, like I say, he's been very, very aggressive. He's wanted to lead the race, not wanting to sit behind McDonald's. I suppose a bit of cat and mouse, like I've said before, just looking for opportunities where he can try and fight back. That drafting really works down the back, and we'll have a look at this move once again. That's it. We've got a car off in the background there, and that's just trying to grab the number. Oh, it's number 5 car down there.
Lloyd, that's gone off the track, so he's fallen down to 15th position as a result of that. That was the dust that I saw on the last lap in the very tail of the shot. So this is different, this race. Last race you saw Hedeman trying to go with the top 2, but he wasn't able to do so. Towards the closing stages, he fell back quite a considerable margin, but this time he has his work cut out. All weekend he's been in a very lonely 3rd position, but not in this one. He's going to be challenged by Ogden all the way. So we got 2 fighting for 1st and 2 fighting for a podium position as well, which is really, really cool to see. And then beyond that, as they have been all weekend, best of the rest, it's Harriet and Clifton rounding out the top 6 as Hedeman goes on the attack, but he's been forced to go the long way in his Rapier chassis, so he swaps back in behind the 71 of Gary Ogden. But look at this, side by side, is room going to be left on the outside of turn number 7? The answer is absolutely yes, because Hedeman is all the way alongside and has the inside line for the hairpin. A bit of a lockup, quite a big lockup actually. You could see the car move about as that happened. Ogden tried the cutback but was not able to do so. Oh, big clobber of the curve. Got a bit of air there on 2 wheels.
I can feel it.
Yeah.
It was a bit like driving here today sometimes as we're going through a couple of little roadworks, and that really hurt as he went through there and copped a lot of inside curve. You can really see the difference in the Rapier chassis too, can't you? Just the body styling as it comes up, the slight changes amongst them. We've got quite a various amounts of chassis when it comes to the Formula V, because they've been around for so many years. There's been so many upgrades, so many people start to build them as well, that although they're very, I suppose, the design has stayed the same in terms of, you know, engine transaxle style setup, there have been those manufacturers around the world that have made these chassis.
Absolutely, whether that's Sabre, whether it's Elfin, Rapier, there are so many technicals as we see. The 78, the Checkmate driver going defensive. He's the only driver actually this weekend that has a Checkmate, the JP02 chassis. As exit of the corner, McDonald just gets his nose alongside, but as he's on the outside around that long left-hander, he's not able to stick around there, but as he gets the side draft, he looks back up the inside into the final sequence of corners. But this is what we've seen so far this weekend, haven't we? They just sort of build up to it. They really do. It gets intensity, lifts, rises, and it really does build to a crescendo on the final lap of the race. And it's always a curtain-raising finish, that is for certain.
They've definitely been the focus of this weekend's racing, haven't they, with the show that they've been putting on. It's been a masterclass. Apart from a couple of moments throughout the race, and we haven't seen them be more than a second apart, and it's always gone down to the final corner of each race. McDonald, well, he managed to get that in race one yesterday, but it's been all Reynolds since then, and we'll have to wait and see if Daniel Reynolds can continue that on.
I wouldn't say all Reynolds, you know, they changed positions a lot. In terms of wins?
In terms of wins, yes. McDonald got the first one, but Reynolds now got a couple up his sleeve.
It's been so tight though, hasn't it? It could have gone either way, and we've seen that again in this race. Reynolds has just been on the better side of it on more than the one occasion, and McDonald really has had the pace to go with him. They've been very, very equally matched this weekend. The only race where they really got separated was that second encounter, where McDonald confessed he made a couple of mistakes, fell out of the toe, out of the slipstream, and once that 1.5 second buffer had been made, he didn't have the pace to then catch back up again. So that's the only time we've really seen them be separated at any point in this weekend. If you look at every single shot, photo of the weekend in Formula V's, those two have been together. You can't take a single photo of them without the other one being in the background. As we can see further back down the field, they fight for a top 10 position.
Yeah, Westerhout, that is, in the number 69 here this weekend out of Queensland, all thanks to my school childcare and kindergarten. And so I had a good chat with him actually while we had the school kids going around. He goes, I really love, you know, getting the kids in the car and taking it on, obviously coming from a childcare background as well. But great to have the Queenslanders have come down for a couple of weekends, obviously with their title at the Bend last weekend as well. So it's been great for a few people to hang around and really make, I suppose, a holiday out of what is a couple of weekends away.
Yes, certainly. Fight is still on at the head of the field. You mentioned the Queenslanders. 8 Queenslanders here this weekend. It's a phenomenal effort to have so many of them come over for this weekend. Moran was the man that organised it. He sits in position number 12 at the moment. And then as well, the truck driver coming all the way from Queensland of Reichstein. So a big thanks to both of them for organising it and making the transport come all the way over here. Without them, the field would certainly be a little bit smaller, but great to have Queenslanders, South Aussies, West Aussies. Big thanks to them as well. Of course, we spoke to Rob Lisson, who's the Formula V president, is around. Knows the 69 of Westerhort.
You're blaming me for that one? Okay. It's back in 13th, though, managed to recoup that, and we'll get back on track. He's just inside of Bialek, who's winning the 1200 class at the moment. So it's the two classes, the 1600 and the 1200. As Reynolds still leading McDonald at the moment, and there is only a 10th between them in lap times, and they're going to keep going back and forth on that one. Hedeman now in front of Ogden as well, up into 3rd position. So let's see if Ogden can stay with that. Probably a little bit fresher brakes and things like that on that car. Missing a couple of races yesterday, and that's Reinstein back in 17th position. Expect that potentially to go down the field just a little bit as we reset our timing here. Yeah, that's right, 18th already. So we'll rejoin there. Doesn't feel that's anything too much to worry about. But one of the talking points amongst most of the categories here this weekend has been brakes. It's been very hard on brakes, and we'll get into that a little bit come our Legend Cars Australia, because I've actually seen a few of the brake pads they pulled out. So it's been a bit of a consumable this weekend as we check out the High-Tech Oils replay here. And this is going to be Reinstein. Just, that's a fairly large curve of the inside for a small car like a Formula V.
Yeah, very much so. So lost the rear midway through the corner and clouted and went over the curve on the inside sideways. So that was quite a moment, but fortunately he's able to escape and rejoin the race, albeit down in position number 18. So a few positions lost for the Queenslander, but nice to see him back on the racetrack as the fight for third is well and truly on here as they hit the little back strip. Ogden forced to go the long way on this particular occasion. Headiman late on the brakes in car number 44. Just running a little bit wide on the exit of the corner and they tangle wheels. They somehow managed to get away with that. I will never know how. They touched wheels but without really mounting or getting airborne. That was quite a hit. Hopefully there's no damage to either of those vehicles, but just the two cars with very different lines going into the corner came together on the exit.
I also noticed, as we go back to our race leaders, if you have a look on the, I suppose, the left-hand side of the driver, on the nose cone there, he's got a couple of wheel marks as well. But let's have a look at this replay. So slow it down. It's side by side. That's so lucky.
Yeah.
Because if they'd gone in front of each other, one of the cars would have ended up in the air there, would have lifted the front end up. So lucky that's really gone square on the side. Now, I'm not going to see it on Reynolds' car as he goes around. Have a look and throw it in there too. Heederman really pushes the number 44, the blue machine at the front, throws it into the corner, lets it slide out, and Ogden back in fourth position after attempting to try and get back into third, and they touch those wheels. That's unfortunate. He's still in the fight. He might get a podium here. We've still got 5.5 minutes remaining. Is that a little bit of smoke in the background, or is it slight haze just to the right-hand side? Maybe someone kicked up a little bit of dirt there as the 65 machine on our screen at the moment in 17th position. That's Butler. It should be Reinstein, just in front of Midwinter, just gone past Midwinter in the race there. So that's a 1600 of Butler, taking one of the 1200cc cars of Midwinter, who's here this weekend.
Great battle on the back straight for position number 3. It still continues around the outside, this time by Ogden. You don't see this move too often. He's going to hold it there because he'll have the inside now for turn number 7. I don't think I've seen that this weekend.
It's a new one. Keep it up your sleeve. Maybe, let's see if he's gone a little bit too early on that one. We'll have to try and find out. Just over 5 minutes remaining in this race. Have a look at the car. It just squats down at the front. The moment they get on the race, the suspension gets right down. The shocks get pushed. The springs in these as they come up through the chassis. Now Ogden's still got the lead here. So Heederman, will he try and back off for just a couple of corners? There is no gap between them at all. That is down to less than 0.2 of a second as they go across the finish line. They stick together through turns 1 and 2 as well as they head up into turn number 3.
I noticed some timing. See Ogden. On our entry list, it's Gary Ogden. I think it might be his son Corey that's behind the wheel today. His son Corey actually raced last weekend at the Bend Motorsport Park, so I think they might have had a driver change in that particular machine overnight. So Corey behind the wheel today. There's up the inside, a bit of a look there from the number 36. That's my reasoning for it anyway, because that is definitely a C Ogden rather than G Ogden, which it was yesterday.
Here's the fight down in the bottom end of our top 10. As you can see, just leading out at the moment is Beswick in 8th position, Lisson in 9th, Floyd in 10th in the yellow machine, and in 11th, Newell just rounding out this pack of 4 Formula Vs as they go down this, what we're going to call it back straight, I suppose, as they head down into turn number 5.
I've never seen Malala so green as it is this weekend. Had a lot of rain here in Adelaide in the racing pass. Oh, that's late on the brakes. That's far too late. And he just about pulls it up. You could see both brakes locked up on the front there from the recovering Lloyd who had that off-track excursion earlier on in this race. So he's now up to position number 9. He got through on Rod Lisson, but he nearly ended up in the tail end of the Beswick machine, but he got away with it, so he's up to position number 9. But yeah, just go back to it, Malala is looking so green, so much rain in the recent months, and it looks absolutely splendid as around the outside comes Reynolds. So these two continue to scrap at the front of the field. We've spoken about this all weekend. Oh, was there a little bit of a touch there, or was that just the rotation? The aggression, I said it lifts at this point in time, and that's exactly what we're seeing as they approach a whole train of lap traffic, which will play a factor here with just 2 minutes to go in this race. How do you judge the traffic? It's like a World Endurance Championship race when you've got the GT3 cars and you're in a hypercar. The speed difference between the 1600s and the 1200s is huge, and we're seeing that right here on our screens. The lap time difference between them is nearly 10 seconds, so it's a huge difference here at this short, sharp Malala Motorsport Park. Through goes Reynolds, through goes McDonald as well. The margin a quarter of a second, but there's still plenty more to play out despite only 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Hedderman and Ogden continue their duel as well for third position. Remember, Ogden yet to get on the podium this weekend. Hedderman so far this weekend has finished third on all 3 occasions.
Reynolds said in his post-race interview that I don't think the lap traffic played any part in that, but he was very quick to make that move, wasn't he, once he saw that traffic coming up, because he knew he could position himself, and he just got to the right moment there when he went into one. He got to position himself to the left. Now this is on again. Ogden having a look down the inside. He's not going to be close enough at this point, but it's going to be a hard braking when they come to the end of this straight. Will he be close enough? Can he get the toe coming down as Reynolds and McDonald still caught in battle there for first position? This is hard under brakes on the outside. You hear the chattering of the tyres too. Round the outside. Ogden's going to have another look here. They go through the little left hand of the kick there. There'll be another straight, but we're going to see Peterman on the inside run as they come down to this hard braking zone, or will we see Ogden really risk it? Go late? No, they break at a very similar time, and it's chattering. Still stays on the outside. They're too wide through turn number 7. The little left and right hander onto the main straight, still side by side. It looks like Peterman may be in front.
What a fantastic battle. They've been side by side now for half of the lap, and they're still side by side as they flick it into turn number 1. That must have been 1.5 Ks, I reckon, that they were side by side. That was absolutely awesome. We've seen a lot of slipstreaming duels. We haven't seen a wheel-to-wheel battle like that one so far this weekend. And straight away, they only spent 1 corner in line. They're straight back side by side once again. Ogden going the long way, looking for a nice run out of the corner to build the momentum on the Smithy's straight with a big kink in the middle as they fire through the flat out right hander. That outside run has worked an absolute treat for Ogden, who moves up into a podium position. Hard on the anchors though. That car is very unsettled. Under brakes up to the inside for the race lead comes McDonald. That was really close to contact. There must have been a hair's breadth between them. As they come around the final corner, McDonald throwing everything at it with 1 more lap to go. He knew he needed to make a good exit there to be right on the tail of him out of turn 2 for a potential move up the inside at 3. But I think the aggression worked against him there. I think he lost a couple of car lengths.
Really unsettled the car, didn't it? That's the big ripple strip to hit. And I know they got a little bit of suspension in these cars, but they're not going to like a big hit like that. And it's just pushed him back. He needs to really close that gap up out of 3. He got that straight to try and get a little bit of the draft in. Can he get really close behind him as they go down into 5? They get 4. They're not going to risk it. They're just going to hold on to it. Try and go as fast as possible. How much braking is left? How hot is the brake fluid in the car? How much disc pad do they have left to try and pull these cars up? That is a great question at this point in the final lap. As he has a look, McDonald's goes around the outside. Reynolds covers him off. He's very defensive. And a slide there for McDonald. But it might have worked in his favour. He's on the inside now as they run down into turn 7. They'll have a little left-hander. But if he can get the side draft, maybe he can stay with him. Great shots here. Oh, he pushed him to the outside. Almost puts him on the grass. It could have been a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact. It's going to be a tussle into 7, but he can't do it. McDonald, Reynolds closes him off. McDonald just locks up a little bit of a wheel. You just saw that puff of tyre smoke, and here's the final corner.
Certainly is. McDonald throws everything at it once again, but it is going to be the round victory for Daniel Reynolds. A brilliant performance. Boy, oh boy,
Did he have to have his wits about him on that final lap? The fight for third is on as well. Ogden trying around the outside, but Haderman comes back through, so a change of position once again. So it's going to be Haderman who is going to take position number 3 ahead of Ogden. A brilliant battle between those guys for third place, a final spot on the podium. Ogden just a 10th shy of his first podium this weekend.
And that was very, very close. 3/10 between Reynolds and McDonald. But they're coming across the line now. Oh no. Is there an incident? It looks like the front nose cone may be dragging on the ground. We'll try and get some updates on that one as well.
Oh, another spin. It's all happening here on the last lap. That's our friend of the number 5 machine, Lloyd, who spun earlier on in the race. He recovered nicely, but another last lap spin. I don't think he'll lose a place out of that, though. He will finish in position number 10. Should say a shout out to Matthew Bilek, who won again the 1200cc class, finishing in position number 14.
Daniel Reynolds ends up with 3 race wins from 4 races here this weekend with Alex McDonald. Well, he's doing the opposite. He got 1 race win and 3 seconds. Alexander Hedeman on 3rd place once again. Corey Ogden, what a fight back this weekend after some mechanical issues yesterday. It was a great finish for him, and he almost got on the podium. So Hedeman wasn't on his own this time. He had a hard-fought battle. As we look a little bit further down our field, Matthew Harriott in 5th, Clifton in 6th, Behan in 7th. Listen, coming in 8th position this time, the 1200cc once again. So that'll be a clean round from him. We're going to get back with some of our podiums, and we've got our TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia not too far away. The excitement continues here at the High Tech All Super Series in just a moment.
When you travel, the most important things are the memories you make. Be ready with Allianz. Travel insurance that champions lifelong memories. Search Allianz Travel Insurance today. Ah, Allianz.
Moonpig.com.
welcome back. It's great scenes here at Mallala as we get into probably the second half of our racing here this afternoon. We're well and truly into the thick of things here at Mallala. It's the sun is shining, and let's head down to J-Mac.
Third place, Alex Henneman, and a fantastic weekend for yourself.
Thank you very much. It was a little quiet at the beginning, but that last race was full on. It was really good. Clean racing. Excellent. If I could, I'd just like to thank John, Tim and Matt from Volks Engineering for building this car and helping me get it set up. I wouldn't be here without them.
Fantastic. We can't wait to see you at a future round.
Great. Thank you very much.
So P2 again, Alex McDonald for that race for the round. As close as ever, but wow, that last lap.
Yes, that was a stunner of a race. I was throwing the kitchen sink at it. So this is my last race in V, so I tried to make it a good one. And I didn't get the win, but I think that was a great race. So.
Well, it's been terrific watching you guys all year, and you'll be sadly missed, but hopefully we'll see you in something else, maybe on the AASA High-Tech Oils calendar then.
Yes, I'll still be around, so thank you.
Daniel Reynolds, a brilliant weekend, bring it home in first place in the final race of the day for you guys. A great feeling all round.
Yeah, it was a great way to end the series and the year for me with a win. Obviously, really close and tough fight with Alex there, so I was quite happy to come out with the win.
Congratulations, mate. Well done.
No, thank you very much.
Yeah, we've got to congratulate all of our Formula V winners throughout the 2025 season. It's been fantastic having them here. Of course, 3 races as part of the High-Tech Oils Super Series, and there's been some really close finishes. I don't think there's been a win by more than a couple of tenths of a second for most of the year, really. We'll move on to some more little legends, which they basically are. The TFHI Legend Cars Australia lined up behind our Hyundai safety car as they're getting ready for their 5th and final race of the weekend. What I love about the Legend Cars is our top 10, where they switch them around in race number 3, really jumbles up the order. So this is how our final race is going to start. Ruben Dan being super dominant in the CXC machine while he's going to start out of 1. Aidan Williams now leading the championship alongside of him. Chase Tippett, who got on the podium in the last race, with Shane Tate on the second row. Dylan Thomas, who had a big moment there on the third row alongside the Australian champion Ryan Pring. So there's a couple of names there in the third row that could potentially, if they get their act together, really shuffle up that top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly many talking points in that one, of course. Maverick and Kevin Berry fell off the road. He was in a top 5 position when he speared off at turn number 6. He'll be coming out of position number 14. We had a standing start for the Australian Formula Vs, but back to a rolling start for Legend Cars Australia. They're the busiest category here this weekend, the only category with 5 races, 5 short, sharp, 15-minute sprints, and this is no exception. Here they come then, around the final sequence of corners. We're waiting for that green flag to fall.
Listen to the most of them, all 3 cylinders now as they take on. There's 1 4-cylinder left in the pack, and have a look at this. They go bumper to bumper. The Morse code already happening as they go down the main straight. 3 wide as they turn it in. Watch out for Maverick to fire off the back. They've got a brand new set of brake pads on that after a failure in the last round, which sent him off. So watch for him to move up the field, and he's up a number of positions already. Have a look at this on board with Shane Tate, though, who's a former Australian champion. The budget rentals entry has a shot down the outside, but Dylan Thomas trying to cover him off. Ryan Pring not too far away as well, just back there in 5th position. Ruben Dan, they've let him go already. He's opened up a couple of tenths, and watch him try and put the pedal to the metal and drive her over this one. Look at the back of Tate's gun. We just saw Ryan Pring alongside it. You can see the green wheels now on the front. Pring with a nose in front. The cars move around quite a bit. You can see the wheel movement there, especially under brakes. Aidan Williams needs to watch out. Dylan Thomas now, the number 68, trying to recoup some points in the championship. He had the lead coming into this round. Now he's got the work to do.
Absolutely. Said about Dylan Thomas, he made a blinding start from the 3rd row, and he went straight around the outside of the 2 ahead of him on row number 2 and took position number 3 as a result. Brilliant start from him. And he is now going to try and catch these 2 who really have been the class of the field. They've taken all the victories between them. 3 race wins for Dan, the inverted grid race victory for Aidan Williams. But Thomas has had the pace this weekend, but just not the results to go with it. We saw that big off-track excursion in the race earlier on today. He locked up, made an unforced error, ran off by himself. Great race so far for Pring. He's had a challenging weekend, the reigning champion, but he's been there collecting the points and chipping away at it. And this is the highest place we've seen him all weekend long. Just ahead of Shane Tate and Tippett, who broke through for his first podium of the season earlier on. He's been shuffled back though, back to 6th position at the start of this one. As the flight up the front goes towards the hairpin, the northern hairpin for the second time. Forceful defensive move from Dan. He says to Williams, you're going to have to go the long way if you're going to get past me in this one. Really cool to see so many young guns up the front of this field at the moment in Legend Cars Australia. It really has become a great junior series, and of course you can go on to race them wherever you want around the world. They are raced in Europe, in Asia, in America, particularly strong in America. But really cool that so many youngsters are coming straight out of karting and jumping into this cost-effective category.
Hayden Williams not letting Ruben Dan get away this time. He's the only one that's been on every podium finish out of this round, Hayden Williams. It should put him in the box seat to potentially get himself a round win if he can hold this one together. Ruben Dan, well, he struggled in the reverse top 10 race number 3 this morning. That's probably where he's just missed out on a few points, as we see Tippett, by the looks of it, just dash down the inside of Tate. Can he hold on to that one? Tippett got himself on the podium in race number 4. Can he do it again? He's just outside in position number 6, but they're so close together, all of them. Don't know what Ryan Prim's done, but he's up in 4th position. If he can hold on to that, we know he's been struggling with some gearbox shifter issues. Nothing they can do about it at the track this weekend except try and manage that car and get it to the end of the race. He also had some brake issues, and that's in the reports amongst a lot of them. It's a consumable amongst the Legend cars here this weekend, just how much braking they've had to do with all these circuits and these long corners. And they're talking to Mark Duckworth as well. He said it feels like you're just rolling around the corner for so long with this sort of late apex on a lot of these hairpins.
Yeah. Oh, big hit from behind. Tate is clobbered by not one but 2 cars. So one tipped him into a spin, and then he gets hit again as he comes to a stop on the inside of the hairpin, riding on board with the driver of the 147 car, the budget car and truck rentals machine. Copped an absolute clobbering down there.
The question will be is who came to the side of him, and is there any damage to the car, because they do restart very easily. Let's have a look at the replay from the outside here. So Tippett's coming down on the inside, Tate on the out. Oh, Kevin Averi just missed that, so he hasn't made contact as the car's pulled up.
It was Skinner, Riley Skinner, who tagged it up the inside, the number 94 machine. Was that good pace this weekend? Maybe not the results to show it, but bang into the side. It even rotates the camera, and you could hear Kevin Averi just scraping the rear. It sounded more like a hit. Didn't it really? But Kevin Averi somehow got away with that.
I don't know if the car's actually come and touched him after that when he stops here. Oh, he's just got a little bit. Hopefully Maverick doesn't have any damage there, because it's just clipped. There are some bash bars on the front and back of these cars as well, which are pretty sacrificial, and we've seen the welder out this weekend because a few of them in crack where they get caught up sometimes. Now I'm just having a look to see if there's anything too bent on that car, or whether it's just nipped a wheel potentially over one of those bash bars. They're fairly robust for a little car, and the abuse they've been taking is phenomenal really, but this battle continues for first place. This is the first time Ruben Dan hasn't managed to open up a 3 or 4 second lead when he's had clear air. Hayden Williams from the south coast of New South Wales electrifying us with a battle here at the moment in second. He is only a couple of tenths away, and have a look at him on the outside. Ruben Dan will have to be defensive now. This is hurting his track times, and Dylan Thomas will be hoping that potentially they will slow down in this battle and he can make a very mature move, because he's got a lot of experience. So I'm sure he's sitting back looking at where they're positioning the cars. He'll understand this track. They actually came down, him and Ruben, and did a little bit of testing a couple of weeks ago here at Mallala. Where is it though that Dylan Thomas takes that risk?
Absolutely, that is the question, isn't it? 3-way duel for the lead. It's been a weekend really in terms of pace where the CXC racing cars have been the dominant force. However, Hayden Williams today has really found some speed overnight and taking it to them. That is for sure. Great to see that. Of course, he won the inverted grid race, but he had good pace in that race earlier on today. But this, I think, is his best showing yet. Really taking it to Ruben Dan, who has been the dominant performer, particularly yesterday, taking the wins by a good handful
4 seconds.
And with that drafting down these small straights, very important that you stay within close proximity of the car in front of you. If Ruben Dan managed to get a second or two in front, it's going to be so much harder to maintain that pace because they look fairly evenly matched at this point. Whatever changes they made on the 95, it's working there for Aidan Williams. It's going to be a big haul of points this weekend. He's leading the championship now over Dylan Thomas, who's relegated back at the moment. I'm calculating around 4th place in the Champions. That's how close it is. This race will change all of that once again, but there's going to be 6 or 7 potential contenders going into the final round in the Winton Wrap in 4 weeks' time.
Down into the hairpin, Dan forced to go defensive again, and now Thomas is right there. So this is always a challenge, isn't it, for the person in the middle? You don't want to attack too hard, because if you do, you might leave the door open to the person directly behind you. Having said that, Williams is going on the attack right now, but as a result, he can't hold it around the outside because that will open the door, give a written invitation to the man Dylan Thomas directly behind him. So he does not want to do that. He needs to be smart about how he goes about this, because the CXC racing machines will work together. They've shown that already this weekend, that they are willing to work together to take 1-2 victories. So Williams is going to have to be smart as well as quick in the final 7 minutes of this race.
Yeah, it's probably been the weekend Dylan Thomas didn't want coming into this one. And of course, race number 1, he got 0 points there after he had a tail shaft issue, didn't finish that race. He's had to watch his teammate Ruben do fantastic. Really, the young man coming out of the Ginetta Junior Series over in Europe, as well as our Toyota 86. He's just phenomenal, isn't he? Like the speed he carries and how smooth he is to return number 1. Ryan Pringnow's got Tipper there, and have a look at Maverick coming from the rear of the field. He's already up into 6th position. He's just missed out on the podium a couple of times here in 4th position. It's been teasing him to get onto a podium at the moment for Maverick. Wouldn't he love just to be up there at the moment? So a few things are going to have to go his way as Tipper takes back on that 4th position. Dylan Thomas holding onto that 3rd, just looking at the winners in front of him, and Pring still on the inside here. Maverick will have a look around the outside. A lot of that Excel racing experience really playing dividends when it comes to legend cars, because they slide around much like that as well, and you've got to get that bump draft down those straights and use it to your advantage.
Absolutely. The only difference, one is front wheel drive, the other one rear wheel drive. So they swing it on through turn number 1. Brilliant spot to watch these cars. We did it on Friday on the hill. Brilliant place to watch from. It's a bit of an incident further back. Yes, there certainly is. The number 34 of Brett riding right up the side of the number 33 of Spicer. Yeah, boy, oh boy, that was a big moment there. And through goes a couple of cars as a result of that. And in fact, Spicer has continued to fall down the timing screen since that moment. But there's certainly some wheels in the air there, that's for sure.
Well, you wouldn't call them an open wheel machine, but they do stick out past the flares on the car, don't they? So they've got that same open wheeler effect. If they do touch tyres front to back, one of them is going to go up in the air, and sometimes they get caught. There could be something bent on the rear of that car. It looks like Spicer might be retiring, pulling off into the middle of the circuit. It looks like where the burnout pad is placed here at Mallala.
Yeah, exactly. On the inside of turn number 1, of course, this track not only used as the circuit race, you've also got the little kart circuit, which is just there on the right-hand side where those tyres are. And then you've got the burnout pad as well. A bit like its sister circuit a couple of hours up the road. This is very much a motorsport park, as the name would suggest. You can hold all sorts of different motor racing events here.
And it's still going on. Ruben Dan leading this over Aidan Williams, and that's 0.3 of a second, and less than 0.3 of a second back to, well, probably not anymore, as Aidan Williams goes on the attack. Can Dan hold him out? 2 young guns going at it. And right behind him, a wealth of experience, Dylan Thomas in the 68 machine. I don't know if he wants to get too close. Watching these two battle it out, he'll know when it's his opportunity. He'll sense it. These spidey senses, he'll feel it there, Dylan Thomas. Have a look, Aidan Williams has another look, but he's having to go the long way around, and Dan's been able to cover him off so far in that 111 CXC machine.
Certainly has. Around the turn 7 kink they go. They're just beginning to get Thomas. He's fallen 1.2 seconds back now, so that is not what I expected late on in this race. I thought he would mount a real challenge, so he's not quite able to go with these two at this point in time. As we see further back, so Pring has now fallen back to position number 6 behind Tippett and Kemi Naveri, and as well Skinner is right in that fight as well. The number 94 machine moving up through the order at a fast rate to not here this afternoon. Great performance from him, but he's got laps on his side as well if he wants to move forward and potentially fight for a top 4 finish. The only thing is, he said about Kemi Naveri, yet to get a top 3 finish in the series. The unfortunate thing for him is even if he overtakes 71, he's still in position number 4. He needs some drama ahead in the top 3 if he wants to break through for that maiden podium here today.
Yeah, unfortunately, if we had that threaded yellow out there, that's going to probably chew up all the time in the race. So it's looking less and less likely he's going to get on a podium here for this 5th and final race of the weekend. But he's had a fantastic win fighting back from rear of the grid, and he showed me the brake pads down there. He's actually taking chunks. As Ryan Pring has a big dive down the inside, who's had some braking issues as well. They've got very hot, but yeah, the brake pads chunks were starting to come out. It's got so hot that corners of it have started to break away, and that's what they said. These are almost brand new at the start of the weekend, so they've had to go through all that, and it creates a bit of a mess in the braking system too. So a lot of them just having to monitor that, and it looks like we're going to start the final lap out here as Ruben Dan all under attack from Aidan Williams, and with that final lap out there being called, Aidan Williams has to put the 95 in the lead at some point. Wouldn't it be a race if Dan could hold on at this point? 4 wins potentially on the cards from he's just missed out on 1 so far, but Aidan Williams will want the win. He's already got a race 3 win, that reverse grid race. He's had 2 seconds, a 3rd and a win this weekend. It's been a fantastic round for him. He hasn't missed a podium so far. Can the 95 green and gold do it?
It's really been a theme across all the categories this weekend of rookies really turning it on, whether that's Lee Stips in IRC, whether it's in TA2 with the likes of Joel Heinrich, and as well in Legend Cars. We see it on the screen. Ruben Dan is looking to take the win. Whoever wins this will win the round. It's going right down to the wire. Victory, race victory, and round victory as well. It is right here to play for with just 3 corners to go. Off the track goes the number 33 machine, just moving out of the way. But let's look at this fight. Ruben Dan goes ultra defensive into turn number 8, closing any opportunity off for Williams. He can't get the run out the corner, the number 95, and it is going to be on debut in the series, a 4th race win and the round win for Ruben Dan. What a performance here at Ballala.
1 point the difference in this round between Ruben Dan and Aidan Williams. But what Williams needs to take away from that is that he will take the lead of the championship going into the final round. Maverick celebrating down there with a comeback into 5th position over Ryan Pring. Dylan Thomas comes home in 3rd and tries to just regroup any points he can in the championship at this point. We can see them still crossing the line now. Duckworth and Brett go across. Holt will be away, and have a look at this. What a fight that was to the finish. The 2 young guns going at it. Ruben Dan having a fantastic weekend in his debut in the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia, and the thumbs are up. Dylan Thomas, his teammate, he'll be very excited for him. He would have liked to get the win, and I'm pretty sure the race record ends up with Ruben Dan as well. So we're having a fair bit of banter around down there. Let's have a look at our race 5 results for the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. Ruben Dan with 4 wins now from 5 starts. Aidan Williams just behind him. Misses out in a round win by 1 point. Dylan Thomas in 3rd. Big shout out to Maverick Kaminaveri, who came back into 5th position. Ryan Pring, like we say, just trying to keep that car on track this weekend. Riley Skinner, waiting to see if anything happens out of that little nudge with it. There's going to be some ramifications a bit later on in this one. And good for Benny Goodrich to make the top 10 in the 97 machine. Bruce Duckworth, well, he said he was just getting out there to have some fun this weekend, but that's a great result from him, up in 12th position. And Shane Tate just a little bit further down. He'll be unhappy about this one. We'll get back with some of our winners very shortly. And of course, we've got the Formula Fords coming out on track next. Don't go anywhere. The excitement's still to come.
Welcome to Ni Hao Cafe. Ready for a virtual tour of our online classes? Let's begin. So you're interested in learning Chinese? Ni hao. We could do it in a new modern way. Whether you are a beginner or a fluent speaker, you can learn and improve your skills with our HSK graded web series. And the best part is you can always review your classes from your personal devices.
你好，我的狗生病了，你能帮我看看吗？怎么了？
You can practice anytime, anywhere, literally everywhere. It's time to learn. It's time to get better. It's time to master Chinese with Ni Hao Cafe.
The line because I thought it would have spun out, but that whole race just stayed consistent behind Ruben, pulling away from Dylan. He was there for a couple laps and then we just pulled away at the end. So just staying consistent and trying to gain more points in the lead of the championship.
So heading into Winton P1, that's brilliant, yeah?
Yeah, that's really good. Hopefully we can keep it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ruben Dan with a fantastic result on debut. You must be ecstatic.
Oh, what an amazing weekend. I can't really thank anyone enough. My parents, Travis, Dylan for giving me such an amazing car. Everyone for coming out to watch. Such an amazing weekend. I can't ask for much more.
Congratulations, mate. Soak it in. Well done.
Thank you.
Great job from the youngster. 4 race victories out of the 5 this weekend. Here are the highlights then from that last encounter. Through turn 1, there were 3 wide in the mid-pack. Dylan Thomas making a great start and moving up to position number 3. He was attacked into turn 3 by Tate, who tried to respond and reclaim that position, but to no avail.
Here, Ryan Pring was holding on for a number of laps there. This was a big spin, a little bit of a touch from Riley Skinner there, and Shane Tate spun around. Manawari and just clipped him with the tyre in the back there as well, and it looked like that didn't cause too much damage because Tate managed to rejoin the race a little bit later. This was exciting when Brett went up on the back wheel of Spicer. Now, Spicer limped around with a bit of damage on this car, but it was all about these two at the front. It was a battle for the round win. In the end, Ruben Dan, if he wins, he gets it by 1 point. Aidan Williams is taking control of the series at the moment as well. And this was across the finish line, how close it was. So a 1 point round victory to Ruben Dan, who gets 4 race win. And something wrong with the car of Aidan Williams as he crosses the line, just gets across there. Takes control of the championship coming out of this round of racing. It's going to be fantastic as we head to Winton in a few weeks.
Yeah, you can see the smoke, couldn't you, coming out of that as he went across the line. Aidan Williams just about making it there. That was good news for him to finish second in the round. But up next we have the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. The Stars of the future have really turned on the action this weekend. They have their feature race to finish things off, a 25-minute encounter that is ahead of us. 13 cars on the grid as we jump on board our Hyundai i30N safety car. Here is the grid then.
Here is the grid. It is Lachlan Evanet and Kobe Williams on the front row of the grid. Joseph Fawcett and Jamie Rowe. Isaac Delweck and William Lowing. Hunter Salvatore, Ethan Fitzgerald, Jack Johnson and Giuseppe Embrog in P10. Rounding out your top 10 here for race number 4 of the Formula Ford Super Series. Brad James, Caleb Bellick and rounding out your top 12 cars. 13 cars on the grid. We're about to go racing for the Formula Ford Championship. 25 minutes plus 1 lap. It's the feature race. And it's time to go racing. Williams versus Evanet on the front row of the grid. Let's see who gets down into turn number 1 first. It's a good start from everybody on the grid. Rolling start. Race number 4. Final race of the weekend. 25 minutes plus 1 lap as the cars run around through the second corner now. And it's a good start. Evanet leads into turn number 2. How long will that last for, though? That is the real question here as the cars now make their run into turn number 3. And on the exit, putting the power down. Evanet leads here as... Sorry, Williams leads over Evanet, Rowe, and Fawcett in position 4. Here, as you can see, Evanet going to the outside. looking for a move. Not going to happen. Or is it? As he continues to hang it around the outside there. And I think he's just going to keep it there. Is Evernet? Or is he? As they continue to run side by side now. It's about the drag that each car gets. And into turn number 7. 8. And then this is turn 9, the final corner on this circuit. And making their run now down into the first corner. Listening to these cars rev straight down into turn number 1. Evernet Williams 1 and 2 at the moment. 25 minutes plus 1 lap in this race. And then Rowe in P3, Lowing in P4. So this race very much coming alive at the back, at the front end of this one. But heading on to lap 2, Evernet leads.
Turn number 5, it's Evernet Williams, and then Jamie Rowe in position number 3. Joe Fawcett's having a little bit of a look, a little bit further behind on Will Lowing. Will Lowing has done a really good job to get this car back in this position. He had a real problem in qualifying. He came to a stop. He only completed just a couple of laps. Unfortunately, the bolt in the transmission meant that he could not select a gear. His gear stick came out, and yeah, had no gear. So unfortunately, he sat out most of qualifying. Despite that, still qualified midfield, moved forward in the race earlier on, and now in position number 4 in this one, after making his way by Joe Fawcett in the opening sequence of corners.
The big question is, can they stay with the Cam Quarries driver? He's been in some great form all weekend here at Melbourne Motorsport Park. In fact, the field have come back to him a bit there. 111.29, the first flying lap of the race from our race leader. So it's Evernet, Williams, Rowe, Lowing, Fawcett, Isaac Demelwing back in 6th position. Hunter Salvatore is next. Giuseppe Brogno up into 8th. Jack Johnson 9th, and making the move on the previous lap was Ethan Fitzgerald and Caleb Bellack to move up into top 10. There's Imbrogno with the repaired high flow number 5. As the leaders come up towards turn number 6, Demelwing pulling out perhaps for a move here on Fawcett, and does. Good move.
Yeah, Fawcett ran wide out of the turn 3 head, but he dropped 2 wheels in the grass on the outside of the corner, and it affected his run all the way down the long back stretch. And Isaac Demelwing, the young 17-year-old, took that position with glee as he moved up the inside. A great pass for a man of such lack of experience. Great stuff from him. He's certainly raised my elbows in the last couple of weeks. He is performing at a very, very high level against guys that have been racing Formula 4 for a good couple of years.
Yeah, he's really taken to it in day number 1, day number 2 now, weekend number 1 for Demelwing. Nothing in the lap times. Previous time by the gap 1.4 seconds over the first 4 cars. But as it's been for the majority of the season, it's the 88 versus the 94 in the Formula 4 Stars and Renegade Series. 8 second-place finishes was the streak that had to be broken at Queensland Raceway for our race leader. And since then, the green boxes, the W's have just been flowing. The man who's multi-skilled across so many disciplines in Aussie motorsport in 2025. But Kobe Williams, don't think this will be the last time we'll hear of this young fella on the ACM Finance car. He stays second with 11 victories next to his name in 2025.
Yeah, certainly been the dominant form driver of the first 3 rounds of this series. This is event number 4. Of course, we have rounds on different days, so this is actually round number 8 of their series. Race number 2, the double points feature race. Such a long encounter still. 20 minutes to go. The top 4 drivers are separated by just 1.3 seconds. All Evernet clearly feeling the pressure, pushing hard. Ran a bit wide there, and you can see the car bottom out over the curbing on the outside of turn 1.
That lap then, following the cars around, shows you how busy this lap is. There is no chance to breathe around here. In a little over 70 seconds in completing the lap, there's no chance to stretch the legs. Yeah, you can say it is a bit here, but they're still going to work the cars to a very fast right-hander with no aerodynamic assistance. It is a very technical track here at Malmar, and that's why over the years you've seen Formula Ford action at its best right here.
Absolutely, so many people who are in different categories, such as Paul Morris and various other different drivers, saying how good it is to be back here at Mallala after so many years. People have such good memories of this place. Marcus Ambrose being another one with a smile on his face here this weekend. He competed here in the late 90s and had a relatively good round on that occasion. But through they go around the final sequence of turns. These four cannot be separated at the moment. Behind that, though, Fawcett has made his way back up ahead of Demelwick, but it's now Salvatore who's sitting inside the top 5.
The first four broken away in 3 seconds back to Salvatore. Fawcett is next to Demelwick. Johnson has come up into 8th position now for that beautiful car number 14 as we start lap number 6 of this feature race here today. Just over 18.5 minutes remain. Going back to Marcus Ambrose racing here back in the 90s. There's also Adam Macro working on that team. And he won here in 1998 on the way to winning the championship. So great to see some names that carved their wheel tracks, I guess it's fair to say, at the Skyline Motorsport Park course back in the 90s.
Absolutely. On the back strip, Joe Fawcett, he said earlier on today when he finished on the podium, I certainly felt more comfortable. He said to me yesterday, just a general lack of grip and instability in the car. They clearly ironed that out for the race earlier on today. And to be fair, I think the car looks quite stable in this one, but he's just been on the wrong rub of the green. He's just been in the wrong place at the wrong time and has lost places as a result of that. He still sits in position number 7. He's in a big scrap with our race leader for second in the series at the moment, and this is not going to be a good race for him in terms of the points. With Evanet looking at 60 points for a potential race victory, he will be getting a lot less than that. So Joe Fawcett in the closing stages of this one will want to be moving forwards throughout the course of this one. Oh, Ethan Fitzgerald really wide there. 2 wheels in the marbles on the outside, really backed it into turn 2, and that cost him a lot of momentum. And now that means Jack Johnson is going to try and attack him. These guys were locked in combat throughout the last race, and it's great to see battle resume once again.
It's in the same order as well, 9 through 13.
Yeah.
He tucks out at the last moment. We'll leave this moment here, use the slipstream to the very last second, and Jack Johnson has to work to the outside because Fitzgerald, the green and black 56 car, comes him off nicely here at this first gear, Northern Hairpin, turn 6 on this 2.6 kilometre course. Back through the left-hander and has a chance down the bottom here, coming in towards the S's. Be forced to the outside, which makes it very, very long, but doesn't want to leave the door open for the cars behind. He's staying there as Johnson has to tuck back in behind, but look how quick the other cars have wrapped him up, and a little bit of contact midway through has cost him a position.
Yeah, the young 15-year-old Caleb Belak makes his way past as a result of that one in the Pioneer DJ's Spectrum. A great pass from him, very, very opportunistic. There was a little carrot that was dangling more than took a big chunk out of it. He ate the whole entire thing in one gulp. He moves up into position number 9 as a result of that one. And that was a big lock up there I saw from Lockie Evanet. The problem he's been suffering with all weekend. Despite a few lockups earlier on today, he did manage to get away with it and took the race victory. But once again, Kobe Williams is right on his rear gearbox, and he is going to be smiling behind the visor of that one, seeing his rival lock up with a significant moment down at turn number 3. That bodes well for Kobe Williams. Not only have brakes have been an issue, I should say, throughout this weekend. Yesterday, we saw both Fitzgerald and Tabitha Ambrose retire, and that's because they both lost brakes late on in the race, so that could be a factor at the end of this 25-minute race. Big braking zones here, turn 2, turn 3, turn 5, turn 7, and turn 9. It is a hard track on back course, veering off the road at a vast rate, and Nuts couldn't quite see who that was.
Bronio maybe at the back in 12th position. No, it's the 16th, it's Salvatore.
Ah, it's a shame. He just lost the place back to Demelwick, and he was trying to get back through, I think, into the top 5. So Demelwick has recovered after briefly falling back to 7th. The youngster back up inside the top 5. So good job from him. But that's a real shame. Oh, we've lost a real sort of engine mount there on the back section of the circuit. Could that be from the Bronio car, potentially from the car that we just saw off the circuit as well. So that's a big piece of debris anyway, but it's found a resting point on the grass, so out of harm's way.
We'll soon find out who it is. I mean, cars exposed engine somewhere out there at Malala. This beautiful sunshine we've had over the last couple of days. A little bit of breeze out there, and the black comfort conditions just spectacular as we go into another lap. The first four, it hasn't been like this all weekend. We've had two car scraps, but now the top four covered by nothing. Here it is on the replay, and just straight on for Salvatore. I mean, that car didn't even look like it was going to turn, and he's decided to go straight on. So this is where the cover has gone off, perhaps. Yep.
Yes, there it goes. And he's also set lap record last lap as a result. Under a minute that last lap time. So he's found a nice little joker.
Good joker lap, yeah. Oh, it's a shame. But I wonder whether that's a brakes issue. I wonder, it's not really a corner you'd have a mistake. So there's something more to it. The fact he dragged it on across the infield and decided to rejoin the track at the back has confused our timekeepers at least. There's seems to happen for Ambrose on the inside of Imbrogno, the battle for 10th position.
Yeah, brakes are being scorched out there at the moment, so my tyres are being tortured, and they are certainly going to play a factor. We're not even halfway through this final Formula Ford race. There is so much time still to go. Great camera shot, that the low-flying drone. We haven't seen a shot from there this weekend. That was awesome.
So Johnson on the back of Bellac. They're up in 8th. Fitzgerald leading this group of cars in the work zone. Car 56, the Spectrum chassis as they come through. So lap times dropped away considerably since the start. We correctly point out we're literally halfway through this race now. 12 and a half minutes coming up to in just a few moments. But Fitzgerald, these guys 12 seconds away from Lockie Evanet, who's controlling the race and doing a fine job. But look, he doesn't want to keep an eye on that mirror for too long because they're starting to get closer and queuing up. And in a few moments' time, I think we'll see that 5th place car join this freight train of cars. Watch the background for Demoweek as he starts to lure these cars in at turn 6.
Absolutely, yeah, as you say, he's catching at the moment, just a couple of tenths each sector, and that means with the 2-second margin, he won't be there in the too distant future. But these top four have been the class of the field in this final affair so far, haven't they? They really have pulled a comfortable margin over the rest of them. But this is a real good battle. So far this weekend, it's been all about Evanet and Williams, but it's great to see Jamie Rowe going with them, and Will Lowing directly behind him in position number 4. Both of those two drivers I spoke to during the lunch break, and they both said, yes, we didn't qualify well, but I feel I have good race pace. They both said that to me, and that is very much proving to be the case at the moment. Jamie Rowe was very optimistic about his chances of fighting for a potential podium or victory if he could get himself in this very situation. He's yet to take a victory in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series is Jamie Rowe. He's doing a cracking job out there at the moment, sitting in position number 3 on the road in the number 48 car, the Spectrum chassis.
Final round to come up at Winton at the end of October, where we'll no doubt crown the guy in second place at the moment will be our champion. It's a battle who's going to finish in 2nd and 3rd in 2025. And that took a good 12 minutes, that race to calm down, didn't it? It was really on then in the early stages. But fear we're in the eye of the storm right now. Everybody regrouping, everybody trying to stay with our race leader. As they come past the Kateri Capital Walcam at the end of lap number 12. And just over 10 minutes of racing remaining. The Townsville teenager leads. We go back to Fitzgerald, Bellac, and Jack Johnson. 7th, 8th, and 9th on the multi-car scraps we've got. There's another one brewing behind with Ambrose, Imbrogno, James, and Salvatore all battling for 10th position onwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Cracking battles wherever you look. It's pack racing here. The final race, the Formula Ford Stars Series. Yes, that was the moment, wasn't it? Getting crossed up on the outside curbing. Really rattles the teeth. The curbing out there, and he has certainly felt that. The local man, Ethan Fitzgerald. Great to see Fitzgerald and Bellac fighting inside the top 10. Two guys that run the team, you know, it's a father and son type operation. Really cool to see. Fitzgerald has brought his good mate from France over for this weekend, a gun engineer over in Europe. And it's paying dividends for him this weekend, sitting in position number 7.
And the same for young Belak in the Pioneer DJ machine. He's having a really good weekend. Got his best result of the season yesterday. And now he's trying to launch an attack on Fitzgerald. But Fitzgerald defending that one into the hairpin. Turn number 8, one of the great overtaking points here.
Are you actually shooting me? Oh. No way the internet just died. No flipping way. Are you kidding me right now? Are you actually giving me beef? Are you actually giving me beef? Are you trying to shove me? Golly. Bro, L internet. L internet. Flip is this? L internet. L Wi-Fi. L flipping Wi-Fi. L flipping Wi-Fi. Well, my stream won't crash because I'm using my mobile data, but like L internet, like L internet, like bro. Okay, Buster. Well, my stream won't crash because I know I'm using my data right now. Okay. Yep. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. We love to see this absolute monstrosity that's going on right now. And my brother's playing his guitar. I might just end it all. I hope this internet comes back up. I'm actually gonna crash the fuss out. I'm gonna crash out. Yeah, I think it's back. I think it's back. Please, Yeah, it's back. Alright, we're good. It's back. I think it's back. Yeah, it's back. We're good. Okay, Buster. I see how it works.
They get set for the final round at Winton Motor Raceway at the end of October. But still 6 minutes remain in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series.
I just get the sense Kobe Williams is biding his time. I don't think he's shown his true pace at this point in time. He's just sitting there in the draft, just conserving everything from tyres to brakes, so he can go for an all-out assault late on in this one. I think the rear wheels kicked into the air there as he caught the outside curve of the final corner awkwardly there. That was Fitzgerald again, as I say. He's really fighting this car. It looks uncomfortable, and there at turn 2, he bowls another wide, and that draws Caleb Belak alongside, but Belak is on the wrong side for the turn number 3 hairpin. He's going to try to cut back the switcheroo back up the inside on the exit of the corner, but Fitzgerald, the oldest driver in the series this weekend, is wise to that one. He's been around this game long enough. Belak waving his hands, he's not happy. He feels that he's being blocked, which is something that was spoken about prior to this weekend. You're not allowed to block until the final couple of laps. As up the inside looks Johnson. That's the thing now. Belak can't get too annoyed, can't get too impatient, or else that will allow Jack Johnson potentially through.
So it's starting to heat up. Already the highway code signal given from Caleb Belak. And they're swarming around the work zone. Green and black 56. Johnson could be the big winner out of this trio of cars in a few moments. Remember, they're down in 7th, 8th and 9th position. So it's not a battle for the win. But anyone thinks there's $1 million carrot being waved in front of him right now?
It's clearly gone off the carrot. It's bright green, not orange, as he goes through turn number 2. He is defending hard, and Jeff Gretsch did say to them, who's one of the men behind the series, he did say you can block a lap 1 and the final lap, that somebody's gone off here at the turn 3 hairpin. Lots of dust kicked up. That's more than 2 wheels. I think somebody's gone all the way off the road. I'm looking to see who's falling down on the timing screen. The replay may give us an answer. Is it lowing? It is lowing. Just caught the top of the blue machine, or the white and blue at the top machine, running wide. An unforced error throws away a top 4 finish.
And they've been surfing that curve all weekend, and eventually I think that car just bottomed out across the top. There's no way to steer it back on until he cleared the curve. By then he'd lost 2 positions and now finds himself back in 5th. As we stay with Jamie Rowe, Isaac de Melwick is now in 4th position. That car was heavily damaged yesterday in that race 1 incident. They missed race 2 by a matter of minutes, but it is a completely different beast here on day number 2.
Certainly is. Although, let's be honest, his racecraft yesterday was really good. He was just the wrong place at the wrong time yesterday, riding up the tail of Salvatore, just as Salvatore lost 3rd gear. And that was a real shame for him. He scored his first point in the championship as a result when he qualified 3rd on the grid for today's first race. That was his first championship point in the series, and he's gone from strength to strength since then. And now he is fighting for an outright top 3 finish in the final race of the weekend. And in fact, he's moved on through at the hairpin. He's moved up to position number 3. I'm sure he was ahead down in towards the final sequence of corners. We will see at the back of the shot. It's a great battle though for position number 3, and he has moved on through. My eyes did not deceive me, Matt Nolte.
Well done, good pickup. That slots him up in a 3rd, and they won't catch these 2 further down the road. It's 2 seconds now. Demelwick set the fastest lap of the race back on lap 17 with a 1 minute 10.8. And look how quick Evanet and Williams have gone away. Here they are with 2 minutes remaining. They were so similar in their lap times. Williams has decided this is it. We need to go for it now. Set himself up for that last lap lunge. Either down at 3, the top of 6, or on the way down to the S's. 3 genuine chances here at Malabar.
Question is his championship on his mind. Does he think, I'll go for second? The answer is no. He slings it up the inside, ultra late on the brakes. It's Kobe Williams side by side. They leave each other just enough room on the exit of the corner. They're side by side through the sweeper and on the run towards turn number 8. Who's going to be last at the late breakers? Evanet forcing Williams to the inside of the circuit, all the way to the white line. Williams back up the inside there, but Evanet is still there. He's got the inside for 9, but Williams on the switchback through the S's takes up the race lead. What a fight!
Worked hard for the gravy then, didn't he? That set up at a turn 3 and spent the next 3/4 of a lap trying to get the pass done. And now the pressure is on Evanet. Can he retake the lead? Check it out on the replay. This is further down the field with Bellac, Fitzgerald and Jack Johnson. And contact, hand up from Johnson, and puts Fitzgerald to the back of that group. In fact, he's dropped down to 12th position. No doubt nursing a wounded number 56.
That was one of the nuances of that double apex corner, really. It's a late apex, sorry, I should say. And they've both gone at apex at a very different time, and that's the result. They collided. Here we go, though, back on for the lead. Lachlan Evanet in the Cam Quarry's car, the McGale chassis against the Spectrum. For years, it's been Holden and Ford in touring cars. In recent times, in Formula Ford, it's Spectrum versus McGale, and it's the Spectrum driver that's leading the way at the moment. But these seconds, the laps are very much counting down now. But look at these two, they've fought so hard that Isaac Demelwick is right on their tail. Look at him, he's just a car length behind. He could spring a real surprise here. If these two aren't careful and they're not looking in their mirrors, they could find themselves losing out here. This is a phenomenal drive from Isaac Demelwick, an incredible performance on debut in the Super Series Formula Ford Championship, doing a sublime job into the turn 3 hairpin. Evanet's looking for a nice run out of there, and I tell you what, he judged that to absolute perfection. He nailed the exit of the corner, the long run. down the back stretch.
And time is running out. A handful of turns remain. Devilwick, the one to watch out. Everett has to cover him off at the same time. He's trying to make the move on the series leader. 4 cars throw a blanket off them coming out of this second last run on the way down to the S's. Devilwick has no role in this series. He wants a victory in his first weekend. Down towards the final turn. Williams covers him off. 2 turns remain.
Toby Williams comes around the final corner using the curb, sliding it through there, and he is going to hold on and take yet another race victory, but he hasn't fought that hard in quite some time. What a battle between he and Lachlan Evanet, and in the end the top 3 separated by just half a second. Fawcett backs it in, a challenging race for him, but he did limit the damage. He moved up late on to finish in position number 6.
Half a second covered 3 cars at the finish line. In the final race of Formula Ford Stars and Renegades in round 8 with 2 remaining. Fantastic. Take a bow, these 3. And Devilwick would have to be best of the round. First time out one of these cars, he was incredible. And another lap or 2 could have been a different story. 12 wins, count 12, the ACM Finance team, and does it by just under 2/10 of a second. Devilwick 3rd, row 4, Will Lowing 5th.
Indeed, yeah, he'll be kicking himself with that mistake that he made at turn 3 late on. He finishes in 5th, as you say, ahead of Joe Fawcett. Caleb Belloc, the youngster, finished in position number 7, beating Giuseppe Imbrogno. Beyond that, Tabitha Ambrose finished in 9th, ahead of her teammate Brad James. Outside of the toe, Jack Johnson having a little bit of a collision there with Fitzgerald late on. They finished in position number 11 and 12 as a result. And of course, Hunter Salvatore with his issues, a DNF. The crowd applauding that one, and rightfully so.
25 minutes of racing, 22 laps, and it started like this on the Hyundai highlights, with James almost being forced off the road there at the back of the field in turn number 1. I can't say enough about how well they've performed the starts over the last 2 days here at Mallala.
They've really had so few incidents. They've all left each other good, solid racing room. It's been really, really good racing from the youngsters. It was on from the word go between Evanet and Williams, wasn't it? They really were fighting hammer and tongs early on. And to start with, it was a group of 5. Here was the woes for Salvatore. We think his brakes went. That was the reason for the fast off-track excursion. And then off went the engine cover as well, just to make his day that little bit worse. There was the collision late on in the piece between Johnson and Fitzgerald. I'm sure they'll have very different versions of that event. But out in front, these 2 turned on an absolute clinic. It was a brilliant race. Brilliant duel between them all throughout. That was a great pass from Kobe Williams late on in the piece. And despite throwing everything in and on the final lap, Evanet settled for 2nd. Kobe Williams made it a dozen victories in the Formula Ford Stars Series. That is 12 out of 16 this year.
Yeah, pretty good performance. No question about it. The ACM Finance team picking up the victory and almost cementing the series. Before we get to Windsor Motor Raceway, Everett has a bit of a margin now, 2nd to 3rd, but all those official results will be unofficial until the end of the day here at Mallala Motorsport Park. This guy, he's going to earn a lot of fans as he climbs out of car 36. Isaac Demelwick, who charged up and was only half a second away from winning on his debut weekend.
Yeah, debut in the Super Series. Had a couple of goes in the Victorian Formula Ford Series and did a national round last week at Tailem Bend. And I was impressed then, but even more so this weekend. Brilliant performance from him. And J-Mate, you're down there with our podium finishers.
I am indeed, and it's actually quite deceptive how tall the young Isaac Demelwick is when he gets out of the cart. Congratulations on debut. A brilliant weekend for you.
Yeah, it was mega. Had a bit of issues through the weekend, dragging a bit of throttle. I ended out that one and the thing was on rails. So huge thanks to the team for getting the car out after that crash yesterday. Yeah, mate.
Well done, mate. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Well, just to prove how much hard work that was, Lachlan Evanet, have a look at this, guys. Him and Kobe comparing blisters. That was a long, tough race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty long. You sort of went to the start of the year, 25, 30 minutes in these cars was really tough. But,
Yeah, produced good racing. Unfortunately, I couldn't quite grab the win in that one. Kobe's done an amazing job in that, and getting past me, I couldn't quite get him back. So, yeah, I was really happy then, much more consistent than yesterday. Yeah, come second, I'm still really happy.
You've had a brilliant weekend. Championship's going well. We'll see you at the next round.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you very much.
And winning the feature race, Kobe Williams, congratulations. It was a hard fought fight to the finish, but well done.
No, thank you. Yeah, Lachlan was just really, really fast, and I was just having to push as hard as possible and not make any mistakes, and I just got there in the end, which was great.
Congratulations, mate. Where to from here?
Yeah, we got Phil Pollen next week, and then Winton in just over a month's time, so looking forward to getting there. Just a big shout out to my sponsors, none of this is possible without them, so thank you.
Fantastic. Well, don't go anywhere. We've got TA2 muscle cars coming up right on the other side of this.
TA2 muscle cars should be quite interesting indeed here as we will continue to go racing in a few moments time. The TA2 muscle cars, TA2 muscle cars are not too far away. 20 minutes plus 1 lap still to come for them. Of course, this is not the only action that is still to come. We have 2 Australian Formula 4 races, one coming up 40 minutes after this race, so 10 past 5 Australian Eastern Daylight Time, then followed by another Australian 4 race from 7:40 local time, so straight after dinner break. I will be doing that one, the final race of the weekend for Australian Formula 4. Should be quite good indeed, quite excited for that, but I'm going to take a break myself. On the other side, it is time for the TFO Trial Tier 2 muscle cars.
Alright guys, I'm Brad Gardner. Joel Heinrich. Going to take you for a couple laps around Malala Motorsport Park prior to the Malala Masters. Come on the straight, use all the curb.
What was that? Get after it. No, so wonderful.
There's a lot of I feel like every apex has a bit of camp, a huge bump for a year. Love getting the full throttle here.
Yeah, this place is all about, this is part of the track. If there's passing, I'll be impressed.
Yeah.
It's so fast through 1 into 2 there.
Track position is probably going to be one of the most important parts. Qualifying. Lucky enough this year we have 2 qualifying, so you can get your chance to redeem yourself.
Make a meal on the first day, you get there to go. Turn through. It's probably one of the trickier passing spots just because of the way that the corner's shaped. Bit of a late apex. If you can get down the inside, it'll be a good run down to the far hairpin.
Using curb there, mate?
Look, that's one.
Yeah. Flat through 4.
4.
Yeah.
5. No, it says 4. 4. It says 4. I've done all that, yeah, just don't count the corners.
Yeah,
Or count 3. Biggest braking zone of the track.
I reckon this would be a good passing opportunity.
This is where all the carnage ones, I would reckon.
Yeah. First lap carnage, turn 5.
Yeah.
We're going to be stationary.
Yeah.
You'll be out P1 gone.
Oh, look, ideally, but, you know, biggest coming choosers. The big sweeper. It's actually a cornering something faster.
Yeah, getting the full throttle there is actually a task.
Yeah.
It's not like the XL, we just hold it flat.
You hold it flat? No, everything else is just flat. There's some hometown tricks here, but I'm not going to tell you that.
No, come on, mate.
Come on, mate.
I'm trying not to show you.
This is about the only place you can use curves. Boy, you've done that. Getting on the straight's tricky. It's so deceiving. All of a sudden it comes up on you.
Alright, time to get
We're doing a quick drive change.
Alright, show us how to do it.
Turn 1. Last corner.
Yeah.
Everyone brakes a lot. It's kind of a big problem. More of a flowing corner. You can just get it, just tip in nicely on the camber. Really sucks you through there.
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. Big double A set.
Kind of like it.
Well, we got some push. Got some under push.
Under push.
Pick up the second apex.
All the exit.
All the exit curve. We're flat. This thing goes pretty good, eh?
Yeah, very good.
Turn 3. There's like 3 different lines you can do. The rule 8 line.
What line you running?
Oh,
Curve,
that's
curve or no curve?
We'll use some curve. Oh,
that's it.
Loves it, doesn't it? Yeah, look.
A tyre shop that comes to you. Couldn't be easier. For the best brands at the best prices. Mobile Tyre Shop.
The track's got so much camber.
The corners that have camber, if you don't get it into the apex on the camber, it's sort of
Yeah, you get a lot of push.
Yes. Ooh, that's backline. A bit of backline. The Hyundai and cars go right.
They do.
Thanks, guys. Hope you enjoyed your lap at Madeline Motorsport Park with Brad Garner and Joel Heinrich. Hopefully, 2 SA boys can put it up front.
And Joel Heinrich is certainly showing him up in this one, his first weekend, alongside Jared Hughes for the final race of the weekend in TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo. And they're ready for a 20-minute wrap-up after a quiet race earlier today. We're set for the final one with the best of the used tyres on every single car. Result of race number 3 set the grid for this one, and we're on towards turn number 1 here for the first lap. They settle in side by side with this rolling start. Jared Hughes, if you missed the coverage yesterday, sat out race number 2. They changed an engine overnight to jump in with Diesel Thomas. And it was Morris on the right-hand side with Brock Payne ahead. And Thomas with plenty of speed here with the Formula RX8 champion. Covers him off down here. There's contact in the middle of the turn. There's Morris in the red and black Mustang. Somehow it all straightened out, Matty Cat.
That's exactly what we want to see. I saw Tom Davies in the background trying to come through too. It was very compacted, wasn't it, through turns number 1 and 2, and they're going to go side by side. Diesel Thomas and Paul Morris, probably the youngest and probably one of the most mature drivers in the racing here this weekend, side by side. And Thomas will have to relinquish that position there, and now Paul Morris will have Brock Payne in his sides, who's just in front in 4th position. I'm interested to see how Tracy's going to try and fight Joel Heinrich on this one. Webster, who's been a little bit quiet this weekend, just roaming around the mid-pack now, putting that 200 machine up the inside there of Diesel Thomas, who goes back another position. And I tell you what, pretty happy to see Crutch's car in all yellow this weekend after the abuse that went through at Queensland Raceway, but he's right in the thick of it now.
You'd never have thought that was a brand new car at Queensland Raceway. The spare parts truck went home quite light after the tag team enduro event up at Queensland Raceway. One of the TFH cars sweeping across the front of Crutch. It was Diesel Thomas came on the in-car cameras. Down towards turn 3, Crutcher coming a little bit hot with the rears locked. And at number 4 Mustang. But Jared Hughes leading from Heinrich. We go back to Blake Tracy. At the moment, is leading the overall by just 2 points over Heinrich at a debut weekend. How's Thomas around the outside? You don't tend to do that and pull it away, but he's on the wrong side for the pass at turn 6. He tries to stay with that number 4 car on the exit now. It's bringing one of the high-tech oils cars, Brad Gardner. You can see in the mirror from a Diesel Thomas in-car camera as they work their way down towards the S's here on lap 2.
Yeah, I noticed Tom Davies just searching for a way through in the background of that too, so he is pushing really hard. Another brake lock up there from Crutcher in the number 4 Crutcher Development entry. Just pinching brake, that's going to start hurting some tyres, and this is the end of the weekend where every tyre has been used throughout the weekend. They're coming down on the bare minimum grip at the moment. It's going to slide the cars around, especially when we get to the back half of this race. Keep our eyes focused on Mark Crutcher, who's got in front of Diesel Thomas, but Diesel Thomas has been very quick throughout the season. It just seems like the TFH group just missed the mark this weekend when it comes to the setup of the vehicles, especially after the qualifying session this morning. We saw the debrief, Diesel Thomas just shaking his head a little bit, so they've had a frustrating weekend so far.
And for Josh Thomas, he was served up in the earlier race by Robbie Farr, who actually cut down their best tyre. So he's running his worst best tyre, if that makes sense, for this final race, and he's going to run probably outside the top 10 for this race. Farr, in fact, copped a 5-second penalty for that. And same too, Brad Gardner scored 5 seconds, which dropped him 1 position after starting on the wrong side of his grid road in race number 3 earlier today, but out in front. A car that's been plagued with some gremlins all weekend. Looks like it's cleared itself right now. We're talking Joel Heinrich in his first weekend in TA2 muscle cars. He's going after Series Elect champion of 2025, Jared Hughes, as they work into number 4.
Yeah, Hughes and the team, well, they had some very obvious issues, didn't they, after that drive, after they had some driveline failure there. They had to do a motor change overnight, and this is what we wanted to see, the fight in the final race. Now that Jared Hughes has used up a little bit of that tyre, he's not going to have all the grip that he had in race number 3 here earlier today, so Heinrich now can really take it to him. The local South Aussie, he knows his track back to front. He'll know exactly where to try and extract a couple of hundredths of a second, whereas Jared Hughes hasn't done too many laps around here. In the background, you got Blake Tracy. He's had an incredible start to the TA2 series here. We see him in Trans Am, but he hasn't been in a Camaro here. He's had a couple of wins yesterday, a 3rd position last time out. Can he get on a podium once again? And like you say, this weekend, currently leading Heinrich by 2 points for the weekend. And can he get a round win?
Time will tell. They pulled away 2 seconds of Blake Tracy, who's the fastest car on the track right now, into another lap with 15.5 minutes remaining. The lap times won't be spectacular later in the race, but they're certainly holding right now the 10-0 for Heinrich at the end of lap number 2. Shots from the drone cameras, they make their way through this long, ongoing turn number 2. And past the pit lane towards turn 3. So as it stands, Paul Morris looks likely to take out the Masters class win, which is the class within this series today. It's actually 2nd overall for the year with that strong showing up at Queensland Raceway with Brodie Kostecki, who's been helping out on the car over the last couple of days with Ben Grice, who'll be back here for the homecoming event in November. A bit of contact between Thomas on the exit here, on the back of Gardner, who's frustrated with this car today. They were so strong yesterday after being out in the wilderness during practice on Friday afternoon. Felt he had a really good car yesterday, charged up 6 places over 2 races. But that penalty has rattled the confidence, perhaps, of the South Aussie driver. Davies, who's reined on his own for the first time. We can't see that Brendan Blake Mustang around the moment. Morris is further up the road in 5th position as we go back to the leaders, much closer at the front as we go into another lap.
Down to just 0.3 of a second. They've really started to open up a gap on the rest of the field. Blake Tracy's in front of Brock Payne. He's got a couple of second lead on him as well. So he's running his own race at the moment, potentially just sitting back, which means his brake ducts won't be getting as hot either. So the brakes might be good for Tracy as we head to the second half of the race potentially. Heinrich, though, looks like he looked after those tyres the last race, and that's what Ashley Jarvis was saying down the radio to him. Drive straight, don't drive through the corners, save your tyres for this final race, and we'll see what we can do to try and get on the top step of the podium. It's all he needs for a fantastic weekend. It was funny to talk to the team today, wasn't it, when they said, you know, really upset about getting 2 second positions with the troubles they had yesterday. It's a great problem to have.
Absolutely it is. What a wheelman he is as well. And whenever he drives, he's tasted success, and it's only going to be a matter of time before he picks up a win. It could be today, but certainly could be in the future. Not sure if he's going to be back for another round. There's a question mark next to that. But I'm sure looking into 2026, we might see more of a 3-time Aussie racing car champion and on target for the Touring Car Masters crown, which he'll add more points to at Mount Panorama in a couple of weeks. Back to Mark Crutcher, who's up into 7th position, the king of race 4 in all our rounds this year. He's found the sweet spot with the curtain coming down, or the sun setting in the distance perhaps. Oh, how lucky was he then not to lose? We saw it from Diesel Thomas's perspective. He's had troubles in that corner all weekend long, and just as I was giving him a rap, he almost looped in front of the group.
I think he does it every time we give him a rap in the final race. He really does embrace the commentator's curse down there. Graham Cheney behind this too, his teammates behind Diesel Thomas now. He's had to work his way back to the field after a rough weekend as well. So the IAS crew have been very busy down here, and Diesel Thomas has his eyes focused. So the sun's starting to set in the background here at Mallala. And he goes to the outside of Crutcher. And what will Crutcher do under brakes? We don't see the car move around too much. That was pretty smooth, actually. He's got to watch out for Graham Cheney, though. So it might be the IS teammates that sandwich the young competitor Diesel Thomas. Tom Davies in the background as well, so he's going to be pushing Graham Cheney.
And Davies, I wonder if he's in tyre dramas as well. With the Ariat Chevy Camaro for Nathan Hurt Racing's on Graham Cheney, who's leading the Masters class in 2025. Overall, Crutcher is in fact the defending champion in Masters class, but with the takeover of the 2 categories from the HCC group, he's had a lot to focus on this year, and a whole fleet of new cars arriving in the country for next year's Trans Am Series, and a lot of those cars will find their way down into the TA2 Muscle Car Series. There is a real buzz of excitement in this category right now.
I thought you were going to say the fleet arrived from Mark Crutcher for the next season.
Maybe, he could just
he does like a new car smell, doesn't he?
He does. He does.
I enjoyed my Jordan Cox and that Enduro. Didn't they beat that brand new car up? Great to see him back in. They've got that car turned around and do a great job at HCC. And well, not on a tough weekend for Brad Gardner and the Pitman Trucks entry number 22 as well. And the car just moving around a little bit, really trying to find that setup. Josh Thomas in front too. And he's had a tough weekend, but having a look at the front 3, they're very even when it comes around to the last lap times, and they're definitely standing out from the rest of the field, though. It's our top 3 who have been very, very quick. But Gardner needs to watch out. We just see in the background, is that Danny Reedy behind him?
That would be.
Yeah, Danny Reedy moving. So Gardner's just rolled back into 12th position as they start to move in a approach on him. So he is struggling this again. Jared Hughes, well, he's just going lap for lap with Heinrich at the moment. You're going to see like Jared's a 10th faster, then Heinrich's a 10th faster each time they go around. And this is a replay, big break lock up with the number 7, Robbie Farr. Yeah, that's going to hurt a tyre.
Hurt Hoosie around there on the front right. Been working very hard at learning this track all weekend. Ed Hodson flew over from New Zealand, who's starring in the Super 2 Series for Anderson Motorsport. He's learned already this weekend. And for Ed, he had to learn the track himself before he could actually help with the setup of the car. Calling on some of his Speedway friends to help out as well. It's up towards the hairpin we go again with Diesel Thomas. So Mark Crutcher, here we go again. He's gone this time, and Crutcher loses it. I thought he was coming in a bit hot, and he's parked it up the top 10. All that good work has dropped him outside the top 10.
You think he choreographs that? Because it always seems to be when we go to some sort of footage of Mark Crutcher late in the race, he does something spectacular.
Stage fright, perhaps. He hears he's on TV. Oh, he'll be kicking himself. That's a lot of positions to lose. That's dropped him down to 14th on the track while the leaders are working their way down towards turn 3. So Blake Tracy, even though he's running 3rd at the moment, is on target to win the weekend. If Heinrich gets ahead of Hughes here, he will win the weekend. That's how close it is in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Morris likely to win Not only the Masters class, but finished third for the weekend, the way it stands. Meanwhile, this is what it looked like from outside with Mark Crutcher. And again, it was like yesterday in that qualifying run. The rear starts to chatter, and around went the number 4. We saw it live from Diesel Thomas's car. Most some of these cars are easy to drive. The wheel worked through that sweeper. And in the end, an easy position gain for the teenager in the TFHI Mustang. Puts him up into position 7 to go back to Davies and Graham Cheney. Had a gearbox drama yesterday for the IES entry. The sole IES car with Paul Hadley sitting today's action out after a big engine drama yesterday for the number 50, which caused a lengthy safety car period. 6 minutes remain here at Mallala. We've loved our time back here at this historic venue. 6 decades in the making. The track looks amazing. The facilities have been kept really well. And hopefully in the future we'll be back to do some more TA2 muscle car racing at this 2.6 kilometre venue, just 45 minutes north of Adelaide.
Tom Davies starting to make his way back through now as he's gone up a position on Graham Cheney, up into 8th position to the area entry number 42. As we go back to our leaders, Jared Hughes still holding out by just over half a second. Joel Heinrich looking for his opportunity where he is going to try and find those couple of hundredths of a second each time around. It's so evenly matched through the sectors. It seems to me that Jared Hughes is really strong in sector number 1. Heinrich catches him in sector number 2, but they're almost even when it comes to the times as Paul Morris now gets up on the back of Brock Payne, so he needs to watch out. Payne under attack in 4th position currently in the Brisbane Builders entry, and Morris slots down the inside.
Good move.
Turn number 7, that is good move there.
Set him up nicely for a textbook move at the S's. It moves up now into 4th position. Blake Tracy's a long way down the road though, some 7 seconds. That locks him into a podium position now. Next to the Masters class car, Graham Cheney back in 9th position, so he's fairly safe there to take out the Masters. At this round of the TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. Hughes just trying to break that gap between himself and Heinrich. He's doing a great job considering the tyre advantage is towards the 118. But Heinrich has done hundreds of laps around here over his career. The HQ Holdens or saloon cars.
Saying that, with the 7 cylinders yesterday not having the power coming out of the corners, he may not have torn up the Hoosiers as bad. So
very good point.
He might not have too bad a tyre bank when it looks at that as well as Heinrich, especially he knows how to look after them around here. But there's only on the sector times. In the first sector, there's only 300ths between them. And then we go about a 10th in the second sector. So they are so evenly matched. We wanted this yesterday, didn't we? Unfortunately, but Jared Hughes had issues with the car. Heinrich had issues with his car, so we saw Blake Tracy really step into that spotlight there, and he's just back in 3rd at the moment. These 3 would be incredible if we had them at the start of the weekend.
Yeah, we'll see Hughes at the final round. He's got the Bathurst 1000 to contend in a couple of weeks, as well as his Super 2 career as well. A couple of rounds remaining. That'll finish at Adelaide. At the Adelaide Grand Final at the end of November. So Heinrich stays with him. They're now 3 seconds up the road from Blake Tracy, who's 8 seconds ahead of Morris, who's in 4th with Payne, Webster, Diesel Thomas in 7th. Back to Davies. Josh Thomas has come up into 9th and proving me wrong about the tyres. He's gone 1:11.5 to set his fastest lap of the race. In 9th position, Graham Cheney 10th, Danny Reedy 11th, Brad Gardner in 12th, and Robbie Farr 13th. Crutcher, after that spin, is now 14th with just under 5 minutes remaining.
After 2 sectors, 800ths of a second difference. Absolutely nothing in between these 2 that are leading this race at the moment. As the time ticks away, we're under 5 minutes remaining. And who will hold on to the tyres at the moment? Who can keep this blistering pace up after 3 races already this weekend as the brakes come on? It's nice and smooth through turn number 2. Can really get unsettled there if you don't get turn number 1 right. I'll head down to 3. Heinrich using a little bit more road as he moves out to the right, and Hughes just covers him off a little bit, sticks the car in the middle of the track, the road active suspension entry. It's looking a lot wider than Camaro if you're in with your Joel Heinrich. It's just, he's going, mate, surely just stick to the side. Let me have a look.
Sounds of these TA2 muscle cars rumbling around the Adelaide Plains this afternoon. Our final race of our coverage. They and work their way down. Robbie Farr. We know he loves the dirt tracks, but he's been spending a bit more time out there than he wanted to in the high-tech oil Chevy Camaro car number 7. That puts him back into 14th position now. Elevates Cruncher up 1 spot to come through to complete lap number 14. 3.5 minutes remaining. Well, I think it might be a bit for nothing here with Hughes leading. Heinrich wants to get past because the point of position here is going to make or break the round win. Now, if they tie, it'll go back to Blake Tracy because he's won more races over the weekend. So he needs Tracy to drop a position, but with 10 seconds back to Morris, seems pretty safe at the moment back there in 3rd.
I'll continue this battle on though. 3 minutes now remaining in this race as Heinrich got what it takes to take on Jared Hughes. We know at the start of the weekend, I would have said he probably does with the experience he's got around here, but it's going to come down to what's left in the tyre bank. Obviously, they've had to change that engine overnight, so that'll be, I'd likely say, a refreshed engine there in Jared Hughes' car as well. I'll be pretty happy with that. They've definitely got through those gremlins. And talking to Ashley Jarvis, I said, you've changed so much in the car, but do you know what it is? He goes, we don't care. We've just changed so much stuff all at once. He goes, and we're continuing to change things just in case.
They'll rip this car apart when it gets back to the base before the final round. But regardless, it's still going to kill a job here to be in the top 3 and stay with Jared Hughes into another lap, looking out to the west of South Australia. Through the left-hander and back onto the long straight here at Mallala. 1:10.03, the quickest lap. But look at the lap times last time by 3,000ths of a second separating. To run at this place, lap after lap, and be separated by thousandths. Well, these two are just a class act, aren't they?
Especially considering we're on lap 15 at the moment, so to keep those times so close together after 15 laps, that's absolutely incredible. And a shout out to Jared Hughes, who came in under the weather this weekend. He's held it together. He looks a lot more sprightly today than he did yesterday, but he's not his usual self. You can really tell the attitude of it when he got out of the car earlier. But having to work through that, he's got a big end of the season coming up.
He's sweated it out, that's for sure. He's going to be looking in that mirror as well as forward. Just want to go back and correct myself on what was the case if there was a tie here. It's going to be the higher placed driver that will get the nod as Heinrich saves the greenskeeper some work and just does the edging of the racetrack at the exit of the final turn, but it actually didn't cost him too much time. You think he's just sitting back? Time's running out. It'll be a lap to go at the end of this.
I think those Hoosiers are holding on at the moment. I reckon that is right on the edge. And that's why I see him just go a little bit wide. He's wanting to keep the car nice and smooth. Brad Gardner by the looks of it. Oh no. In front of his hometown as well. And he's got the family here this weekend.
Wow. That was a tough enough day for Gardner, but now it comes to 0 for the 22 high-tech oils Chevy Camaro. But at the other end, it's going to be Blake Tracy, who's flying the flag in his first solo appearance. You can see the stranded 22 Chevy Camaro. Heinrich getting closer. He wants to get up now into the S's. Closing stages. The clock's about to stop, which will indicate 1 remaining. And it's go time for Heinrich. 2.6 kilometres remain in the final race at TA2 Muscle Cars by Maritimo. Can Jared Hughes cover off Heinrich? The door's open enough. It closes on the exit of that left-hander. 3 chances remain.
He stayed in the window, hasn't he, where he can take this opportunity to pounce on Jared Hughes in the final stages of this final race of the weekend. He didn't go as wide that time, Heinrich. This looks a lot more controlled. He's following Jared Hughes. Can he get the toe down here, down the back? How much does he have left? Where are the brakes going to really, are they going to hold on through this? We see the attitude of the car. The Camaro gets the nose down nice and heavy. Heinrich follows him in. And it's smooth through there. No one goes too wide.
Look at the teams. Ash Jarvis at the top, looking on to see whether his boy can kick it on home here today. And Hughes looks like he's covered him off with the S's remaining. It's been a thriller between these two. They've been trading fastest laps right from the green flag. And Jared Hughes holds back the pressure from Joel Heinrich and wins for the 8th time in 2025 by 0.3 of a second. And Blake Tracy, you know why he's celebrating? He's wins a round aboard that Chevy Camaro, celebrating to the finish line. Paul Morris will be 4th at the end of the race and will stand on the podium in 3rd, but win the Masters class at this round. Tom Davies home for 7th. With Brock Payne, Josh Thomas, great recovery. That car was a bit asleep, I guess, at the start of the race. But got a top 10 result with Graham Cheney, completing the 10. Fascinating between the front two as Cruncher takes the checkered flag in a race that probably could have been a 7th or a 6th place finish. But take your hat off to these two. They were separated by hundreds and sometimes thousands of a second, lap after lap. And Blake Tracy pulls up alongside. I'm sure Dad Mark is probably awake still. He's over in Greece at the moment. He watched the racing yesterday, but wishing he was probably here. Jared Hughes picks up the win. Heinrich 2nd, but Blake Tracy is your round winner at this round of the TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series presented by Maritimo. Morris home before and wins the Masters class from Josh Webster, Diesel Thomas, Tom Davies. On Saturday with Danny Breedy, Mark Cruncher, Robbie Farr. You've got a feel for Brad Gardner, who finishes in 14th. And on the infield is out only DNF in the final race here at Malala. What's been a fantastic weekend. We'll squeeze a quick break in and we'll come back and talk to our top 3 in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. We'll be back.
What an absolute amazing weekend it has been for the TFHI TA2 Muscle Cars and even the High Tech Oil Super Series at Malala this week. And we still have some interviews still to come as the sun continues to set on this Malala circuit here. But of course, still plenty more action still to come here. With Australian F4 still to come with race number 2 in about an hour's time, along with race number 3 from about 7:30 tonight. So it'll be quite good indeed. Very, very excited as we get ready to hand it down to the interviews as well. Yeah, quite a quiet weekend, more or less, in terms of the streaming. But we'll be back next weekend for the Singapore Grand Prix, which will be quite good as well here. But in a few moments' time, we'll be getting ready with the interviews. Of course, next weekend it is the Singapore Grand Prix for Formula 1. And I think that's the only action on that weekend. So I think I'll be doing, I think there's Frecker. I'm not completely sure. I'll check it after stream, but I guess you guys will see when it does pop up. But yeah, it should be quite good indeed. We're not too far away from the interviews happening from the TFHI TA2 Muscle Cars here at Malala Motorsport Park this weekend.
What a weekend. We've loved our time back in South Australia. We've been looking forward to this event all year long at Malala Motorsport Park. It's delivered some cracking racing. You're looking at the man that's wrapped up this round of the TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. The top three is downstairs. We're heading that direction now. Here's Jared McLean.
Well, Blake Tracy, Matt Nolte's given it away. Congratulations, round win here at Malala. How does it feel here in the High-Tech Oils TA2 Muscle Car?
Yeah, no, it was a great weekend coming into it. There's a big thank you to Lee Stibbs. On Monday morning, we got the call that Lee was happy to swap. I was meant to be in the IRC car this week, and he put his hand up. And massive thank you to George Gambino and all the Wartech crew. My uncles have come up from Albury, and yeah, we've had a pretty cool weekend. Learned heaps, and yeah, really grateful.
Congratulations, mate. Soak it in.
Thanks, everyone.
And Joel Heinrich, P2 in that race, P2 for the round, challenging the championship leader for the win on the last lap. A pretty impressive debut.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame yesterday we couldn't show what true pace we had, but well done to Blake on the round win. And he fought me hard yesterday and this morning, so props to him. Hugely, he was just on another level early in the race then and just chipped away. And when I got to him, it sort of started the starter again that we had yesterday, but nowhere near as bad. So gave him my all, had a crack at Hughesy, and just couldn't quite get there. So well done to him. Huge thanks to Ashley Jarvis Racing, all the crew. They worked tirelessly all weekend. The guys that made this weekend happen, Trevor from Sierra International, Glenn from ACE, Anthony from Cretan Works Co, Dad, those guys. Yeah, without that wouldn't happen.
The list is long. Terrific job. Well done.
No worries. Thank you.
Jared, congratulations. Wrapping up 2 race wins, 2 pole awards. It's about as good as it really could have gone given the weekend.
Yeah, I think it's, well, we definitely made the most of today. Come back from how yesterday went. We did a bit of a tune-up to the car for that one. Unfortunately, brakes didn't work. I think we made the car a little bit better, but still just got a bit of a gremlin we need to find in the brakes. But, no, considering how it started, it's an awesome weekend, so I can't thank the whole team enough and the whole crew for everything that they've done. It's been a good last round for me this year. Unfortunately, not going to be at Winton, so very happy.
Congratulations. I know Heinrich took it right to you there in the dying stages of that race. How hard was it to fight him off?
Yeah, to be honest, through midway, I was like, I might just sit here and try and heat up his brakes and tyres. And then at the end, I'm like, I think I'm just heating mine up and his isn't getting any worse. So it's bad a bit spicy at the end there, but no, it's good. It's good fun.
Fantastic. Well done.
Thanks.
Nail-biting finish here in the TA2 muscle car race.
Indeed, nail-biting indeed here. We have still got plenty more action still to come. Join me in about 45 minutes for the next race for Australian F4. But that is it for the High-Tech Oil Super Series this week. And if you guys enjoyed, hit the like button, subscribe. That is it for the High-Tech Oil Super Series. We will be back in 5 weeks' time for the next round of the High-Tech Oil Super Series. Until then, I'll catch you guys all in about 40 minutes from now. See you then. It's goodbye.
Before to round out the weekend, great to see Gareth Hughes bounce back from what has been a tough weekend for him. It was super exciting to have all 5 categories here as he returned national racing to Malala. Here is round 5 of the High-Tech Oil Super Series. Of course, we've got one round where we're going to decide a whole heap of championships, 8 categories to get through in just a few weeks when we go to October 31 to November 4. It's the Winter's Wrap. Make sure you join us for that. Check out all our socials at Super Series.